Morning. How's everybody doing? Okay, the chapter should be almost out. Immediately reload. It's out. Okay. Fateful Day Part 2. We're seeing Minnie again? Did it skip to the next day? What the shit? Yo, what the fuck? It did. Holy crap. It did. Holy shit. Anything from Chizuru-san? Not yet. Anything from Chizuru-san? Not yet. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, what's Minnie wearing? What's the shirt say? Oh boy. Oh boy. Seriously? What is Chizuru-san doing? What is going on? Kissing him. She kissed him right after she rejected him in Odaiba. Her reactions are so outlandish that I don't even know what to think. But I'm not wrong about what I said to Master. Chizuru-san of all people wouldn't kiss him for no reason, considering her personality. No matter how I look at it, he's definitely one. She must have had some sort of change of heart. Seriously, she could have just told me. It's cute to think she was embarrassed, but why did she think she could hide it? Master and I were on a totally different wavelengths as because of it. I mean, I guess I only asked her about the date, but that was never going to hold up. Not yet. Still, I totally get it. How Master feels. If he had really made up her mind, then she should have contacted him right away. Maybe I just don't know about it again. So 3 days have passed. 3 days have passed. Oh my, we keep losing days. That's crazy. We keep losing days. We're literally, okay, so we're at 3 days now. We're literally at 3 days now. Holy shit. We're at it happened. 3 months, 3 days. Damn. Is there a different reason, or did she have yet another change of heart? Maybe I just don't know about it again. But still, she kissed him. That's the answer to her research. She wouldn't do that without taking a responsibility. He said that she tried to avoid stringing him even during the date, according to Master. Chizuru-san definitely knows what a kiss means. Besides, it was obvious. She was ready to face it. If she rejected it, then she could have avoided seeing him by going out or something. She went out of her way to ask me, and she was prepared to talk, even if it was about the kiss. That's one way to look at it. She's practically begging for someone to give her a push. Huh. Okay, so she runs into her at school. I want to go to the beach again. What? So Chizuru-san can just leave in the middle of it again? Okay then. Okay then. Beach arc reference again. It's going down in history at it's going down in history at this point. Oh geez, give me a break already. I'm totally stalking her. Yeah, Minnie, you are. We're never letting that one go. Nope. I'm so sorry, mother. I've always tried to live my life without crime. We're seeing Minnie's mom. What the hell? We're seeing Minnie's mom. What the hell? What? Blue hair, hometown senpai. Wait, what? Oh, this is a senpai. Oh, not her mother. Okay, my bad. Minnie's mom is not present here. Weird. Do your best to enjoy your time on Earth. Just don't cause trouble for people. Sorry, Ichika senpai. Okay. There's no way I'm going to find out what she's thinking just by staring at her from afar. I want to go snowboarding too, in the winter. Oh, good idea. I'm curious though. Plus, Master specifically told me not to do anything rash. I've been scolded before. She's grown. She's growing up. My little boy's growing. My little girl's growing up. Hey, long time no see. But for Master's sake, something has to change. Okay, see you later. See ya. She's alone. Wait, hey. What are you doing, Chizuru-san? Oh my god. D-mail. Don't tell me you don't know what I mean. Why haven't you messaged Master at all? I don't even care what you hit it. I don't even care that you hid it from me, but don't you have any idea what you're putting Master through right now? I wouldn't say this in front of Master, but because I have faith as well. But to have him, oh my god, why is it showing Sumi, Mommy? What the fuck is going on? This dude's messing with us. What the shit? But because I have faith as well. But to have him come this far and still make him wait is something only a cruel woman would do. He believes in you with every fiber of his being even now, and he's taking everything you've said to heart. He has faith that one day he'll be rewarded. Do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? I don't know what kind of guy you like, but I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. Oh my god, did she take it? July 11th. Huh? A month and a half from now, it's a play from a director that I've always wanted to act for. I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty good role. Rehearsal starts this weekend, and I would like to have all my focus on it. I've decided that I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with it. Then what about after that? Wow. Holy shit, it happened. What? In Japanese, Minnie specifically said wicked women, not just cruel. Wow, so we don't... Okay, so the time of reward... The reward was what Minnie was saying. This is a... Wow, this is what a weird twist. Wow. So the separation arc has begun. Wow. So the fateful day of July 11th. Oh. The fateful day is July 11th. It was a misdirect. Then what about after that? Doesn't give an answer. So she's pretty much saying, I'll date him after July 11th. At least that's how Minnie interpreted it. What the hell? Wait, so she specifically told Minnie this. So it's like she wants Minnie to tell him. But there's... No, I don't know. Something's weird. Something is weird. Something's not adding up. It's not going to go as planned, though. This is a crazy plot twist. This is a crazy plot twist. I think I have an issue. I think I have an issue. My issue is that I'm overthinking things. I think it's much simpler than it appears. I think it's much simpler than it appears. But something is weird. So let's see. A month and a half from now, it's a play from a director that I've always wanted to act for. I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty big role. Rehearsal starts this weekend, and I would like to have all my focus on it. I've decided that I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with it. Then what about after that? Wow, Minnie is sweating. Okay, so this kind of comes back to what I said last chapter. So I was kind of correct in my assessment of the earlier chapter. The last chapter was about time, and Kazuya wasted his time. He could have texted her. They could have had something start. Instead, this happened. And now Chizuru is in a role in a new play. Kazuya could have literally texted her, and he missed another opportunity. A reoccurring theme with these characters is literally missed opportunities. But it is interesting that Chizuru seemingly said nothing to Kazuya, but then Minnie comes up to her, and she tells Minnie. In the Japanese version of the last page, vertical line, it says July 11th. That is the payoff day for the protagonist Kazuya. Oh my god. That's actually what it reads, like right here in the final page. It reads the July 11th as the payoff day for the protagonist Kazuya. Huh. Read the release since we were even told on July 11th. Wow. What is the next time? Never stop. What is the teaser for next time? Like, even in perspective, this doesn't make sense. The call was 2 days after the kiss. Why did she decide back then? And she just changed her mind about telling him. It's just rude of her. I don't... No, something is not quite adding up. Can you confirm that the relationship first and then Chizuru focus on the play? Can they just not confirm the relationship first and then Chizuru to focus on the play? Wait. Drops from Diamond. Whoa, 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 what? Wait. Is what's the teaser for next time? What's the teaser for next time? Drops from Diamond? Jesus, I'm gonna need you to go chill out somewhere else. I don't care. What's the teaser? Diamonds falling from eyes? Drops from diamond. You mean drops of diamond? So Fateful Day was a misdirect. Predicted right. Bacon is right. What? Bacon diamonds falling. Okay, I'm just gonna pull up the Japanese and I'll go from there. Oh wait, not it. It is that too vague. Well, if the word diamond is actually used, Chizuru's agency, Chizuru's rental agency is called Diamond. If the word literally means drop from diamond, it could literally align with the fact that Chizuru may be quitting, but that doesn't make sense. Maybe Chizuru is like temporarily quitting rental, where it's like she's focusing on her play. Everyone's like, I told you. Shut up. We don't even know if this is like a proper separation arc. This could be like an intentional separation arc where they're literally creating time for each other instead of separating for stupid reasons. Like she's literally said, "Let's meet up at this point" to Minnie. Now she didn't say it to Kazuya, which kind of sucks. But Minnie is the relay point. Minnie is the messenger. So she told it to Minnie, right? So I do think like the whole point was for Kazuya to hear this. And yes, this is probably going to be divisive. I can see this being divisive. But wait, okay. Wait, let me send to Crumpy first. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. This one send. Also, if you guys are going to be annoying, in chat, I'm just going to straight up ban you. I'm done. Patience is done. You're either going to be respectful and chill, or you're going to get the fuck out. Chupto, if you're going to be fucking stupid, I'm just going to ban you right now. So just for that, I'm going to put you on a timeout. Do this one more time, you're banning banned. That's it. There. Whoops. I accidentally banned him. I'm going to undo that real quick. Put user on timeout, 30 minutes. There we go. I banned you and unbanned you. Consider yourself lucky. We're either going to have constructive conversations here or you're going to get the hell out. Okay? No choosing this and choosing that. Stupid kids. Okay. Yeah. So one thing I've kind of come to realize recently is that I think I'm just kind of overthinking this a little bit. I think what's going on is a little simpler than it appears, and that we should just kind of go with the flow and see what happens. My theory from last chapter makes a lot of sense. Remember what I said last chapter? We were talking about how the characters were Kazuya was seemingly wasting time, and then time caught up to them, right? So now Chizuru is like, okay, I'm gonna set a time to meet him instead of something else, right? So seemingly Chizuru is deciding a time. It'd be interesting if she texts him. This Japanese user said this, which is interesting. I finally felt that it's Mami-chan's time along with other heroines. I think a full-on harem development with someone other than Chizuru would be nice too. Yeah, it seems like so I had a theory. I had a theory that if they actually did separate. Remember what I said last stream? Sorry, not last stream. Remember what I said on our very first reaction to last chapter? I said that if there was a separation of sorts, there would be a focus on Kazuya interacting with all these other characters and sorting things out. So, and this is actually interesting when you think about it for a second. What did Reiji do recently for what did Reiji do recently for come on, think brain, use your brain for Ruka. We had a Ruka project specifically because Ruka has not had that much time in the manga, and all these other characters have not had this much time in the manga because Kazuya keeps focusing on Chizuru. So a temporary removal of Chizuru's character to kind of explore some of this stuff while also showing her in the background, I think is going to be really meaningful, right? So I do think we're still going to see Chizuru, right? We're still going to see Chizuru. Don't get me wrong, but I think now this is kind of like Reiji literally set it up right here. We're going to be reintroducing these other characters. We're going to reintroduce Sumi. We're going to introduce Mami. We're going to deal with Ruka. We're going to have all these things happening, cutting loose ties, basically. No. Rather, exploring the things that have been left undealt with, essentially. Reiji's essentially exploring the things that have been left undealt with. And that's pretty much where we're going with that. That's pretty much what it seems like. Rather than like a separation arc that's it wasn't planned. It's an intentional one. We're gonna meet up at this point, and it seems like, from what I'm seeing, it seems like from the way this scene is seemingly describing it, it's this. If I can find it, where is it? It's this. It's literally this. Doesn't this look like they're just meeting up after having not seen each other for a while? Doesn't it kind of feel like that? It literally feels like that. Doesn't it? It literally feels, oh my god, yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, it seems like this is already a huge development that they're seemingly not gonna interact um for a while. We're gonna be like exploring the other. It's literally kind of what I like. Remember I can pull it up, but my initial prediction was literally this. Before we went down the rabbit hole of just like, oh, it's totally positive, it's totally great, but we were right in that it is totally positive, right? The only thing we were wrong about is like the reason why it happened, where it's like it had nothing to do with the film, and that makes sense. I think that's too much of a deep cut, where it's like there's no reason for it to be related to the film. However, that person was the one who offered her roles, so you could literally look back to that and it makes some sense. Cherry blossoms are already done in Japan. At this point in the manga, they're already done. There's no. Rather, when they're meeting up is going to be like right in the middle of summer. They're about to enter June, so pretty much the entirety of Kazuya's birthday is in June. And I do think that's interesting. That will Chizuru be present for Kazuya's birthday? Will they interact at all? It's not. That's an interesting situation. Like, would they will they not interact at all? Will Kazuya not like? Will she not be there for his birthday? I think that'll be interesting, especially considering Kazuya's birthday is almost here. Yeah, no, it does seem like, damn, Kazuya is just not here. Kazuya is just not here. But yeah, it seems like this is gonna be like to allow them to kind of get into the same rhythm. Because so much of the story is them literally just being out of sync. Could it be that everything will be revealed on his birthday to everyone? It is almost Kazuya's birthday. Yeah, it is almost Kazuya's birthday. It'd be a bit disappointing if she wasn't there on his birthday. Like it, yeah, and I just something. But wait. All she said is that she wouldn't have a boyfriend. That's it. She never said she wouldn't meet him. Wait. I just realized. She never said she wouldn't meet him. She just said she wouldn't have a boyfriend. That's two different things. Wait. I think we've made a crucial mistake here. I think we've made a crucial mistake here. She never said she wouldn't meet him. She just said she won't have a boyfriend until that point. That's two different things between meeting and like having a boyfriend. They could totally meet. Okay, so Chizuru's still gonna be in the plot. She's not gonna be just. It doesn't make sense because this is their love story. This is their love story. However, I do think like some other things will be happening. So no, I don't think it's just gonna be like, oh, Chizuru's gone. Boop, just whoop de doo, bye bye. But this is gonna be reminiscent of the. This is gonna be reminiscent of the movie arc. This kind of feels like it's gonna be like a reminiscent of the movie arc, especially considering it's summer. Like summer is literally the time. Let's read her July 11th, a month and a half from now. There's a big play. It's a play from a director that I've always wanted to act for. I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step up as a replacement for a good role. Rehearsal starts this weekend, and I would like to have all my focus on it. I've decided that I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with it. What about after that? But she said she wants to have total focus until 11. Is that the after point? It's more ghosting 2.0 for work this time. She's not ghosting. She never said she's ghosting him. She just said she won't have a boyfriend. Now, pay attention to her dialogue. All she said is she won't have a boyfriend and that she wants to, I would like to have all my focus on it. That's it. That's it. And if anything, it's her telling, it's her saying, I want you to see me up there at my best. It's literally her saying, I want you to see me up there at my best. So no, something isn't adding up. Lawless and our boy did say he would wait. He's not waiting 100 years. Why are you guys exaggerating so much? It's literally a month and a half, and she never said she wouldn't meet him. She didn't say she wouldn't meet him. Yeah, fate will not let her wait until July 11th. That's the thing, too. Chizuru has set boundaries before, and she's always struggled to maintain these boundaries. In contrast, Kazuya has, like, terrible fucking boundaries. Not sure she wants to see him without talking of the kiss. I mean, that's true. You're not wrong. She needs to focus. You're not wrong. But there's something more, you know? I feel like they'll have to meet. Minnie-chan's eyes are sparkling, but from the reader's perspective, it just feels like it's been dragged out to July 11th, and even when the day comes, it's obvious they won't end up together. Oh man, some of these Japanese fans are not taking this well. Not surprising, really. I'm really not surprised by this week's plot twist that like I knew they wouldn't just get together, right? I knew they wouldn't. We already said this. I knew they wouldn't just get together. We've been saying this for a while, and it feels like this is kind of the perfect time for basically Kazuya to actually kind of figure himself out. And it seems like something that it seems like Chizuru will kind of like get herself kind of figured out too, and she's already kind of conveying things too. I think we just forced what we want them to do. I think we just forced what we want them to do. Like how Minnie only sees half truths because of half info. We also see half of the information from this chapter alone. You think so? I felt like this was a pretty straightforward chapter. We saw a lot of Minnie's POV, but Chizuru was pretty straightforward with her. And now she is hidden in shadow. Let's not get that wrong. She is hidden in shadow. She's hiding a very simple thing that she's literally looking at you with. After that point, there you go. After that point, Minnie seems very upset and she doesn't look upset. She's like, holy shit. She has a holy shit vibe more than anything. Be frank, are you not upset? Not really. I actually think this is a fascinating direction. Not really. I genuinely think it's a fascinating direction. I don't see the difference between me and most other readers is that most readers get into this manga just get together. That's your end goal. Just get together. I love the character exploration. Literally half of the shit I've been saying is somewhat wrong, right? Remember all my predictions that I was doing? Most of them were fucking wrong. So literally, I kind of don't care. I'm curious where Reiji is taking this, and I have faith in him as a writer because it is always interesting, even at its lowest. So, like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if people like freak out about this and get upset and oh my god, Reiji's padding and shit. But it is interesting all the same. And the only thing, literally, kind of the only thing, that I have about this, which makes some sense for me, is that Chizuru should have told him this. But other than that, I don't really know. But she told Minnie, like Minnie confronted her, and she told Minnie directly, and she knew Minnie would go and tell Kazuya. But, if you think about it for a second, it makes sense that Minnie would eventually show up. I feel like Chizuru knew that would happen. Just think about it for a second. Minnie came to her. Minnie got a whole bunch of stupid info, like bogus shit. And then she literally went to talk to Kazuya, and Chizuru implied to her to talk to Kazuya. So naturally, Minnie was gonna go to Kazuya. She was gonna find out. That was just inevitable. And then she would come back and talk to Chizuru because why isn't Chizuru talking to Kazuya? Do you see how it kind of adds up? Like that was just kind of inevitable. Like literally, it's 1A 1 2 3 4. It's just a natural pattern. So it just makes some sense. Minnie would eventually show up to Kazuya and say this. So she's gonna tell him. It just makes sense. I know it's like it's a roundabout way of doing it, but it would stick with Chizuru's idea of just I want to focus on this. She's not picking career over love. I was correct in that. She's not picking career over love. She's literally making sure to divide the two equally. She's literally like, I'm going to focus on this, but I'm not throwing away love. I didn't pick career over love. I'm literally saying after that point, after I focus on this play, I can sit down and talk to him because I don't want to be distracted and overthinking and over worrying while trying to make sure this play is successful. It's a problem if Chizuru doesn't say it directly. Yeah, and I kind of get that. You're not totally wrong. You're not. I don't disagree with you. I don't necessarily disagree with you. She isn't telling him directly. And you're getting banned up. Get the fuck out of my chat. Goodbye. You don't show up here and call my favorite character a gold digger. Get the shit out. Stupid idiot. She's balancing her love life and her passion. Pretty much. And like the only issue, literally kind of the only issue I have is she didn't say this directly to Kazuya. However, just to give Chizuru some credit here, did Kazuya talk to her? Was Kazuya the one who came up to her? Just saying. Was Kazuya the one who came up to her, or was it Minnie? Who's the one who came up to who? Just saying. Like I said this last time, Kazuya didn't do anything, right? But now he's been given permission to do this particular thing. I think Diamond is officially over. No boyfriend. Oh shit, you're right. Oh, I didn't even think of that. I've decided that I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with it. Translation, she's also not doing rental. She's also not doing, she's literally just, I'm focusing on this completely. Nothing. She's not doing rental. She's not doing anything, just this play. Yeah. Also, for those who are like, oh, did Umi create this? Listen to her words carefully. No, he didn't. Umi did not create this. I've always wanted to act for this director. A month and a half from now, there's a big play. I've received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty big role. It doesn't seem like it's related to Umi. Now, he could show up. Let's not pretend I know everything. Umi could show up. He could be relevant to this somehow. Maybe he's the one who mentioned it to the director. Let's not get that right. But Umi setting some sort of trap for Chizuru. People have like been showing up in the comments talking about that. No. I'm sorry to tell you this, but Umi has surprisingly shown himself to want to support Chizuru, and he wouldn't get in her way in acting like that. That doesn't seem like Umi. So yeah, I just wanted to clear that up. But it does seem like we've focused so much on Kazuya and Chizuru's love life. We've already reached a certain point where we've established so much. But it feels like it's something we kind of have to put to the side now. But I also think we're gonna have to start getting some answers. Reiji is seemingly setting up, hey, you have a lot of questions, don't you? You have a whole lot of questions, don't you? And it feels like we're going to start getting some answers. Like, what happened in the date? That doesn't fucking make sense. That's weird. What happened with all this other stuff? What is going on with the characters? I also don't think time is going to move as slow. So they're not going to live together again, not for a bit. But I don't think time is going to move as slow. For a very simple reason. The whole reason time was moving so slow before is because they were living together, and there was this focus on their relationship while living together, right? And that's why every minute counted, every single moment counted between them. That's why this month felt so long. But here, you're getting literally told a month and a half from now, right? So it's just a little longer than the cohabitation. Mr. Marlowe, I don't know why you're so certain Reiji's trying to make Chizuru a hateable character, and he's not just dragging this story out. He's already, as someone who sees what he says on his subscription feed, he's not just dragging the story out. He has a very specific plans of how he wants to approach this, and he's thought about this for a while, and he's literally sat down and debated this for a while. So no, it's not. I don't know why people are like, they have to be so cynical and sad about this, where like he has to be dragging. That's really stupid. And I need you to have like, I need you to just engage with the story and see why things are being shown to you, instead of just assuming it's being done just to drag the story, or he's doing it at the expense of Chizuru's character. No, literally, it's all been a meaningful exploration of the cast and the crew and everyone that's in there, and it's really good in my opinion. If you want to get upset at me, whatever. If you want to argue, I'm not going to keep engaging with you. Feels like he's trying to align with chapter 400. Yeah. That does seem possible. Maybe this month and a half thing will only last up until chapter 400. That's totally possible. I don't think it's tears, more shock than excitement. Oh, let me see if my friend Crumpy said anything. Huh. Okay. More waiting. Can you Can you guys just fuck off with the oh my god waiting, oh my god waiting, oh my god waiting? Can we stop being childish for 2 seconds and just enjoy the ride? Reiji is not dragging, but Chizuru is doing a tricky move there. There's an Iron Lady even to us. No, she's not being an Iron Lady. She's not being an Iron Lady. She's just delivering a message. She's using Minnie as a relay point. What does Minnie's shirt say? D-mail. Gmail? She's wearing a Gmail shirt? She's sending an email? Do you see what I mean? She's literally using Minnie to send Kazuya a text. That's literally what Chizuru just did. She's using Minnie to send Kazuya a text. And Minnie was inevitably going to show up. D-mail is a SteinsGate reference. Is it? Oh my god, is it? That also ties into the theme of time then. What did we say about time loops? What did we say about time and wasting time and time loops? That's crazy. I haven't seen SteinsGate in forever. I have not seen SteinsGate in forever. So that's actually really interesting. I haven't... Oh my god, wow. That's crazy. This chapter... Wait, now that I think about it, this chapter does have a SteinsGate feel to it. It kind of does. What the fuck? I didn't even think of that. That never even crossed my mind. This does have a SteinsGate feel to it. It has that weird aura to it that just reminds me of SteinsGate, and the way the chapter plays out, the weird atmosphere, the uncertainty, the characters trying to seek some clarity, but they're both confused, the setting of a deadline. People need to chill. Kazuya will totally accept her focusing on the play. Yeah. Yeah, he will. If anything, I think this is a good opportunity for Kazuya to kind of figure himself out a little bit. And just kind of not necessarily sort out all the shit that's happening, but I do think there's still gonna be some revelation with Chizuru moving forward. It's not like Chizuru's gonna disappear from the plot. I really kind of doubt it. I think based on what Chizuru has said, we can kind of expect something to happen soon with Chizuru that we're gonna figure out about her. Based on everything she's said and shown. Compared to the first arc in the series, time went by fast. So isn't that interesting? Think about this for a second. Isn't the way that time is being utilized really interesting when it comes to this series? We had the 3-month time skip in a single let's go back even further. We had the Hawaiians arc, which lasted 3 days. It was 2 days and 3 nights. Literally this. 2 days and 3 nights. Or no, 3 days and 2 nights. Whatever. It was 3 days in total. And it lasted 40 plus chapters. It was easily the longest time period in the manga in terms of length. Then you end Hawaiians, and 3 months pass in a single chapter. Literally 3 months pass in a single chapter. And then you have them living together, and it's a month, and it is the longest month in the series. But it literally lasted a year and a half. And it just let them living together. That entire fucking time. It lasted a while. And now, you have another element of time coming into play again. Where it's okay, a month and a half from now, how fast is this going to go? How slow is this going to go? What's going to happen in this time? Right? And isn't it interesting that notice Minnie's words. I wouldn't say that in front of Master, because I have faith in you as well. But to have him come this far and still make him wait is something only a cruel woman would do, right? So you're still gonna keep him waiting, and again, Chizuru says this is when I'll meet him. Do we have to take our predictions with a grain of salt? You mean mine or yours? Because we should. The translations are ready. Okay, good. Give me a second. Let me see. Does she realize if he wasn't for Kazuya, she would already lost her dream already time ago? You clearly don't want to engage with the story, Marlo. You seemingly just want to focus on the fact that she would have lost her dream and all that, but you're also not realizing what Kazuya was doing wrong in the day and that the characters are very out of sync. You're not noticing what Kazuya was doing wrong. You're not noticing what was actually happening. You're only fixating on the fact that, oh, Kazuya deserves this. Not the fact that Chizuru was going out of her way to help him and be there for him and do all these things for him. But, you know, keep talking, please. Keep telling me you really read this story and that you understand what love is. I don't think this will go as planned. I'm certain something will happen in the same episode adapting chapter 218. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I don't think it's going to be anything super negative. During the separation, I expect a lot of mommy. Reiji was setting this up during the date arc. Reiji set up a lot, actually. He set up Ruka. He set mommy. He even set up Sumi. You guys don't realize this. Reiji even set up Sumi. There's a reason we see fucking Sumi right here. There's a reason we see Sumi right here. It's not just because. It's not happenstance. It's because there was set up for Sumi too. Oh my god, I love Chizuru's wide stance here. Just she's squaring up, right? Literally, Minnie's like squaring up with her. That's so funny. Why haven't you messaged Master at all? Saw a post on Reddit that says Kazuya and Chizuru want to make a milestone in their relationship, but are never in sync. Only one person makes progress at a time. Yeah. In fact, remember when we were reading the date arc? Reading the date arc? What did you notice what did I point out about the date arc that I think people did not notice? Did you notice how the chapter number for the arc, so it's like it would be part 1. It would be part 1 of the arc, and it would be on chapter 352. The first number of the arc is always ahead. Literally, like the arc and the chapter numbers are out of sync. And I think that was totally intentional. I genuinely think that was totally intentional because throughout the date, Kazuya and Chizuru are literally out of sync the whole fucking time. They're literally completely out of sync. And they're literally trying to play roles. That was the issue, is Kazuya and Chizuru are literally trying to play certain roles. And because they're trying to play roles, they literally don't feel as natural anymore. They don't really feel as natural as they used to. And they have moments where they are natural, where they do kind of sync up, but most of it is literally Kazuya and Chizuru are out of sync. And a lot of people will tell you, like, even if they're brand new to the story, what they'll do, they'll read it, and they'll be like, they don't feel as natural with each other. Minnie has better chemistry with Kazuya. The other characters have better chemistry with Kazuya. Why does Kazuya and Chizuru's chemistry feel so wrong? And that's by design. It was the point. Right? Okay, I'm sorry, Marlo, if you genuinely believe she's treating Kazuya like a second choice, you have not been reading this manga. I'm telling you, you have not been reading this manga. If you actually genuinely believe she's treating Kazuya like a second choice, you have not been reading this manga at all. Not even a little bit. She literally asks him marriage questions. She literally carries the ring around and wants to be worthy of wearing this ring. She straight up wants to marry him. I don't even know why you're so like insistent you understand the story when you do not. Fate, does the cast party come before Kazuya's birthday? I don't know. Everyone keeps asking me about the cast party when we don't know. It should be before Kazuya's birthday, yes. It should be. It should be in May, but I don't know what to tell you, buddy. What the hell is that Kazuya who wanted to hug her now? Kazuya's times do go on tough and painful. And that's the thing. That's the thing. I think this is really interesting stuff. People always say, oh, Kazuya must be going through a lot right now. Have you considered Chizuru is too? Have you considered Chizuru also wants to hug him and be with him and interact with him, and everybody just seemingly insistent that it's just Kazuya suffering, not Chizuru at all, just because Chizuru looks normal, right? Just because Chizuru looks normal, suddenly Kazuya is the only one that's suffering here. The actual shooting part of the movie arc was pretty fast. Chapter 128, this rehearsal of the new play can also go pretty fast if we start focusing on her now. Yeah, I do think Reiji's going to start focusing on the other characters. I do think so. Okay, so let's read what the teasers and the stuff say. Oops. Mistakes are made. We're gonna go here. Yeah, I like how the chapter barely had Kazuya in it. He's literally not here, like, at all. Even at a university, what concerns her is Kazuya and Chizuru. Those two who are bad at love. Yeah, that is true. Iamori Minnie. Despite her looks, she's a caring heroine. Beautiful girl. The word for caring is that one. Despite her looks, she's caring. July 11th. This is Kazuya's day of reward. Next time, diamond from the eye. So tears. Diamond from the eye. No, wait, that doesn't necessarily mean tears. Diamond from the eye. That could reference Chizuru's job. She literally works diamond. Can you elaborate on diamond? On diamond. Okay. Think he'll not go Chizuru's plan for the month and a half, as she said at the date. Not everything does go. Yeah, you're right. I think things will not go to Chizuru's plan for the month and a half, as she said during the date. Not everything goes to plan. Yep, I do think so too. Diamond from the eye, like a sparkle, maybe because of the play. Ooh, true. She didn't say the play was more important to her than Kazuya. That's not what she said. That's literally not what she said. And he should know this. He should know that her dream means a lot to her, and she wants to act, and she's always wanted to act. She's not picking one or the other. She's saying, I'll set a deadline to meet you. She's not picking one or the other. She just knows where her priorities lie. That's all. Let's be honest, too. Kazuya would encourage her to focus on it. Yep, he totally would. Kazuya understands Chizuru's dream. This is literally a callback to the movie arc. Kazuya understands Chizuru's dream. He knows. No, Kazuya should know. Yeah, no, he would totally understand. Yeah, she has a play. She wants to focus on that. That's totally understandable. Diamond from the eye. Kazuya cries when he realized she quit, reminding him of her statement, I will quit when I'm in love. What do you mean? You'll have to elaborate. You know this manga. Why do you say she wants to marry him? What do you mean? Have we been reading the same manga? Here's an easy one. Here's an easy one. If you can't seem to realize why she wants to marry him. Remember in chapter 300 when they were playing the Ito game? Chizuru is asked, what is her ideal proposal? And she gives a stupid answer and then corrects herself and gives a simple answer. She overhears Kazuya getting confused about her answer. She then goes out of her way in the middle of the night to meet him specifically and then says literally Sumi's iconic line, if it were me, I'd be happy, to him. She literally turns to him and she says, I don't want you in particular to misunderstand my ideal proposal for a marriage. So, and if it was from the person that I love, I'd be happy with anything. Gee, I don't know. It's not like she's literally carrying the ring around. Okay, Ben Marlowe, he's getting annoying. I gave you a chance. You refused to engage. Get the fuck out. I gave you a chance. You refused to engage. I get the fuck out. Unbelievable. Yes, I know this isn't exactly the most fair thing in the universe, but it's not like Kazuya's exactly been fair either. Let's not kid ourselves, right? Like, this isn't exactly a perfect thing. July 11th has to be a misdirect, man. What about June 1st? Nothing happens on Kazuya's birthday is insane. Plot and narrative can go out of the window. Something must happen on June 1st. I agree with you. I completely agree with you. It's not going to go as planned. I don't think it'll go exactly as planned. Let's be real. I don't disagree. She literally said not everything goes according to plan. She made a plan. I doubt it's going to go according to plan. So something is going to happen on Kazuya's birthday. I mean, literally last birthday, she wanted to go to his house. You're telling me she just doesn't want to go to his birthday? I bet she didn't even like process that for a fucking second. She's like, oh, fuck. But yeah, I do think nothing special about it. It's just the word diamond. Damn. If you two don't work out, I'll still be in his corner. Yeah, Minnie did say that. I will admit this chapter makes me a little bit sad and frustrated. Sorry, but I can't deny it. It's okay. Look, whatever emotion you feel is completely fine. I'm not gonna pretend like is gonna be anything negative. But I think I know what diamond from the eye may refer to. I'm pretty sure I kind of figured it out. Just give me a sec. This is a reference to the 3-month time skip. And remember what happens in the 3-month time skip? Minnie goes to Chizuru, then Minnie relays the information to Kazuya. It's literally the same thing. Chizuru knew this would happen and she reenacted it. She's aware. Like, it's not completely fair, but it makes sense. Right? It's her own stupid way of doing things because Chizuru is not exactly like completely got her shit together. You know, she's still young and immature. But like she's still young and immature in her own ways. But I hope this seems familiar. Chapter 236, during the 3-month time skip, Minnie shows up. And she tells him the reasons for why Chizuru did what she did. And he cries. Diamonds from the eyes. There you go. And Minnie figured it out, like she was ready to date him. Right? Kazuya said he'll be waiting. So this is the other interesting... Oh! I'm stupid. What did Kazuya promise her in chapter 300, 200, and 385? What did Kazuya promise her? What did Kazuya promise her? What did Kazuya say in chapter 385? Think about it for 2 fucking seconds. What did Kazuya say in chapter 385? No. You're all making a crucial mistake. You're all making a crucial mistake. What did Kazuya say right here in this scene? I really meant what I said. I'll wait for you 10 to 20 years. He will be waiting. She has no time limit. So she can do this. He already gave her permission. He already told her. He literally already told her. He told her it's good. Do it. So Kazuya would be okay with this. Do you know what happened in the walk home? I think people don't understand this. Do you know what happened in the walk home? Kazuya essentially accepted Chizuru and essentially told her he wouldn't be mad at her. And he would always side with her. So she felt accepted and understood. So she's taking a risk. What Chizuru is doing here is taking a risk. She's like, he said he would wait, and he accepted me, and he saw me for me. And so even though Kazuya maybe doesn't understand, when Minnie says her words, it proves his point. Right? So when Minnie says her words here, it proves Chizuru's point. Right here. I don't even care that you hid it from me, but I don't have any idea what you're putting Master through right now. I wouldn't say in front of Master because I have faith as well, but to have him come this far and still make him wait is something only a cruel woman would do. Is she being cruel, or is she like taking a calculated risk? Because Kazuya literally said he would keep waiting. And she kissed him, and he knows how she feels. So she's being unfair. Yes. She's being unfair. Yes. However, Kazuya showed he could handle it. She's trusting her partner. She's literally trusting her partner. She has faith in him. This is actually about faith. This is the same exact faith that Kazuya has in her. She has faith in him that he'll understand. Right? You can see Chizuru is taking a risk, and it's not easy for her. Okay, it's starting to click. It's literally what Chizuru said. It's literally what Kazuya said before. Minnie also said, aren't you worried someone else will snap him up again, speaking of trust? Yeah, exactly. Shouldn't Chizuru be scared someone may take Kazuya? She's not scared. She has absolute trust in him. She trusts him. She has faith in him. Yeah, they're already in couple mode, pretty much. I don't think Chizuru won't show up to his birthday. I think she might. There's a chance she will. I think like Chizuru may break her rule on his birthday. Because she's going to keep thinking about it. She's going to want to go. Who are we kidding ourselves? Right? They're already in couple mode, just not officially. Yeah, no, Chizuru knows there's a lot of girls who like him. Chizuru knows there's a lot of girls who like him. She seems frustrated with Minnie, more like she doesn't want to interfere. No, I think she just trusts Kazuya. I genuinely think she just trusts Kazuya. Like, holy shit. Like, remember all that stuff I was saying about Minnie and intimacy and all that? No, Chizuru literally just trusts Kazuya. I think that's literally what it is. Like, she has faith he can handle it. It's think of it like this. Do you guys remember how I've always mentioned the fish keychain for Kazuya? Do you remember how I always mentioned the fish keychain for Kazuya? It's a reference to Finding Nemo. So the fish keychain Chizuru gives Kazuya is a reference to Finding Nemo. And what happens in the end of Finding Nemo? What literally happens at the end of Finding Nemo? At the end of Finding Nemo, Marlin has trust in his son. And he has to have faith that his son can fucking handle it. And he has to let him go. Reishi's going to skip Kazuya's birthday? I don't think so. I don't think so. Why would Kazuya is reacting this way to the kiss? Kazuya is always going to overthink. But Chizuru just has faith in him that he'll understand when she tells him. Right? I think there's still a little bit more. I think we're going to get a little bit more from Chizuru. I don't think this is going to be everything. Let's be real. But literally this is informed by Kazuya's promise. This literally is informed by Kazuya's promise. His promise to keep waiting. So she's like, okay, bet. She's like, okay, if it means I take this extra risk to invest in this dream of mine, and he says he understands. He supported her through the film. Kazuya should understand. Not just understand, he should know. Right? Like, when this information gets relayed to him, he should know. He should understand. What happened last Kazuya's birthday? Last Kazuya birthday, there was the whole Ruka thing, where Ruka kissed him. And it resulted in him almost getting the lie out, but then Grandma Sayuri was literally on her deathbed. And Kazuya felt powerless. So I think this birthday for Kazuya should be about empowering him, in my opinion. Hopefully Reiji doesn't skip it. This birthday should be about empowering him. Kazuya may refuse to have a party, but Chizuru may show up at his place at the last minute, and maybe Ruka will be there. You got to give it to Kazuya. He's loyal to a fault. Yep. I think this literally is built on trust. I think this literally is built, like, her decision here is literally built on trust. It is unfair, don't get me wrong. It is unfair, but don't get me wrong. What if he's drunk again, says stupid shit again? I mean, he's not saying it to her. Spartacus, just understand, you feeling like you do, like being a doomer and all that stuff, you feeling like you do, that means there's more, like that's a good thing, that you have so many different kinds of emotions. Chizuru is lying to Minnie, that's why she's in shadow. Oh, you think so? You think Chizuru straight up lied to Minnie here? But her eyes are open. So it's half a lie. That's the thing. Chizuru's eyes are open, so it's half a lie. She's looking at her very directly. Her eyes are wide open. She's looking at Minnie directly. Yes, she's in shadow. But understand, shadows don't mean lies. Shadows don't mean lies. Shadows means there's something underneath that. There's something behind the shadow. You're hiding something. Not you're lying. Chizuru, so just to explain for Bacon and for some of the people who read, usually when a character is lying, in this story, their eyes are closed. They close both of their eyes. Literally, they're blind. They're literally lying. They're not telling the truth. When they're in shadows, they're hiding something, or it's not clear, right? In this case, Chizuru's eyes are wide open. She's looking directly at Minnie, and she's in shadows. That's different. This is akin to the date. In the date, what happened in the date? Chizuru isn't lying. She said she's not lying, but she's in shadow throughout the entire thing. Like there's something being hidden. She's not lying about anything. She's being very clear. And I think here, it's just literally the things that's not said. What's hidden here is what's not being said, which is that, after that point, what then? The correct question, right? Minnie asked the correct question. And interestingly, this should have been something Kazuya should have experienced, but Minnie's the one who does it. And Minnie yells at Chizuru. I think it's really fitting that Minnie seemingly yells and gets upset at Chizuru because many fans are currently yelling and getting upset at Chizuru, right? It's very intentional to have the character that represents the audience yell and get mad at Chizuru. This is probably very vindicating for a lot of the readers. But at the same time, it reflects how Minnie didn't understand. And she didn't realize that she was the relay point, right? We're just relaying information. We're not actually part of this story. And I think that's literally the point. Not even half a lie. Why would she lie about what the day of the play is? Yeah. Why would she lie about that? What's there to gain by lying? She's not lying. She's just omitting certain information. That's it. She's just omitted certain pieces of information. This omission is literally that after that point, right? This arc is going to be long, guys. Be well prepared. We don't know. I actually don't know. I think it's best to assume, it's best to not assume that it's going to be that long or that short. I feel like all the girls will spend time with Kazuya on around his birthday, and Chizuru will meet him at the night of his B-day since she has the moon symbolism. Yup, that's a good one, Chris. I like that. But Chizuru also showed up on his birthday at night, so it's totally possible. But yeah, there's a chance. I actually don't think Chizuru's just going to be gone that entire time. I do think there's going to be a focus on other female characters, but I don't think Chizuru's just going to be gone this entire time. I think we'll see her in like a few weeks. Like we'll see her in like a few weeks. I think there will be some stuff shown that we'll see with her in a few weeks. And I don't think Reishi is the kind to like focus too much on the acting stuff. He's writing a love story. He's not writing acting stuff. I think people seem to really misunderstand that. Like I've told you guys before, remember how a lot of people have this theory that what is it? That Kazuya will become a producer in Chizuru's acting world. Reishi, like and you're not gonna get this anywhere else. But in his subscription feed, he was literally talking about this. I should not be sharing this. He was literally talking about this, and he straight up said, I'm not going to do that. That's stupid. It would not work. I'm writing a love story. I'm not writing a story about the movie industry or the entertainment industry. I'll only write that if it's relevant to the love story. And even then, I don't want to fixate on that. So literally, I don't think there will be a big focus on the film, like on like Chizuru's play here, right? And it feels like Chizuru doesn't really want to do, like, isn't it interesting? We expected it to be a movie, but it's a play, right? I think that's a really interesting thing. Like, the cover for this is literally movie time. It's a play. It's not a movie. And it makes a lot more sense. Chizuru seems to like plays a lot more than she ever does films. The only reason she wanted to do a film is because she wanted to show it to her grandmother, that she could be on the silver screen. But Chizuru just loves acting. She doesn't care about fame and fortune. Chizuru's literally never cared about fame and fortune. She just loves acting. That's the difference between her and Sayuri. Is like Sayuri liked acting, but she would kind of give it up for family. In contrast, Chizuru won't give up either. She wants both. It's a bit greedy, but she wants both, and it's totally understandable, right? No, Chizuru has a dream. She loves acting, and she wants to keep acting, and that's completely understandable, right? But at the same time, that doesn't mean she doesn't want family. She's going to give one up for the other. I also think this is about the promise Kazuya made and that she trusts him. I literally said this. I literally said this, right? Right. I literally said this, right? She. That's the thing that I think people don't recognize. So I've seen some people. Let's go to chapter 387. Just really quick. I've seen some people interpret Chizuru taking down the curtain as a symbol of trust. No, because when did Chizuru take the curtain down? Chizuru took the curtain down after Kazuya left, right? When he was supposed to come home. And Minnie interprets it that there's only girls in the house. Chizuru, when she puts up the curtain, she already tells him, it's not like I don't trust you. And she already gives him the key to the house, right? She literally gives him the key to the house and buys a gift on the keychain. The curtain does not symbolize a lack of trust. That's a misinterpretation. And that's a misinterpretation by design. It is on purpose that you're supposed to interpret the veil, the curtain, as a lack of trust. Because that's what Kazuya does. Only for her to give him the keychain. In reality, what the curtain actually symbolized was protection for Kazuya. I will shield you from these problems, right? So you don't feel like you have to worry. If anything, she's worried that he doesn't trust her, right? So she's establishing a sense of trust for him. She's creating boundaries for him so he feels safe in the house. And you don't realize that at the time. So when Minnie comes in and assumes it's because it's only girls in the house, in reality, the curtain represented protection for Kazuya, not for Chizuru, and she took it down for him because he doesn't need protection. He can handle it. Yeah. Curtain was for Kazuya, not for her. He felt uncomfortable. Correct. We discussed this a few times. The curtain did not symbolize trust. That's not the point of the curtain. It was never about trust. She pulled an Uraraka. No? No, she didn't. Uraraka lied to herself. Uraraka just straight up lied to herself and just said, nah, I'm not gonna have a boyfriend because I have to put hero work first. That's not what Chizuru did. Chizuru just set a very clear deadline built on the trust they have together. He said he would wait. And she's like, okay, I'm going to take a little bit more of that because you said you love me that much, and I mean that much to you. You trust me, right? Kazuya has all these doubts, but he seemingly trusts her. So it's literally built on that promise. Chizuru needs to have someone other than Ruka that tries to take Kazuya away. She needs the threat of losing him to push him over the edge. Okay, that's really stupid, Aries, because she literally already... No, that's stupid. That's really stupid. It is literally built on their promise of trust. This is so idiotic. Minnie literally says this. Minnie straight up says this to her, and she still chooses this. Think about that for a fucking second. If you're making the argument that Chizuru needs to be afraid that she might lose Kazuya, she was already afraid of that. She already experienced losing him multiple times. But listen to what Minnie says very carefully. He believes in you with every fiber of his being even now. He's taking everything you've said to heart. He has faith that one day he'll be rewarded. Do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? Ruka's right there. She's dating him. She's right there. And yet Chizuru still makes this choice. This is absolute trust. I trust him. I believe in him too. I believe he won't do that. I have faith in him. This is literally Chizuru's trust. I don't know what kind of guy you like, but I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. Oh, she knows. If anything, this shows how much she appreciates and sees his love, that she would make this choice. This actually shows that she trusts him and has this much faith in him. Right? And I think that's going to be what's going to be explored soon. I think that's something that's going to be explored soon. That like this is I think we're really going to start getting more into Chizuru's feelings and recognizing what's going on. Right? I think we're going to start is Chizuru taking a gamble? Not a gamble. A little bit. It's a bit of a gamble. But no, it's built on trust. It's not just a gamble. She's literally see, I don't think that the kiss is a gamble. To me, the kiss is not a gamble. The kiss is her showing herself. She's not saying she's not. It's not a simple "I love you." There's more to it. It's not a simple "I love you." But Chizuru is taking a gamble, kind of, but not really. She's taking a leap of faith. Yeah, it feels more fitting to call it a leap of faith than a gamble. It's built on her understanding of what she's developed with Kazuya. Even if they're a little out of sync, right? The whole point is that they're out of sync. The whole point right now is that they are out of sync. But that is, despite that, she believes it will last and it will persevere. Because it persevered in the 3-month time skip. It persevered past a rejection. It persevered through Hawaiians. They have been through this shit a billion fucking times. They kept persevering. I don't know if Umi's gonna show up. I don't know if Umi's gonna show up. Maybe. Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. I don't know. Why are you asking me to predict the fucking future? I don't fucking know. He could not. No. And that external force always showed up, Aries, didn't it? It's like fate is always there. It's like literally they're pushed by fate. Okay, Crimson Rabbit. For someone who has the... Like, bro, your profile picture is Lex Luthor, the most vain piece of shit on the planet. And you're talking about evil and toxic. That's so funny. That's genuinely so fucking funny. That's hilarious. Lex Luthor is telling me where my that it's fucking evil and toxic. Yeah, I should totally listen to Lex Luthor. Oh, that shit funny, bro. Oh, that shit funny, bro. Oh man, that was great. That was so funny. Nah, dude. Vacation is going well. I gotta go to chapter 1. Okay. I think Chizuru is confident because Kazuya has other women, but they don't mean anything to him. And I mean, look at how Kazuya is with Ruka in the chapter. Correct. Yeah. I mean, convince yourself whatever you want, Crimson Rabbit. Chizuru is not evil. And it's by design that you're supposed to look at her this way. There's a reason Minnie screams at her this chapter. Reishi openly said Minnie represents the audience. Reiji openly said Minnie represents the audience. And what is Minnie doing in this chapter? She's literally screaming at Chizuru for not doing something. Literally, like the audience is getting upset at Chizuru. You're supposed to be upset at Chizuru. Reiji knows this. He's fully aware people are mad at Chizuru. He knows this, and you're gonna start actually exploring Chizuru and realizing how wrong you are. And I'm not gonna try to change your mind here. I've discussed it many times before. You're welcome to keep believing whatever you want to believe. You're not really supposed to like her attitude. Correct. Something is off here. Like, you're not supposed to like her, and I think it's because it's built on the idea that we don't actually understand her all that well. It's by design. I think people, this is a story that rewards you for rereading carefully and paying attention to what's actually happened. And if you actually reread the cohabitation very carefully and actually pay attention to Chizuru, she's not misleading. She's not doing any of this stuff. The problem is they're literally out of sync, and Kazuya listens to Minnie all the time. And he needs to see Chizuru and not what Minnie is describing. And I think that's something that's going to be explored over time. Let's see. He has a higher chance to take Kazuya for the time Chizuru is doing her job. I believe Minnie or Sue. Who has a higher chance? Nobody. Kazuya may actually like hang out or go on dates with these people, but nothing's gonna happen. I genuinely think nothing's gonna happen. Kazuya is gonna hang out with. Kazuya is already going on dates with Ruka. That's not gonna end in this time period. Kazuya is gonna maybe meet up with Sumi in some weird way. Kazuya is definitely gonna meet up with Mami somehow, who's clearly interested in him again, right? All these girls and all these women around him are interested in him, and yet every single one is dysfunctional in some way, and I think that's brilliant. That's so fucking brilliant. Kazuya literally does not work with some of the people around him for various ways, and it shows how he actually works super well with Chizuru when they're in sync. For example, in the recent chapters, we literally saw how Minnie and Kazuya just don't work. Like, just straight up. Minnie actively fuels his irresponsibility. Constantly, consistently. She actively fuels his irresponsibility. She gets him drunk. She makes him overthink. He doesn't fucking understand what's happening. She literally says a whole bunch of fucking nonsense, and Kazuya doesn't understand what the fuck is going on. So even though Kazuya has a really fun dynamic with Minnie, okay, you're like the third person to say you're a psychologist and you understand this story. If some other motherfucker comes into this and starts telling me they're a fucking psychologist and they understand this story, I'm just gonna ban you. Get out. Fucking stupid shit, dude. I'm a psychologist. Yeah, you're the third fucking person to tell me that. Just get out of here. So literally we have this literally unbalanced dynamic with Minnie that doesn't really work. And even though Kazuya like enjoys Minnie's company, Minnie is literally not a good fit for him. She literally isn't. She's not Minnie needs someone who is responsible and balances her out. She's literally Kazuya who she literally fuels Kazuya's irresponsibility. They're kind of codependent on each other in unhealthy ways. So Minnie literally does not work for Kazuya, fundamentally speaking, right? In contrast, you have Ruka. Ruka isn't necessarily a bad partner, but Ruka doesn't work for a few simple reasons. She doesn't really pay attention to Kazuya's feelings and what he wants, and she's created this uncomfortable dynamic where her and Kazuya aren't necessarily bad for each other, but Ruka pushed Kazuya in ways where he doesn't open up to her anymore. He doesn't really let her in. And while Kazuya seemingly just lets go of his boundaries around Ruka, where she can just hug him and touch him and do all these things, Kazuya doesn't actually emotionally intimately interacted with Ruka. That never really happens. They have good physical intimacy, but they don't have proper emotional intimacy. And I think intimacy is a perfect balance between emotional and physical. And literally that Ruka and Kazuya don't really have that. They don't have that. Kazuya can't really open up to Ruka. That's just the thing that just doesn't happen. Kazuya doesn't really open up to Ruka. He never feels like he can, but Ruka can open up to him. And I think that informs that a lot. I would say Sumi is the closest thing to something that's actually really balanced with Kazuya. Like really, really balanced with Kazuya, where they seemingly empower each other. And exploring that dynamic is going to be really interesting. Kazuya's relationship with Sumi and what that actually means. And I think a part of Sumi's character needs to address the fact that she has feelings for Kazuya. And in some ways, like, this feels like it feels like it's like setting up for like a finale. Damn. But they should already be dating. That's hard. That's hard. I feel like I want him to keep going with the dating, but it feels like it's setting up for like a finale. Crazy. The fact that we don't see Chizuru's eyes when she said July 11th is interesting, and we only see them by the end. Yeah, right. You don't have the full picture, so you don't see what she's talking about. You don't have the full picture, so you don't see what she's talking about. And then it only becomes, oh my gosh, she has a moon. She literally has a moon right here. She's wearing a moon pendant on her hair. Bro, she's literally wearing a moon pendant on her hair. Be any less more subtle about it, Reiji. Just spell it the fuck out for readers. Moon, bro, nighttime, crucial. Remember that night? Remember that night? Very fucking crucial. It's a shooting star reaching the moon. Yeah. Right. Rewrite the stars, baby. I'm of the opinion that the play will be the big climax of the series. What will you stream after this ends? I don't know. Ruka X Kazuya physicality, Sumi X Kazuya emotions. Yeah. Yeah, I think Kazuya has like a really good emotional bond with Sumi, and with Ruka he has a really good physical bond. And with Minnie, yeah, with Chizuru, it's not just both. With Chizuru, she also so we can delve into this more. If you talk about Minnie, Kazuya seems to have a good physical and emotional bond with Minnie, but Minnie's very irresponsible. Like really irresponsible. She doesn't balance him out at all. She just fuels whatever he's currently feeling. Chizuru is a perfect balance to Kazuya. She literally balances him out. She's literally responsible, and she helps him out through going through life. Whereas Kazuya helps Chizuru out with going through love, right? Like Chizuru feels confident in her choices now because Kazuya guided her through love. And I think people don't recognize that. So in that way, Kazuya is a perfect balance to Chizuru's way of life, where they literally balance each other out. Chizuru is responsible. Kazuya kind of struggles with responsibility a little bit, and he needs Chizuru to balance him out. So it basically Chizuru fills each role that the other female character does not have with him in some way, shape, or form. Physical, emotional, challenges. What else do we have? And then of course you have with if we have Mami is an interesting case because Mami is a parallel to Kazuya's powerlessness. Mami essentially parallels Kazuya's powerlessness. He feels powerless, and so does she, and so they parallel each other. And Mami is pretty much the source of Kazuya's insecurities. She's kind of she's not necessarily the source. She's the core catalyst that created the Kazuya we see at the very beginning of the series. So Mami is essentially all of the negative parts of Kazuya. Doesn't that contradict what she said? She's okay to have both. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. No. She's not saying I don't want the other one. She never said that. She just says right now I want to completely focus on that and I don't want any other distractions. That's pretty much it. I just want to focus completely on that. I don't want to have any other distractions. If Kazuya is to be with her, he would be able to understand that. If Kazuya wants to be with her, he would totally understand that. Like he would be able to, yep, I got it. No problem, boss. And Kazuya would just support her. He would make her food. He would be there for her. That's it. But she can already handle all that stuff. So literally, what does Kazuya want? Kazuya doesn't want to be a distraction for her. There's a perfect chapter for this. There's a perfect chapter for this. It's literally before the date starts. Let's see if I can find it. Right here. when Chizuru is already rehearsed and prepared for her play, right? I hope I don't bother her by asking her out. When Chizuru is already set and trained for her play, Kazuya is not a problem whatsoever. Right? Kazuya doesn't want to bother her. And so he would understand. Right? They literally have an understanding of each other even without fully communicating. He would know. So when Chizuru is doing her play, Kazuya is not a distraction. Kazuya is not a problem. 1,000-year harem war? What? Kazuya's probably going to spend the next month rejecting everyone. Umi will most likely be the leading man in play. There's probably going to be drama around the kiss scene. Let's actually see it happen before we say anything else. Let's actually see that happen. It may not even be Umi. Let's not assume it's Umi. It could just be some guy. Right? It could literally just be some guy. Let's not assume it's Umi. Let's not even assume there's a kiss scene. I think it's best to just not assume any of this stuff. Like, we don't know. You could be right. We don't know. But Kazuya's pretty much gonna, like, I do think it's not just Kazuya's gonna be rejecting, it's Kazuya gonna be, like, actually going through this stuff and, like, exploring that stuff. Could it be that she possibly has a kissing scene in a play? Oh my god, everyone's saying it. Everyone is saying it. And Kazuya said kissing is what he considers to be cheating. She delays the relationship until she's done with the play. Just throwing it out. Could be. Umi is in movies. Chizuru is doing a play, right? We don't know. We don't know anything about Umi. We don't know anything about Umi. There could be a kissing scene in the play. Let's not get that wrong, okay? That's a total possibility. It aligns well with the question Chizuru asked about cheating. It aligns well. It's not totally out of the question. And they do come to a clear understanding between each other about cheating and what they consider to be cheating, which is like, you know, it's not the they both kind of come to the idea that what is it? It's not necessarily the action, it's the feeling behind it. Did you have feelings for that person when they did it? That's what they consider cheating. I don't assume it, but when Umi is coming back to the story, is if now his arc isn't over. He's gonna come back. I just don't know in what kind of role. If Umi comes back, Jumros will be fed for the ages. They totally will. They totally will. This is a story that challenges you. This is a story that fucking challenges you. If you're gonna get uncomfortable with that stuff, love is gonna be tough for you. Because you can't have love that's easy. There is, right? There is love that can be very easy. So, some of the other heroines in this story have a much easier time finding happiness than Chizuru. Like Chizuru literally, like she seems like she has everything, but she's an underprivileged kid, and she's going through shit. Like, I think people don't realize that. Like, I literally think this is, like, Reiji's really gonna start showing you how much Chizuru actually loves Kazuya, and you're gonna, like, people are gonna be like, oh my god, I've been so wrong this entire time. Like, I genuinely think, like, things are gonna be weird, but at the same time, I wouldn't be expect if there's, like, more controversial stuff moving forward, too. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, there's probably something Chizuru said. There's a real chance that Chizuru said something, and that something will come back and inform some sort of, future development that might surprise some readers, right? So we'll probably get like some sort of surprise development in the next few weeks, and that will be informed by something Chizuru said in the past. And then when you think about it and you go through it, you're like, oh, that makes some sense actually. But you know, doomers will doom. People will freak out. We don't know what's gonna happen. But it is her job, so it'll be fun to see how Kazi and Chizuru will react to this. There's a chance a kissing scene could happen. It makes some sense. It's not totally out of the question, right? It's not totally out of the question. And I think it would be interesting to see, like, how Chizuru kisses him versus how Chizuru kisses someone else. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the thing that's going to happen. Umi's gonna use this role to get closer to Chizuru, no doubt about that. But there's one crucial thing we're all kind of ignoring here. Do we even know Umi's relevant to this? Do we even know he's in this play? How do we know he would even get this role? Like, we don't know that. Sure. In the play we saw with Chizuru, in the very beginning of the series, Umi was the leading role. Here, what did Chizuru say? I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty good role. We don't know what the role is. Imagine as Umi's never seen again. I think he'll come back, but maybe he won't be what we expect. Weirdly, like, okay, I get it. From the way from the way we were introduced to Umi, he seems like a total scumbag. From the way, like, not the introduction to Umi, the date that he doesn't tell her is a date when they go on it. He seems like a total scumbag. But if you actually pay attention, you've seen signs Umi is not. And I think even if Umi had a role to play in getting Chizuru into this, I don't think he would actually try to intentionally hurt Chizuru. And I get that seems weird, but Umi has always wanted to support her. So Umi being in a position of support for Chizuru probably means a lot to him. That he's always wanted to support this person and he never seemingly could. I can't imagine 218 being canon, but this is going to be painful for Kazuya. I don't think it would be. Damn, I think that's excessive. I don't think it would be. But no, I don't know. I don't think so, dude. We don't know if this is the same director who was in the first play that Kazuya watched. No. All I was saying in regards to that director, all I was saying in regards to the original play that we saw was that Umi was in the leading role. Umi was a leading role in that play. That's all. So that's the only relation we have to Umi possibly being in this and possibly being a leading role. If a kissing scene happens, Reishi's messing up big time. No, not necessarily. He's foreshadowed it, and it makes sense. And Kazuya, and literally that's a part of boundaries with relationships. Like, it's a good exploration of like what sex workers would probably have to go through in terms of relationships, where it's like learning how to set proper boundaries between work and an actual relationship is probably very, very important to maintaining a proper relationship while still working something like that. And I do think that's also relevant to acting. In acting, it's like if you can properly set a healthy relationship and have an established sense of trust with your partner and create proper boundaries, from acting and from actually being with your partner, it can work. But you have to be mindful and approach it in a very meaningful way. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there is some sort of kissing scene. But it being Umi is the weird part. Like, I wouldn't mind if there was a kissing scene. I would mind if it was maybe Umi. That would be a little weird. Yeah, imagine if Mai from Bunny Girl Senpai had a kissing scene. None would bat an eye. Yeah. Um, I think people will react how they will react, and it is what it is. But I do think like a lot of the things Chizuru said will come back in some ways. So maybe there's just a kissing scene in the play, and that'll be something that'll be revealed later, and we'll know about it later, and people will be like, "Oh my god, oh my god." I can't fight against the intrusive thoughts that Chizuru is taking Kazuya for granted, but let's see how this goes. Again, pay attention to what I said earlier. She's not taking him for granted. She's literally trusting him. She has faith in him because he said he would wait. And if she's and she has this opportunity to follow her dream, he would trust her. So she's having faith in him. Like, she is scared, but it's a leap of faith. Just as the kiss is kind of a leap of faith. That she had trust in him. That she felt like she wasn't the issue, that she's not a burden to him. He could literally carry her. The thing, I explained this before, what happened in the date is literally simply this. What do you buy to see a play? A ticket. What does Chizuru have? A ticket. Do you do with that as you will? Oh yeah. Huh. Yeah, what? When is that ticket ever going to come into play? Haha. Come into play. Haha. That was not planned. But you know, is what it is. It is fun being wrong, though. Not gonna lie. It is kind of fun being wrong. Like, I actually enjoy it, especially considering we start piecing it more and more as we continue. And again, bro, people like came into the comments and were just like, "Oh man, I'm so disappointed by this chapter." And I'm like, you do realize when you say that kind of stuff, you're literally spoiling me, right? Your feelings are influencing how I'm feeling. I don't like that. And then people will like message me and be like, "I was right about this one thing." And be like, "Okay, that's vague, but you're also trying to spoil me without spoiling me." And that's annoying. And I hate that. I think the ticket will probably come into play on Kazuya's birthday. Actors are not good examples of healthy relationships. I'm not saying all actors. That's vague. I'm saying you can establish a healthy relationship with someone while working something like acting or sex work. That can happen. That's a thing. You can pull it off. However, it is not easy because it is complicated. And if you don't know how to create proper boundaries and create something healthy, it's very easy to not end up in a healthy relationship. That's just something that can happen. I'm not saying all actors. I'm not saying general. I'm explaining how it can work. There's a difference. It's been 100 chapters since the daycare arc. And I do think this is kind of nodding back to that in a reverse kind of way, where in the daycare arc, Umi literally mentions certain things that like happen in the daycare arc. Like literally, oh, what about your agency? What about all that stuff, right? But then here we come back and it flips the script, right? Now Chizuru's getting into a play. So in the daycare arc, it was literally about the innocence of childhood. Here it's contrasted by the adult world and something not being perfect and not being great and something kind of being messy. That's by design. This arc right now is literally the reverse of the nursery arc, right? In the nursery arc, Chizuru goes out of her way after talking to Umi to go out on a date with Kazuya. Here, it's the reverse. She goes out of her way to trust him that nothing will happen, right? She had to make sure he was okay then with the whole Umi thing. And she went on a date with him, and he had to feel safe and comfortable. Here, she's not coddling him. She's trusting him. It's literally reversed. Those two things, chapter 390 and this one, they're reversed. She's actually just completely trusting him, having faith in him, right? So literally, it's the reverse. What is Kazuya's final line in the nursery arc? Who remembers Kazuya's final line in the nursery arc? Oh my god, I literally said this in the past videos. Holy shit. I like how I called it, but like didn't call it. And what I mean by that is chapter 296. I called it, but I didn't call it. What is Kazuya's final line in the nursery arc? I trust you, Mizuhara. Okay, time to have that challenge trust. Time to challenge that trust. Here she is. Now she's trusting him. It doesn't matter if sex workers are role models or whatever. None of that shit matters. I don't know what your reasoning is. No, that's idiotic. They're not choosing career over spouse and emotions. That's idiotic. That's not necessarily true. What if you want to date someone while doing sex work? You're not gonna just quit, right? What if it doesn't work out and you quit for no reason? That's stupid. You should balance it. And then if you want to get married and you want to be together, then you can quit to create proper healthy boundaries. But to say you can't do one thing just because you do another thing is stupid. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's not how life works. Life is a constantly moving thing that's ever changing. So that doesn't align, you know? It doesn't make any sense. Like you have to find ways to make things work while also keeping your life going. Chizuru is not going to give up acting. That's not going to go away. I only meant kissing scene is regardless that is relevant to that idea. Kissing scenes are relevant to the same idea of sex work. It just happens to be sex is a lot more like intimate, like a lot more intimate than a kiss. But a kiss in a film, touching someone, being close to someone as an actor, it literally deals with that same level of intimacy. It's just not as deep. right? And there's a reason Chizuru discusses that discusses that when talking about cheating. Just wondering, what would Chizuru tell Kazuya if he actually reached out this morning? I don't know. Genuinely do not know. I don't know. I actually don't know. Genuinely speaking, no idea. I'm not gonna pretend like I fucking know. I don't. I genuinely don't know. Wasn't the number chapter 286 always shown here, and the chapter was titled Trust? Oh yeah, it's because in chapter, so if we go back to chapter 389, and you look at what Minnie's drinking. What Minnie's drinking here is literally a soda with the number 296. The chapter where Kazuya literally says, "I trust you, Mizuhara." Also, the actual can is 196, and it reads 0 something. This one reads "Strong Love." How funny, how subtle. Strong love, love literally persevering. Minnie in the box is so damn cute. She's acting like Chizuru, who Minnie perceives as a cat, and she sits in a box. Very subtle. So subtle. Kazuya's birthday is June 1st. It's near. It is near. It is like a week away, I think. Now Kazuya can only rely on Minnie's info, which is usually incorrect. All Minnie has to do is just relay this info. That she has a play, and that yeah, all Minnie has to do is relay this info. Chizuru has a play, and she won't date anyone until July 11th, which means Kazuya doesn't have to worry about anything else. Yeah, and rental date. She asked what it's cheating because she couldn't differentiate rental and boyfriend date. Exactly. Rental can act as a metaphor for literally actors, sex work, all that stuff. It all aligns. It all clicks. That's the whole point. She couldn't differentiate for those exact reasons. Literally, it all connects. You just have to pay attention. You just have to piece it together. She literally mentions acting and sex work in her exact wording. If not for Minnie coming and asking her, was she going to ever tell Kazuya? There's a chance. But Minnie was always going to show up. That was just inevitable. Minnie was going to show up. And I think Chizuru was prepared for it. I think Chizuru like had faith Minnie was going to show up. This is literally all Chizuru's faith. I love how freaked out she is. I love how fucking freaked out she is. She's so freaked out. That's so funny. Yeah, maybe she knew Minnie was coming. Maybe she didn't know Minnie was coming. We don't know. Maybe she was waiting for Kazuya to text and she would tell him this. Right? Kazuya would have texted eventually. Maybe she was waiting for Kazuya to text. Minnie just happened to show up first. Right? And Minnie did tell him it's just a matter of time. No, rental doesn't do intimacy, no kisses. But they do handhold and they do touch. Chizuru does handhold. Chizuru does touch them. Chizuru interacts with them. She's literally on a date with them. Sure, there's technically no intimacy, but her other job does have intimacy. Do you see the issue? Chizuru's acting does have intimacy. You're missing my point. There is hand-holding, there is interaction, there's emotional intimacy. There's an emotional level of intimacy in rental. There's a physical level of intimacy in acting. And sex work has a mixture of both.
So that raises a simple question. What is the bar for cheating? When are you actually cheating? Do you see the issues? Chizuru is literally comparing not just rental, but also her acting biz, because she is an actress, and there might be a kissing scene. Yeah, so I don't think Chizuru... Okay, so I will say, I don't think Chizuru was expecting Minnie. I don't think Chizuru was expecting Minnie. I don't think Chizuru was expecting Minnie to show up. However, she was just simply waiting for Kazuya to text. In that way, if Kazuya texted, she would have told him. Why haven't you messaged Master at all? I don't even care that you hid it from me. I don't know what kind of guy you like. I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. And it's like, Chizuru knows. She's like, oh yeah, I'm aware. Right? Chizuru, like this line, isn't this literally verbatim what Kazuya said? Verbatim what Kazuya said. Chizuru has said before to Mommy this exact line. I think he could make you happy for life. So Chizuru knows. But where's the red line of cheating, holding hands in rental dates, kissing a guy in a movie? It's all morally gray. That's the point. It's not immoral. Not morally gray. It's not immoral. What? It's nonsense. What? It's not immoral. What the fuck are you talking about? How's that immoral? It's just morally gray. That's dumb. Holding hands in rental dates and kissing a guy in a movie is immoral. Sure. It's a job. The fuck are you on about? I think all couples have different lines of cheating. Yeah. Do you think Chizuru is a bit frustrated with Minnie here? That's why she looks a bit cold here. Could be. I don't know if she looks cold. I don't know if she looked cold. Like when Minnie walks in, Chizuru's freaking the fuck. Look at this. She's freaking. Holy shit, what is she doing in class, in school? And then she's calm. She doesn't look. Actors made you way too comfortable with kissing and label it as acting. It is acting. Literally, when you watch a movie and you see a couple cry, when you see a couple kiss and you cry, that is acting. You felt something. That doesn't mean these two are actually together. Literally, one of my favorite scenes in the Superman film is when Lois Lane and Superman kiss. And interestingly though, it seems like her... well, actually, I'm not going to get into that, but it does seem like the actress doesn't have a great relationship with her husband. But, nah, I'm not going to worry about that. But yeah, literally, my favorite part of the Superman film is the intimate relationship between the actor for Superman and the actress for Lois Lane. So fucking what? Does this stream know what acting is? Jesus, I know, it's dumb. Like, Jesus Christ. There's many people who have amazing relationships who are actors. Trust is going to be the main theme of this arc. Communication was the previous. No, I think this arc is trust and communication. The last arc looked like it was communication, and there was a lot of communication, but a lot of it was getting lost. This arc is about trust. Yes, I do agree. If she can stonewall Minnie after a kiss, isn't she doing the same here? It's like a reminder of Minnie's behaving like mommy. She's not stonewalling Minnie here. She actually just tells her straight up what's happening. Because Minnie is the delivery service, the D-mail. Speaking of which, for those who have seen SteinsGate, D-mail is just supposed to be Gmail, right? Or am I wrong? Is that relevant to the time travel? Is that relevant to the time travel thing? Because this is clearly talking about the theme of time and waiting. right? It's not even subtle. Hey, look, time. Damn, Minnie could hold her alcohol. And so could Kazuya. How funny. I guess Kazuya was fine after all, right? Took it like a champ. Delron Mail is a Back from the Future reference, but this says D Mail. So wait, is the SteinsGate reference a Back to the Future reference? But this is most likely a SteinsGate reference because Reiji doesn't reference movies with Minnie. He references anime, which is different. He does not reference movies with Minnie. He references anime. The DeLorean Mail is a Back from the Future. Okay, so I was right. Okay. So this is most likely a reference to SteinsGate. Fine. Let me look up SteinsGate shit. D-Mail. Short for DeLorean Mail, are messages that are sent to the past. They can be used to cause the active world line to change by contradicting historical events. To quickly summarize the technology, D-mails are used the pheno wave, an experimental combination of microwave and phone that happens to produce mini black holes. A large surge donates electrons, blah, blah, blah. A message passes through that singularity travels to the past, with the microwave timer controlling how far it travels. However, the size of the singularity produces this. Explanation with an example. Consider the D-mail Okuba sends himself with the winning lottery 6 numbers. The initial world line is one where Okuba did not feel like entering a lottery 6 at the time, but there should also exist an inactive world line where he did decide to enter. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. Wait. What does Kazuya say? Holy shit. Oh, this reminded me of something I totally forgot. Oh my god. Chapter 263 with Mommy. Listen to what he says. Perhaps there's another timeline in which I'm still together with her, though that isn't possible, not at this point. Kazuya is literally going to be presented with alternate timelines. Oh. Chizuru is the one true timeline, and he's going to be presented with alternate timelines. Huh. Literally, inactive timelines are reactivated. And Minnie literally talks about other choices, other timelines, right? Sumi, Mommy, Ruka, even Minnie herself, possibly. Literally, oh my god, okay. Okay, so that's what, okay. Wow. That's interesting. It literally feels like we're gonna, like, you know, she has faith he'll pick the right one, or she has faith he'll stay consistent. Of course, there'll be a marriage arc, but first there'll be a dating arc. Yeah, I feel like when they start dating, everybody's just gonna shut up and be like, "Yay!" I actually kind of connect Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship with the song Forever. Interestingly, Reiji said he doesn't really listen to music when he when he creates manga. He does watch a lot of movies and he does listen to music, but when he's creating manga, he tends to not listen to music. That's what he said. He just would be silent for most of it. Minnie is an otaku with a brain rot like most of the audience. Lol. Yeah. Do you think we're getting a marriage arc between Chizuru and Kazuya? Yeah, he said that earlier. Of course, there'll be a marriage arc, but yeah, the first dating. Her girlfriend is secretly a time travel story. Chizuru said she focuses on a play, but as we see in the past, she'll keep thinking about Kazuya and wanting to see him. Yeah, and I do think she'll want to see him at some point, right? I do think she'll want to see him at some point because we've seen that in the 3-month time skip. She literally couldn't stop thinking about him. They're gonna meet somehow. I don't think it'll just be no Chizuru. What? They'll go sci-fi and do. No, it's not literally straight up sci-fi. It's not straight up sci-fi, but it is a direct nod to it. Right? It is a direct nod to it. right? So yeah, my initial assessment was wrong. Shocking. Shocking. But I was correct in that it would be a positive thing. At this point, we should give Minnie proper character treatment. She's actually already had a lot. It's just very subtle. She's already had a lot. It's actually quite subtle, right? So literally, Minnie was literally. So for instance, what Minnie is doing right now is a fundamental contradiction to her belief that love is something you go through alone. Because loneliness is a part of love, but it's not inherently lonely. Minnie tells Kazuya that love is a lonely battle that you have to go through alone. What the fuck is Minnie doing right now? What is Minnie doing right now? She went to Chizuru to fight Kazuya's battle. Isn't that interesting? She's literally already contradicting her own beliefs. Isn't it already more into sci-fi by the alien's presence? Yeah, there was an alien. So let me read a little bit more. So okay, this is how D-mail works. Come on, just so this is how D-mail works. If it'll, there we go. Yeah, sends it back to that one, creates a new timeline. And Minnie is afraid like a new timeline will be created. Yeah, I wonder if there's a little more to this reference. She went to Chizuru and it wasn't fruitless. Yeah. She didn't just go to Chizuru and it wasn't fruitless. Minnie literally, like Minnie is literally deconstructing her own character in her own presence. We need more alien in Fishkun. Yeah, Fishkun does come back in this chapter, doesn't he? Wow. Okay, also foreshadows that Chizuru could make the same mistake as of his mom and waste the true selfless love Kazuya for the selfish ephemeral love. Why do we do this every time? Why do we do this every time? We always come back to this. Why? Do we not learn? Do we not understand? Chizuru is already afraid of this and she made her choice. She's not afraid of it anymore. She trusts him. No. I'm heading to the bank for a bit. BRB. Bye. Oh yeah, we never find out what the fucking bank visit was. Right? There's still so much we don't know. 10:30. 10:15. We don't see a date. Yeah, we don't see a date. Yeah, there's no date. There's no date. We just know it's a month and a half from now. But it's a way of Reishi telling you if Chizuru chose wrong. I think Chizuru isn't the one who's actually struggling to make a choice. It's Kazuya. Because Kazuya is the one who's surrounded by all these other women. And he says he chooses Chizuru. Now it's going to be tested. Chizuru's already had people go after her constantly. So if anything, it feels like more of a test to Kazuya. Especially considering Minnie's the one wearing it. Feels like Chizuru has faith in Kazuya. Now it's Kazuya's faith in himself being tested. It feels like. Right? And Kazuya's faith in Chizuru. Like they're literally their faith in each other is being tested. That's what it feels like to me, rather than anything like that. Like, yeah, sure, Umi's in play, don't get me wrong. But Chizuru already knows and doesn't feel like something they would do, you know? Let me check Twitter real quick. We can go to Reddit in a little bit. We also have the chapter to read. Is Ruka's turn to get rejected coming up? Still too early? It's a little too early. I don't think it's going to happen just yet. Yeah, but I was right. It seems like Ruka is something that Kazuya has to actually decide for himself. Right? That Kazuya has seemingly put Ruka on the back burner for a while. And it seems like something he really has to kind of confront and like deal with. Get that over with. Let's see. What else? Whatever Reishi's taking to the tour subscription, how do you understand what he says? I asked the Japanese fans who are there to give me like a quick translation, or someone does a translation of that stuff. And I just kind of share what I think is okay to share. I'm gonna stream Johan. I just want to check up this review. I just keep thinking this story wraps up like it'll be so nostalgic to read it again piece by piece. Yeah. So let's see what else has people said. Chizuru, come on, you should have told Kazuya that first. The fact that you went on stage after the kiss was because of your circumstances. It doesn't really have much to do with Kazuya. If Minnie-chan hadn't asked, you probably wouldn't have ever mentioned it, right? See the 3-month incident. As usual, you were self-centered, huh? Is Chizuru being self-centered, or should Kazuya have asked? Like, a simple point is made to you here. Is like, shouldn't have Kazuya asked? Like, all he had to do was ask, and she just could have told him. But Minnie was showing up, and Minnie was inevitably going to show up, right? So the question is pitched to you, oh, what if Minnie hadn't showed up? Okay, but she did. She's practically begging for someone to give her a push. Nice analysis from Minnie. And Minnie did show up, right? Minnie did inevitably show up. And was Chizuru begging for a push? People are mad at Chizuru here, but really, this is all on Kazuya. He didn't ask. Yeah. And Minnie did show up, right? I was bitching all week last week about how Kazuya wasn't fucking asking anything. And Minnie was the one who told him to wait. It is Minnie's responsibility to show up. Now, is it Chizuru? So this is for Minnie, and Kazuya. It is Minnie's responsibility to show up and talk to Chizuru because Minnie is the one who told Kazuya to wait, right? However, for Chizuru kissed him. What do you want her to do? She kissed him. He should ask something, anything. It's not like she was blocking him out. She didn't do anything bad. So people are like upset at Chizuru, but the simple matter of the fact is Kazuya didn't say anything. So right? Think about that for a second. I was explaining this last chapter. Minnie's the one who convinced Kazuya not to text, to wait it out. That Chizuru would text him. So it is Minnie's responsibility to show up and to talk to Chizuru. It was Kazuya's turn to move. He didn't move. How is that Chizuru's fault? And Chizuru was trying to text him. And if Kazuya wanted to know, he would ask. Seen more Umi posts on Reddit in the past hour than I've seen in the past month combined. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Fans in this story love to fucking doom. Fans in this story love to fucking doom, dude. That is like a running gag with these people, bro. And Chizuru doesn't know that Kazuya is like a total mess when he's at home. He never shows this, right? Kazuya does. Oh, thank you, Chris. Keep up the good work. Thank you. That's really nice of you. Yeah, Chizuru like doesn't know Kazuya is a total mess, and like Minnie tells her the obvious here. He's like, he believes in you in every fiber of his being. He's taking everything you said to heart. He has faith that one day he'll be rewarded. Do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? Okay, if he has faith that he'll one day be rewarded, July 11th, that's the day. July 11th, that's the day. After that, it's fair game. Right, so this is about, I think now Reiji's going to take the time to explore Kazuya, and I genuinely think he has confidence in taking the time to explore Kazuya's character because of the, so interesting story for you guys that you probably don't know. When Reiji was doing the scouting, do you guys remember the scouting where Kazuya and Minnie went to scout at the, at Joypolis? He was worried at the time that the survey scores would drop. Because the biggest thing for the manga is the survey scores. Basically, if you do the surveys, and you know you get good traction and people like it and stuff, that's great. But if it drops, then it's bad. He was worried that it would drop when he was doing the scouting thing with Minnie. It didn't. It stayed consistent. People kept reading and they kept being interested. So if we go by that same logic, I can see Reiji worrying that, hey, you know, maybe it might not work out or something, but now he's going to focus more on Kazuya. So it aligns with that really well. That like, okay, now Reiji's going to explore Kazuya's character without a crazy amount of Chizuru, and the surveys won't drop because Kazuya became so likable by many people. So I think that'll be really interesting. Okay. What else? Huh. It's like Minnie technically went back in time. If you think about it, it sounds weird. I know. It's like technically Minnie went back in time and she talked to Chizuru. Or maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I'm trying to remember the time travel shit in SteinsGate and like the relevance of it to that besides the timeline thing, right? July 11th is not 3 months. It is a month and a half. July 11th is not 3 months, it is a month and a half, which is exactly half of 3 months. It's literally exactly half of 3 months. Dropping the July 11th day was pretty surprising. Didn't expect a timeline to bet where before Kazuya's birthday. How the birthday plays out is my biggest question. Yeah, I think the birthday will be relevant. And I think we'll be getting more stuff from Chizuru. It's not going to be just nothing happens. After he moved, lol, so the time loop does 3 months. What are you talking about? He moved a few days ago. It wouldn't be... What? What are you talking about? At most, it would be 2 months. At most. But that doesn't make sense. It's only been a day or two. Minnie is like the genie from Aladdin. Everyone wants a friend like her. I don't think she's like the genie from Aladdin. Doesn't feel like the genie from Aladdin. Oh no, Chizuru has to miss his birthday due to rehearsal. I think Chizuru will find a way to show up for his birthday. He was there for her birthday. It makes like I don't think Chizuru's just gonna be like, I'm just not gonna talk to him. Maybe she'll text him happy birthday. Maybe she'll tell him I'll send you a gift later or something. Like we don't know. It's best not to assume. We have to recognize we don't understand, just like Minnie doesn't understand. And we're slowly gonna start getting some answers soon. Right? Predicting the future is not an easy thing. Right? I was totally wrong about a lot of stuff and I was totally right about other stuff. This is from a Japanese fan. I'm just trying to find what Japanese people are saying to like. Yeah, people are excited about mommy's backstory, or sorry, more mommy stuff. I heard the new episode was kind of good. Is it out? Let's go to Crunchyroll. Is the new episode out? I heard it was kind of good. No, hey, it is. The new episode's out. Feels like I have to reread every mini chapter without reading anything she writes and looking only at words for other characters. She's the voice of the audience, sure, but it seems like an unreliable narrator. She is an unreliable narrator. That's the design. That is literally the point of Minnie's character. She is an unreliable narrator. We'll watch this in just a sec. Oh my god, this just feels like a photo. This just literally looks like a photo. That's so funny. We'll watch that in just a sec. Let me read what this fan had to say. Yeah, I could see Kazuya like texting Chizuru and telling her good luck or something. Like I don't think Kazuya is just gonna stay silent, but he could. But she's literally telling him like like literally the thing I think people are missing with this chapter is Chizuru literally straight up says, for a month and a half you don't have to worry about anything. Right? Just don't worry for like a month and a half. If you think about it like that. Right? Here she's hidden in shadow. It's a play from a director that I've always wanted to act for. Right? You don't see her clearly. I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for Pretty Big Role. And there's a projector. How interesting. I think a part of the thing that Chizuru is hiding is that maybe Chizuru is wants to show him this play. She wants him to see her just like she wanted Sayuri to see her big up there on the big stage. Maybe she's hiding, she's partially doing this for him. Which makes a lot of sense. I've decided that I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with that. Then what about after that? And she is a replacement. What do you think the replacement means? Her being a replacement. Ah, actually, that could mirror like it's something temporary. She's a replacement, but also who would replace her? Isn't that interesting? Minnie literally tells her, Minnie's wording is exactly this. What if someone takes him from you? What if someone replaces you in his heart? And she herself is a replacement in a play. Isn't that interesting? She herself is a replacement in a play while Minnie speaks of someone replacing her in a play. And Chizuru is essentially saying, even if I'm a replacement, I still want to do this. Right? Literally matching rental. It literally matches rental. Even though Chizuru is a replacement for something real, right? He still wanted to do this. Literally kind of nodding to Kazuya himself. And even though she may be replaceable, she still wants to commit to this. Huh. Isn't that interesting? Chizuru's mindset is all wrong. Having a boyfriend like Kazuya that supports you the way he does is the best thing you could wish for. She knows this. She knows this. The thing is, she doesn't want to sit down and have to sort all this out with Kazuya and all this stuff. She's literally just saying, let me just focus on this. You trust me, don't you? You said you'd wait, don't you? Didn't he? Berkez is a bit frustrated, I think. I would not be surprised if people are frustrated. I really wouldn't. I'm not surprised. I'm not. Anybody would be frustrated by this development. Anybody would be. I'm just a stupid fan who does not get frustrated by this stuff. But I think I'm of the mindset that even though it is frustrating, it's engaging and fun for that exact reason. That I could feel this emotion, that I could be frustrated, that I can be like, what the fuck are you doing, Chizuru? That the fact that I can feel this way is good, but I also recognize I don't understand the full picture, and I'm okay with that. And I don't think this is completely true. I don't think what Chizuru is saying to Minnie here is completely true. Yes, she's looking at her directly, but she does want to be with Kazuya. And I do think she will probably interact with him in some way, shape, or form. You can be the main actress if the production feels people like her act. What? They're not going to just change actors. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. No, Chizuru knows. Chizuru knows that like she's in shadows, faceless. She's not faceless. She literally has a face. It's very clear. She literally has a face. It's very clear. The fact that she's in shadows just means there's something she's hiding. That's all. That's all. She's omitting certain pieces of information. That's all. It doesn't mean she's faceless. If she's faceless, she would literally not have a face. If she's faceless, she would literally not have a face. Here, she doesn't have a face because you don't know what she's talking about. And then her face appears in the shadows. In the light, it is hidden. In the shadows, it is clear. And then Minnie is in shadows at the very end of the chapter. Literally matching how she is in shadows here. Right? Minnie saw something underneath. Minnie saw the shadow underneath. She's seeing things a little bit more clearly in the shadows. Minnie is literally in the shadows with her. Right? I think there's a lot coming this arc. First, Sumi and Chizuru talking about her feelings, birthday party. Ooh, that could be interesting. Why Mame called Kazuya during the date, and then Ruka finding out Kazuya is seeing Chizuru. Yeah, those are all good guesses, Wild Goku. So yeah, first Sumi and Chizuru talking about her feelings, the birthday party, which was foreshadowed. Not only addressing Sumi's feelings for Kazuya too. Why Mame called Kazuya during the date, something we never got clarity on. So that'll definitely be something that needs to be explored. And finally, Ruka finding out Kazuya is seeing Chizuru. It's just gonna happen eventually, but I don't think it's gonna happen right away. I think there's going to be a little bit more time. I think we're going to get another chapter 389 situation. Minnie tells Kazuya can't find to ask Chizuru about it until Chizuru has to go to them directly. Could be. Since it starts in the weekend, there's time before then. Yeah, so since it starts in the weekend, it's not the weekend yet. So Chizuru still has time to come up and talk to him. So yeah, that's totally possible. In the next few chapters, Chizuru may still talk to Kazuya and clear things up. That's totally possible. I like it because it shows many realities in relationships, and this one is going to be the long-distance relationship. It could be. Right? Long-distance relationship is the first thing. It's not long-distance, though. They're close to each other, but they just aren't together. I was more frustrated at last week's chapter, actually, because Kazuya was so passive. Yeah, but part of it is Minnie's fault. Anyways, Minnie is sweating a lot. Minnie is sweating a lot. Right? She looks drunk. Big question. Who recommended Chizuru to the replacement for the play? That's something to find out. We don't know. Everybody's like, it's Omi, it's Omi, it's Omi. I don't fucking know. Maybe literally there's just a possibility that that person just saw Chizuru, conveniently saw this, and recommended her. It's not like that person wouldn't know about Chizuru's stuff, and if he was involved, it just makes sense. We don't know. Could be anybody. Maybe literally it could just be the connections. That's it. Maybe the person who gave her the role is the one who recommended it. You don't know. Could have been Umi. I don't know. Maybe it was Umi. She's sweating out all that liquor from last night. Is the GD weekly waiting? I don't have a problem with the pacing at all. Read it as a binge. It was really good. What do I have to feel? What do I have the feeling that Miho's gonna get involved? The Chizuru's plan is not gonna be played out like he said. Yeah. I mean, it's totally possible. Miho's definitely gonna come back in the future. What that entails, I don't know. When that happens, I don't know. Next chapter teaser says Diamond fell from eyes, so it can be Chizuru's crying, but for what reason? We don't know if it's Chizuru crying. It doesn't say Diamond fell from eyes. It says Diamond from the eyes. Not diamonds fell, Diamond from the eye, which implies it's tears. But we don't know, and Chizuru literally works Diamond. And so like it could be anything. It's vague. No, I don't think Kazuya will tell Ruka about living with Chizuru for the past month. That doesn't seem like something he would do just yet. If we go back to the Tiger's Den party, you can see Umi's profile photo, which is a football. Umi, back in the Christmas arc, said he plays with his friends. He's definitely inviting Kazuya. Huh. I don't see why. He hasn't talked to him in like 4 months. I don't see why. She's sweating out all the liquor from last night. Yeah, Kazuya was acting like a little bitch in chapter 389, but can we really blame him after everything that he has endured for Chizuru? No wonder he is afraid. I'm gonna be real with you. It's not simply Chizuru. A part of it is Kazuya's own fears and insecurities, tied with Minnie, who's making them worse. That chapter was reflecting how Minnie fuels Kazuya's insecurities, and he's not usually like this. Minnie literally made him worse. Kazuya wasn't actually being all that passive. And the problem was, if Minnie had just left it alone, he might have actually talked to Chizuru. If Minnie had left it alone, there's a real chance he could have talked to Chizuru. Minnie didn't leave it alone, which resulted in that entire scenario. The camera's dead. Of course it is, because I'm stupid and I forgot to put my charger. Ugh. Seems to be a running gag with me. Oh well, I'll just let it sit for a little bit and while it recharges. Thanks for letting me know though. But for some reason, people think Umi is the superstar when he's a startup actor. He likely doesn't have that much power. We don't know. I mean, Umi seems really well connected. Actually, I don't know about that. I think Umi does seem really well connected. You know that girl that I like. I've been living with her for a month, and I don't have feelings for you, Ruka. Does that sound like something Kazuya would say? No, right? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think maybe on Kazuya's birthday, there's a chance he'll tell Ruka the truth. Or not. I think maybe Kazuya's birthday may be something really nice. I kind of hope so. But I do think we're going to focus more on Kazuya. Everything else is Japanese reader, please. Yeah, sure. I can do that. I was putting it off a little bit. This isn't their analysis, it's their first impression. I do have to clarify that. This isn't analysis, this is the first impression. The thing on the way back, recreating it, recreation complete. As expected, teasing awareness of guilt, sudden change, first contact, the trigger. From the other side, negative thinking, wall, bet, Ichinose Chizuru, association. On the other hand, restless, incoming call. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is the wrong thing. Well, this is the wrong thing. Yep, that was the wrong thing. Whoops. Good thing I checked. So yeah, while many people will say Chizuru's taking Kazuya for granted, I think she's just trusting him. She just has faith in him that he'll understand. And she will probably has to explain a little bit. I could see her needing to explain something to Kazuya. Just give me a sec. Let me read some of the comments. Right now, Chizuru's taking the easy way out, making an excuse to avoid confronting Kazuya because she's somehow afraid he'll make her doubt her convictions. No. She's literally just having faith in him. What are you talking about? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Charizard. What do you mean, Charizard? Charizard, come on, bro. What do you mean? No, that's not what's happening. That's literally not what's happening. She just has faith in him. She has faith he'll understand. But she'll probably have to explain something. Because they're probably going to meet up. That just makes some sense. There's probably going to be a short meetup, a quick meetup. That makes some sense. Predictions for next chapter. Will we hit July 11th before chapter 400? If the separation arc chance to resolve side relationships that have been held on forever. We don't know. I really don't know. I have no idea. I don't know how long this arc will be. I don't know if this will be a new saga. The manga framed it like it's something new and exciting. So we don't know. It's hard to know. I do think Kazuya's birthday will be big. I've said this a few times. What if Kazuya uses the time to sort everything out, like with the Ruka thing and the Mami thing, and through his gradual realization how important Chizuru is to him, very emotional, you know? Chizuru's convictions are rock solid. That can't be the case. Yeah, Chizuru is pretty set in her convictions. Like, she doubts herself, yes, but she's pretty set in her convictions. If anything, Chizuru's big role is Kazuya's hard work being rewarded. He'll be more excited about the revelation than perhaps their relationship. Yeah, he'll just be happy for her, for one. If this to end stuff with Ruka, they should end it in one chapter. You're funny. If you genuinely think the Ruka thing is going to end in a single chapter, you're hilarious. That's hilarious. That's not, there's no way in holy hell that's going to end in a single chapter. No way. Kazuya saying he'll wait years gives Chizuru the free pass. She doesn't have to worry about him leaving. Yeah. Not simply that. It's not simply that. She just trusts him because he accepted all of her. And he accepted her bad sides. So she just has faith in him. That he'll understand if she does something a little unfair. If she does something a little selfish, he'll understand. And he knows this, right? Like, that's what he conveyed to her. That he'll understand if she does something a little selfish. He showed he could handle it. Okay. Let's see if my camera's back up yet. Come on. That should be enough. The question is, where will the ticket be used now? I can imagine the end will be hers. I could see the ticket being used on Kazuya's birthday. So it's basically confirmed that they're together after July 11th. Not necessarily, like, yes, but they could get together before. Basically, Chizuru put it off knowing full well what that means. But there's more. I think there's going to be more. I think we're going to see Chizuru, like, talk to Kazuya. He may not be a boyfriend, but she'll talk to him. What do you mean, Hachiman? What do you mean showing us Chizuru's pathetic side? What do you fucking mean? We see it constantly. Last chapter, she was literally on the verge of tears. What the fuck are you talking about? During the date, she was literally breaking down and Kazuya admits she was crying. What do you mean? I'm fixing the camera right now. This is going to be the challenge to Kazuya's faith in Chizuru. Because Kazuya in the date struggles to have faith in Chizuru. This is Kazuya's challenge to have faith in her. That's the point. Kazuya says he has faith in Chizuru, but he gets scared whenever Minnie says stuff. Oh, for the love of, with the ghosting nonsense. Come on. Y'all are so stupid. I swear, I'm talking to kids. How old are y'all? Y'all seem like children to me. Ghosting. Funny. Ghosting. No, she literally explained. God damn. 26. Oh, you're only 4 years younger than me. Does Kazuya have faith in Chizuru? He says so, but his insecurities are driving dominant aspects of his character. Doom and gloom, fans bringing up Umi, having him co-star practically writes itself. Yeah. Yeah. A breakup doesn't have to be a mutual decision, particularly Kazuya's relationship with Ruka. If he insists, ending it there is much we can do. So that is an interesting thing that you bring up with Ruka. I will talk about that more when we're watching the anime, but I wrote a whole thing, and I actually realized Ruka isn't actually as bad as we think she is. She does bad stuff in Hawaiians, but most of the stuff like I used to say about Ruka, I actually kind of take it back a little bit, and I'm starting to realize there's actually a lot more going on with Ruka's character that's actually really interesting. Ruka isn't actually that shitty. I'm saying that fully aware of what happens in Hawaiians, so bear with me. But yes, for Ruka, in terms of a breakup, notice how Kazuya tries to break up with Ruka. He says he bows down on the ground, asking permission to break up with her. Not, setting clear boundaries and breaking up with her. You don't need her permission. So why does he bow down and ask for permission? Kazuya essentially doesn't set clear, concise boundaries with Ruka, and he doesn't talk to her like normally, which causes some of the problems. And it shows Kazuya's inexperience. I'm not saying he's stupid. I'm saying he's just inexperienced because he's never broken up with anyone before. Like, Kazuya doesn't know how to fucking break up with anyone. He's never broken up with anyone before. In the current, we don't see Mommy's face, but the other characters because we're seeing them being so real to themselves. Meanwhile, Mommy is still figuring it out. Yeah, isn't that interesting how we don't see Mommy here? We only see her back. I know. Oh, ooh. It's something only a cruel woman would do, specifically near Mommy. But to have him come this far and still make him wait is something only a cruel woman would do. It specifically shows Mommy right next to this. Then you have Sumi next to the words faith. Then, right here, do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? And it has Ruka there. The wording is very intentional. The placement of the words is very intentional next to who it belongs to. So for Sumi, I wouldn't say this in front of Master because I have faith as well. Sumi doesn't say this stuff in front of Kazuya because she has faith. Sumi doesn't say certain things and doesn't say her feelings because she has faith. But then you have Mommy specifically next to the words a cruel woman. And then next to Ruka specifically that she can snatch him away. I don't know what kind of guy you like. Her eyes are closed. She literally doesn't see who Chizuru likes, even though Chizuru clearly likes Kazuya. But I don't think he'll ever find someone who loves him as much as you do. The reason Chizuru is invisible here is because Minnie literally doesn't see her. The reason Chizuru is invisible here is because Minnie made Chizuru invisible. She doesn't see her. And then Minnie's eyes start to open. And it zooms out. And then she starts seeing Chizuru. It's a play from a director that I've always wanted to play. Oh, Minnie's processing now. Notice how Minnie's eyes are wide open in contrast to right here when they were closed. She's so busy screaming she doesn't actually see him. Or see her, sorry. And then Chizuru turns it, she sees the shadows. And then Minnie is in shadows. She literally finally saw Chizuru. Minnie finally saw Chizuru. Minnie has feelings for Kazuya. I've already seen hints in the trial day, but now I have zero doubts. I kind of have doubts about it, to be honest. I think Minnie's issue with Kazuya is that she's so caught up in his love life, she's actually catching feelings. But I don't think she actually loves him in the traditional sense. I'm curious how Reiji will explore that element of Minnie's character, is like what her feelings are for Kazuya. What do they mean? And I think they'll delve into that. We need season 1 Higai Hachiman's monologue for Chizuru. Man, he would have cooked her good. You're kidding. Hachiman's an idiot. Hachiman is a stupid high schooler who doesn't even believe half of the crap he says. And everyone calls him out on it constantly in season 1. Everyone literally fucking gets pissed at him because he's so stupid. He's literally talking a bunch of nonsense. And literally later admits he's overthinking everything. Hachiman is not someone you think would cook Chizuru. She would cook him. That's hilarious if you actually think that. Like, Hachiman's an idiot. He's a stupid high schooler who doesn't know anything. He acts like he's smart and he knows everything. He doesn't. He's stupid. That's the whole point. The whole point is that he acts like he understands everything when he doesn't. He has to constantly learn and get out of his shell and stop acting like he knows what the fuck he's talking about when he's just a stupid high schooler. That's literally the whole point. The chapter kill all the Mami ex Kazuya ship. Yeah. They never went to Tahiti in the end, though. Oh, what? Is my imagination, or has Kazuya shown some character growth recently? He has been growing, but also regressing, and essentially has to finally grow. I have no idea what you're talking about, Cutter. Like, straight up, I don't know what you're trying to say. What do you mean? What do you mean if the play becomes successful, then who is Kazuya? And if it's not successful, then where is Kazuya? What's the question? What are you asking? I don't know what you're asking. Not a lot of people are talking about this, but the whole date seems to be a foundation for this arc from all the questions Chizuru asked to her rejection reasons. Yeah, for sure. The whole date is a massive foundation for this. I don't even understand the joke. It's a joke. I don't understand the joke. What's the joke? Only one who can cook Chizuru is Sakura from Bunny Girl Senpai. Nobody can cook Chizuru, I'm sorry. They can try, but they would just end up not understanding anything. The tragedy of this manga is if Kazuya would have met Minnie after the breakup with Mami in the beginning manga, now he'd be the happiest man alive. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. I can say that with full earnest. Minnie would have just fueled all of Kazuya's insecurities just the same way she did here. In fact, I can bet you right now, if Minnie had met Kazuya before Chizuru, she wouldn't have liked him. She would think he's pathetic and a loser. I'm saying it right now. I think there's a chance Minnie might not have liked him at all. She would have thought he was pathetic and not seen the true Kazuya. The reason Minnie appreciates Kazuya as much as she does is because of Chizuru's influence. Almost everybody loves Kazuya because of Chizuru's influence, specifically because Chizuru saw him when no one else did. He wouldn't have been happy. You're all like deluding yourself. I'm sorry. And even then, even if that is true, by some crazy warped way, literally like the D-mail, somehow Minnie went back in time and she met Kazuya when Chizuru's the one who hurt him, or Mommy's the one who broke up with him, or whatever fucking reason we're gonna go with here. I think Minnie and Kazuya wouldn't have worked out. Minnie is not shallow, but she has shallow tendencies. She tends to focus on the surface level a lot. Yukino or Chizuru, choose one. Chizuru, no questions. Yeah, no, Minnie is not shallow, but she has shallow-like tendencies, where she fixates on how people look a lot. You're too serious, man. I joke too much. People aren't happy. I'm too serious. People are like, you're too serious. Pick a fucking lane. I don't care what you think. We still don't know where Kazuya's internship is. This is just a theory. What if he goes to theater and that's where Chizuru is? Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Kazuya's internship. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, that's going to be a new interesting thing we're going to delve into soon. There's definitely going to be an internship thing. For sure. I think while Chizuru is doing her play, Kazuya will have his internship. Ooh. Yeah, while Chizuru is doing her play, Kazuya's gonna have his internship. And by some happenstance, they meet together. That would be so funny. That would be so funny if like Kazuya's internship in some weird way is connected to Chizuru's play. I doubt it. I very much doubt it. But if it is, hilarious. To me, Chizuru is behaving like Kazuya from the start of the series. I don't see that. Earlier, maybe. Earlier, maybe. But literally she was, but what was Kazuya's issue at the start of the series? Kazuya wasn't understood. Kazuya didn't feel understood or seen. He wasn't a bad guy. And even then, if you actually pay attention to Kazuya at the start, he wasn't a bad guy. Every other rag stream is just trashing Chizuru and pushing cuckold storylines. This is one channel that actually does analysis. Yeah. 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 Tell me about it. Kazuya is going to be a producer. No. So Chupto, I've said this like a billion fucking times. Reiji said in his subscription feed, he's never going to do the producer thing. He thinks it's stupid. So no, that's never happening. Get that out of your head. Reiji literally says it's a stupid direction, it's too generic and boring, and it's not interesting for who Kazuya is. He's not gonna do it. Hey, Lawless Bacon, if people are being obnoxious as shit, you have my permission to not ban them, but time them out. So if they're gonna be obnoxious here, go ahead. I have no sympathy. I'm in the minority here, but I appreciate that there's currently no status quo. Both of them will see each other because they want to. Correct. Well said. There is no status quo. I like that. Let's go to Reddit. Here's hoping I don't regret this decision. Here's hoping. Here's a hoping. I was reading this earlier. I thought this was a really good post. It's a little short. They don't delve into a whole lot, but it's a solid post. I liked what I was reading for this one. We can read it later. Is Minnie crying or sweating last panel? She's sweating. These are not tears, it's sweat. Okay, if I was going full Vader, I'd be a fascist, and I'm not. So, fuck off. Okay. This should be fun. An excuse for the arc. Okay. Get yourself a friend like Minnie. She can't even do the bare minimum. The character has been allergic to communication and being transparent for hundreds of chapters. I see that's a really weird statement to make because Chizuru has been very transparent in the past chapters. It's just literally in the not 100 chapters, but like the past few chapters, she's been pretty transparent with Kazuya. Like I don't know where the statement is seemingly coming from. Why people like are so convinced Chizuru doesn't communicate. She has been a lot. Like literally the entire date is her asking questions and communicating what she wants and what she feels. I feel like we're reading different stories. I genuinely like I'm straight up. I don't understand. I don't understand. All Chizuru has done for the cohabitation, for the date, for literally everything is just communicate to him nonstop. Just constant communication. And for some reason, I keep going to Reddit and they're convinced, genuinely convinced she's not communicating to him. It's like I have to go through the chapters and just be like, here, look at her communicate to him. Are we Delulu? Are we just gone? What? I genuinely don't understand. Like, I don't know why Redditors seem to be so genuinely convinced she's not communicating to him. Chizuru has been quite transparent and honest since the cohabitation. Yeah! She's like going out of her way not to lie. I don't understand. She rejects him for reasons unrelated to the investigation period, meaning she refused to address her guilt to Kazuya throughout the 100 chapters of the cohabitation arc. Okay. And then kisses him after, and then essentially stops contacting him, leaving him in literal confusion and turmoil. Have you considered Kazuya isn't contacting her? And now Kazuya, like always, needs to be standby for Chizuru, like the ghosting after the Hawaiians, the investigation, the rejection, and now the play. All the story shows is a one-sided relationship where Kazuya will have to do all the hard work to win over Chizuru like some prize. Chizuru's easily one of the most frustrating female leads I've ever seen in a romance manga. Okay. Chizuru after a party and barbecue talking straight to Kazuya. I want to have a boyfriend even if I'm an actress because of someone I love. I would always want to be with them. Chizuru now, no big acting coming. Can't be with him right now. Bye. I don't know if Reishi must want to terminate this female MC or what, but because then, okay. Oh boy. Me trying to understand Chizuru. That's fair. I can't even be upset at that particular comment. Yeah, no, this isn't it. I can understand Chizuru not wanting to start dating Kazuya now because they have a very complicated, troubled relationship and could very well interfere with the big play she's about to do. But not saying anything to him is just awful. I appreciate Minnie slapping some truth in her, but her final reaction, as if something big happened, sucks. It seems it's just there to, once again, justify Chizuru's horrible behavior. Is she being horrible, though? Is she being horrible, though? Kazuya's not talking to her. People seem to really be ignoring that. Am I the only one who's like, Kazuya's literally not talking to her? What do you want from Chizuru? Kazuya's literally not talking to her. Like, he doesn't even ask what that kiss means. She kissed him. He should just ask. What do you want to know? Ask. Are we like existing in an alternate universe where like Chizuru's the one doing everything bad? Kazuya's literally not communicating. Like, yes, what Chizuru did isn't exactly the modern sense of perfect or sensible or correct. Do not get me wrong. What she did isn't exactly great. She didn't communicate to him. She didn't text him to tell him about the play. But Kazuya didn't ask either. Minnie showed up, and you question yourself, would Chizuru have acted if Minnie did not show up? We don't know. If you base it on the 3-month time skip, maybe not. But when Minnie showed up, Chizuru immediately talked to her and wanted to make change. So maybe in the future chapter, Kazuya and Chizuru do get to talk for just like a little bit. So she can clear some shit up. We're operating too much on assumptions. I think there's a big issue here of operating a little too much on assumptions. And we're too comfortable operating on assumptions based on what we're seeing right now and not what's actually happening. I appreciate Minnie slapping some truth on her. Chizuru has to talk to Kazuya, simply that. For once, she's have a good reason for waiting. Pretty terrible chapter for me. I hope this next one reverses course. Wait a fucking minute. Is that a SteinsGate reference? Hell yes, it is. You know Minnie is a fan. Good call. Do you think there's an alternate timeline that Minnie doesn't know about? I would love it if Chizuru has already talked to Kazuya but told him not to tell Minnie. Unlikely, I know. Minnie's sure. Wait. No, that doesn't make sense. Wait, you think there's a chance Chizuru already told Kazuya? And Minnie just missed it? Wait, what if that happened? I doubt it. I doubt it. But the D-mail reference is interesting in that sense. I was wondering how we would use time travel. Huh. Minnie's shirt in the anime reference has given hint to what happened in the story. The endless 8 and repeating stories reference Eva and some scenes, etc. What happens in the SteinsGate? How could it apply to this situation? D-mail is sending messages to the past. Eventually that runs into time traveling shenanigans. So it just makes sense that D-mail seems to align with Kazuya literally going to his past and interacting with his past relationships, which would result in timey-wimey shenanigans. That seems to make a lot of sense. Literally delving into alternate routes. He literally describes Minnie or Mommy like she's in an alternate timeline. So And Kazuya will literally go to alternate timelines, essentially, and interact with his past, right? He's literally sending messages back to his past and interacting with his past. So it's not a literal time travel, but more of a here's Kazuya going to deal with his past. And that seems to be the case. Look, I somehow understand where Chizuru is coming from, and I get that the role means everything to her, but starting a relationship with Kazuya shouldn't take away from that. I don't think she's saying that. What confuses me is that she feels this way even after he supported her through the movie arc, doing everything he could help her reach her dream. This part feels backwards. See, I think that's by design. I think that's literally by design. It's meant to look and feel backwards. It's meant to not necessarily align with what Chizuru has said in the past. You're meant to kind of be confused. And I think that's by design. At the same time, it leaves me at loss for words because if there's anyone who understands how important this role is for her, it's Kazuya. He's the one who stood by her from the beginning. To think she can't be with him now because it might interfere with her role is a mindset I can't agree with. Let's give it a little bit. I want to see what Reishi's cooking. Something isn't adding up. It feels like we're missing something intentionally. Yeah, no, I already said it's not that. I doubt it's Kazuya and her talked. I even said I doubt it's that. But it feels like Reishi's intentionally not making it add up. Just so he could reverse it and be like, look at how it all adds up. You think we see the fight before the play Chizuru doesn't think Kazuya is going to show up. He shows up when he gets to the Chizuru. He apologizes, embracing his body. A little too far ahead. I'm not going to assume with that one. Let's see. Kazuya has been very supportive and would cheer her on. I still think that Chizuru isn't telling Minnie the whole story. Yeah, I kind of agree. Maybe there's something that isn't being shown, but Chizuru is saying the truth about the July 11th thing. Chizuru doesn't want Minnie involved in a relationship and may eventually reach out to Kazuya. I hope it doesn't drag out his birthday and it happens soon. Okay, I'm not going to read that. It was good. I don't know. Let's give it a little bit. Chizuru, what the hell are you doing? Yeah, I think that's the feeling Reishi's trying to get from you. Chizuru, what the hell are you doing? Minnie is completely right for once. Leaving him hanging is no good. I think that's the point. That's the point. I think that's the point. The exact feeling you're supposed to be feeling is on purpose. I genuinely think this is on purpose. You're supposed to kind of be like, what the hell? Okay, I get the hate a bit better now. Even Marquez. Oh my god. Yeah, no. This is so intentional. I genuinely kind of believe Reishi's doing this on purpose. No, he's doing this on purpose, totally. He knows. And I think in the next few chapters, it may either like get worse or get better. And then it maybe all starts clicking slowly. Even Veracaz as it comes to the Mizuhara BS. I genuinely think there's more at play here than meets the eye. I think the next few chapters, like maybe in the next few weeks, we're gonna have some sort of big development. It could be good, it could be bad, but we're not out of the woods yet. We think that you think the time skip, or not the time skip. You think the separation is gonna start now? I don't think so. I think there's going to be more at play, and it's not going to be predictable. I think this arc is not going to be traditional at all. You're going to think it is. From the way it's being presented to you, you're going to think it is. I don't think it's going to be traditional at all. So let's read what Veracaz does and bear with it. Minnie is telling Chizuru a lot of stuff we wish she would. She called her cruel to her face, which is the impression that a lot of people get after her rejection. I don't know what Chizuru took away from Minnie's rant, but her answer will for sure infuriate a lot of people. She doesn't want to focus all of her efforts on the new replacement role. She wants to focus all of her new efforts on the new replacement role she just got for a play in 1.5 months. She doesn't have time for her boyfriend now. In other words, it seems like her career is more important than Kazuya. Doesn't that intentionally seem like the point? Doesn't that intentionally seem like the point? That Chizuru seemingly picked her career over Kazuya, but that doesn't add up, does it? That does not add up, does it? That contradicts her prior statements. Doesn't this contradict her prior statements? It doesn't add up, does it? Something is not adding up. I felt this entire chapter, and I do still stick with the idea that this is playing into that element of waiting and trust, but something does not add up, and I can't for the life of me pin it down. I cannot for the life of me pin it. That doesn't seem like Chizuru at all. That does not seem like Chizuru at all. What if she's intentionally soaking the flames? Stoking is the word stoking. What if she's intentionally stoking the flames? Kazuya won't talk. You think she's intentionally misleading Minnie to stoke the flames? That there could be a chance. There could be a chance she's doing this on purpose to get Kazuya to talk. This feels too generic. It doesn't feel like Reiji's move to be like, oh, they're going to separate and not talk on this time. Am I the only one who thinks that? Reiji's out here writing genjutsu, confusing people on purpose just to make everyone feel dumb later, lol. I really think so. I genuinely, because this doesn't align with her stances. It doesn't seem to add up. See, the only reason I'm taking Chizuru's answers to Minnie here somewhat seriously, I think she's lying but telling the truth for a very simple reason. Her eyes are wide open. Her eyes are wide open. She's not lying. But she's also not saying something. Is Chizuru acting here? I literally told you, chapter 3, come on, Chupto, come on, bro, get with the program. What did I fucking tell you about chapter 380? Yes, we know it looks cruel, but Chizuru's literally trying to do the right thing, and the lifestyle thing, we were literally talking about that. She felt like that was a burden to him. Every single aspect of Chizuru's rejection comes back to her feeling like a burden to him. That's why when he carries her home, that's why when he keeps believing, that's why when his love perseveres, she can kiss him because she's not a burden to him. Lying is too strong of a word. She tends to not be forthcoming. Maybe Chizuru literally doesn't feel seen by Minnie here. She's literally in shadows. It's a pattern. Chizuru hasn't been completely honest with Minnie, and lies usually have a purpose behind them. And isn't this the end of a volume? Didn't we say this would be the end of a volume? You don't need to ban Chupto. He's not dooming. He's actually been kind of chill. Chupto's actually kind of been. He's been stupid. I hit him with a few like temporary bans for like a few 30 minutes or some shit, but he's been okay, kind of. Chupto's been kind of chill. It's cool. In my opinion, it feels like the role is important to her, but it feels like Chizuru's not ready to see him yet. Maybe that's what she's hiding, but this is intentionally not adding up. It feels like Reiji's intentionally making you mad. Reiji is not afraid of risks. Hell no. I think the big thing this is all gonna come back to is what Chizuru is saying and what Chizuru is doing is not adding up. From the perspective of Minnie. from the perspective of Minnie, what Chizuru is saying and what Chizuru is doing is not adding up. Maybe that's it. And I think that's all going to come full circle. No, I don't buy it. This chapter's fucking with us. I don't buy it. No. I don't buy it. This chapter's screwing with us. I can feel it. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Because what did I just show you guys earlier? Do you remember the chapter I showed you earlier? Oh, it hella doesn't add up. Oh, I'm sure now. Oh, I am super sure now. Oh, now I just know this chapter's bullshit. I am so confident this chapter's bullshit now. We have the whole Miho thing, remember that? And Chizuru's got this shit on lock. I hope I didn't bother her by asking her out. It wasn't a bother at all. Was Chizuru lying to Minnie there? Was Chizuru mixing truth with lies? Is she not going to have a boyfriend, but she wants to be with him? Right? No. I don't believe it. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. He playing us. This is a con. This dude is conning us. He has been playing the longest fucking cook I have seen in so long. Like Final Fantasy VII is like the 30-year cook. This man is like out here doing like the 3-year cook. Like since Hawaiians. Reiji is not afraid to take a bold move. He's very much willing to address this shit. I also think it's going to be a long arc. You were wrong this time, Johan. You think so? Hey, man, bet. I don't know. I didn't even say. I don't even know if this arc is long or not. I didn't even say. But if you think about it, what I'm describing is a bold move. It's not like Reiji to just put a date on blatantly. I bet you. I'm not saying. No. You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding me. You're misunderstanding me. I'm not saying this date is not important. I'm not saying this date is not important. You're missing my point. I'm saying what Chizuru is saying does not add up, and that there's something else going on, but this date will be important. Last we bet also, and I won this time. What did you say last time? I don't even remember, dude. I didn't bet with you on anything. I don't recall betting with anyone on anything. I tend to avoid bets with people because I know I'm wrong half the time. What if Chizuru's putting Kazuya in this position because she's trying to pull out the real Kazuya out like after the rejection or the next morning when he reassured her? Could be. Could be. I told you the night will end and a new day will start. Okay, you got that right. Cool. Did you get the entire chapter right? Cool. Did you get the whole chapter right? No, because neither of us did. I was right about other things too. See? Like, yeah, we can have bets on certain things. I'm telling you, the date is going to be relevant. July 11th, that's going to be relevant somehow. Right? But that doesn't mean... I don't think what Chizuru is saying in this chapter completely adds up. And I think that's on purpose. I don't know. I genuinely don't know, but something is not adding up here. Just as Chizuru's kiss and how it happened is presented in a way to you that doesn't add up, just as the date doesn't add up, I think that's the point. That's the persevering problem that I'm kind of noticing right now, is that there's this thing where what's happening with Chizuru is seemingly not adding up to what we're being told. She says one thing and something else happens. And I think that's the persevering problem that needs to be kind of addressed. That like what she says and what's happening is not the same. And I think that's the thing that's going to be addressed soon. I don't think it's going to be next chapter. I think next chapter will segue into this idea. The plate info is bait. She's fishing for Kazuya through Minnie. It's possible, but here's my bet. Here's my bet. Next chapter will be akin to chapter 236. And what's going to happen in that chapter is Minnie's going to relay this information. And we're going to have maybe Kazuya cry. There's a chance Kazuya could cry. Then that could lead. We could either get 1 chapter or 2 chapters of this. And then afterwards, that could lead to some sort of talk between Kazuya and Chizuru, where we have some sort of confrontation about Chizuru's actions and words not adding up. And I think that's where it's all going to click. We're going to have some big confrontation about how this shit is not adding up. Didn't Kazuya crash out after Chizuru told him she didn't get the role? Yeah, so? What's your point? I think Kazuya and Chizuru made up off screen and Minnie didn't see it. That's why we get this chapter. But why would he tell Minnie nothing? You're kidding. You really think so? You're kidding. Is that why you think we have the D-mail reference? Is it like a long con where like it actually happened off screen? And Minnie just doesn't know because she has the D-mail reference and literally she time traveled. Chizuru already resolved it. And she's lying to Minnie? You think so? Wait, so is that our bet? That like Chizuru and Kazuya already resolved things off screen? And Minnie didn't know? And that's why we have the D-mail reference? Yeah, no. Something isn't adding up. Something isn't adding up. Something is not right. I can't pin it down for the life of me. That's too much of a reach. You think so? But Chizuru has been lying to Minnie. Yeah, I know she asks. Let's keep reading Verka's thing. We put it off for a little bit. Oda Nobunaga. Oh my god, Oda Nobunaga. You're right. You're right. Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga never saw Japan unite. Minnie is dressed as Oda Nobunaga. She in the chapter where she was talking to Chizuru, she never saw them unite. Chizuru's words don't add up. Kazuya has hidden stuff from Minnie before, too. No shot. No way. But why would Kazuya say he didn't even message her? What do you mean? Kazuya didn't say that. Minnie asks, did you message her? Not yet. Anything from Chizuru-san? Not yet. Oh, yeah, he did say he didn't message her. I'm not falling for this theory. We're just theory crafting. We don't even know if we're right. All I'm saying, the core fundamental thing that is repeating here is simply that Chizuru's words and actions are not lining up. Chizuru's words and actions are not lining up. What she says to Kazuya and what she says to Minnie does not align. Okay? That's all we're saying. Whether Chizuru already actually texted him is a whole other matter. It's the best new arc by Reiji's reader. What are you doing, my man? Yeah, the author literally said, this is the best new arc. This is going to be great. This is so awesome. Chizuru lying to Minnie could be a metaphor of Chizuru lying to the audience. And now you don't know if she's lying. I think that's the best part. You don't know if she's lying, and maybe there's a truth to what she's saying here. Bro. Especially considering this is supposed to be them going through it together. This chapter is such a lie. This chapter's a big fucking lie. No. This is such a misdirect. Chizuru might text him after she hangs up from the manager. Chizuru would gladly get together with Kazuya anytime, but she's not going to tell Minnie that. It's a huge illusion. Yeah, no, I don't buy it. Something's weird about this chapter. Literally, when I was reading Verkas's comment, I'm like, that he's right. It doesn't add up. What she's saying doesn't add up. When I'm seeing the comments on Reddit, I'm like, you're right. That's literally what she said. It doesn't add up. Yeah, and the more you think about it, the more you're like, wait, this doesn't add up. This doesn't make sense. And one thing I know for a fact is that Reiji is very, very consistent with his character writing. Like literally, his strongest suit as a writer is character writing. He is so goddamn consistent with his characters, it is terrifying. I'm not even remotely kidding. Like, the writing consistency of Reiji in terms of his cast is terrifying. And the fact that Chizuru seems so normal and hanging out with her friends and all that stuff, like when she's walking around. Like, literally, look at how normal Chizuru looks here. And she's completely surprised by Minnie's visit. Right? This reaction does not tell me... This reaction is not the same as someone who made up her mind. And the fact that... Yeah, this reaction, I think, says a lot. This reaction, I think, really says a lot. Because Minnie's just, like, screaming at her. Wait. Isn't this presented literally like a romance? Like isn't that... Oh, the destined fateful day. The perfect romantic day. Doesn't it feel like that? The date is set. This is when it will come true. Right? Doesn't it literally feel like that? Oh, the destined day. The fateful day. Doesn't this feel weird? I knew this chapter felt weird. I knew this chapter felt weird. And I knew this fixation on Minnie felt weird. And why does Minnie have an exact concrete image of what that looks like? The chapter is also called 390. Literally painful 9. And considering, and the thing that really doesn't make it add up is literally it feels like the entire theme when Chizuru kissed him is that they would go through everything together now. That's what the theme felt like to me when I first read it. When I first read it, it felt like now they would deal with all their problems together and not alone. It didn't feel like Kazuya was supposed to deal with Ruka alone. It didn't feel like the whole theme, fundamentally speaking, is the contradiction of the idea that love is alone, that love is lonely. The entire theme seems to be that love is not lonely, that there is a lonely part to love, but love is not intrinsically lonely. Everything about it seems to be a fundamental antithesis to what Minnie believes. So this doesn't add up. This doesn't make sense. The more I think about it, the more it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. And notice how we don't see Kazuya at all in this chapter. All we get is Kazuya's text to Minnie. Kazuya is not present in this chapter at all. But the main contradiction in this whole thing is the play which gives readers anxiety, and it's the volume. It's the end of the volume. Yeah, isn't that really, really interesting? The vacuuming episode was way more weirder than the one seems like something out of place. The vacuuming episode. Could you elaborate? I'm confused. Sorry. Could you elaborate? Yeah, no, this feels like... I feel like now the readers might end up knowing how Kazuya's family maybe felt. The readers were literally being lied to. Kazuya's moving out episode. Yeah. That also did feel weird by design too. And in that one, I actually did come to the conclusion that, like, to me, it felt like Kazuya and Chizuru were once again at that time seemingly playing familiar roles, and then they broke out of those roles. I'll read that later, but yeah, no, that seems to be what's. I think Kazi and Chizuru may have already gotten together, and we're getting fucking played. And Minnie's gonna find out. What if it's actually that simple? We're like so convinced we're going in a stupid direction or something. But then maybe they were lying or something. I think that Reiji is getting ready to end it, but he does not have to provide something for the other characters. Where I think so Kazuya might help her and might create sparks with Chizuru. That is, he's over her. He's not cooking something up very good. I don't know what you're saying, Meat. Hello. I've always thought that there's a strong symbolism about the image of the moon in history, and in now reviewing the chapter and the previous one, realized something. With a moon like in an accessory in her hair, I feel that there's something that gives us clues or something else. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I even said that there's an entire moon motif with Chizuru. The opening theme for the anime for season 4 is called Umitsuki. It's literally the ocean moon. That's a repeating motif, and Kazuya Chizuru is the moon reflecting on Kazuya's on the surface of Kazuya's emotions, which are the ocean, and that's the whole idea. And then you have the cover for that opening literally being Kazuya in the water and Chizuru reaching him with her leg. No, this chapter is a misdirect. I don't trust it. So the readers got trolled. I kind of genuinely think so. I don't know. But this chapter's not adding up. Because last chapter didn't add up. Remember last chapter? Like, no, something's off. We are at the point in the manga where either full good or full pain mode with all this shit upon both Kazuya and Chizuru and the way the Reiji writes. Plot twist, they have been dating secretly. Holy shit. Holy shit. Maybe the tears are Minnie's. I don't know. Chizuru's reaction to Minnie was so strong and different from the rest of the entire chapter. It feels like a giveaway to something. Yeah, isn't she like super chill? And she's Wait. Oh my god, we already have clues. I'm so stupid. She lied to Minnie. Oh, it doesn't add up because the birthday and all that, it doesn't add up. She lied to Minnie. She blatantly lied to Minnie. Do you want to know how I know? She blatantly lied to Minnie? I want to go to the beach again. What? So Chizuru-san can just leave us in the middle of it again? They're already planning trips. Never letting that one go, huh? I want to go snowboarding too in the winter. Oh, good idea. She's already making plans. You're being lied to. Oh my god. No, Johan, you're right about this chapter. I kind of agree with you. The misdirection. I want to believe you. Oh, this chapter's a big fucking lie. Because Minnie is a walking lie. Minnie is the centerpiece of this chapter. And what has been happening with Minnie in the previous chapters? What happened with Minnie in the previous chapters? What was going on with Minnie in the previous chapters? Consistently. She tries to play God. She tries to be in control. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about, and all of it is a whole bunch of nonsense. This chapter's a big fucking lie. He's lying to your face. And then when it comes out that Reiji is literally lying to your face, I could see readers being like, what the fuck? He's been fucking with us this whole time? This chapter's a big fucking lie. Chizuru lied nonstop this many. This continuation we're already known, right? Yeah. This is a continuous pattern that's been there the whole time. Chizuru lied to Minnie. And I think that's gonna break Minnie's heart when she finds out that they're walling her out, that they're lying to her. That's gonna break Minnie's heart when she finds out the truth. Damn. Chizuru's grandma gave up her acting career for love. Chizuru's doing quite the opposite. Or did she? What if she turned that opportunity down? What if she used that? Or hell. Counterpoint. What if she never did this at all? What if she never did this? What if Chizuru is just sticking with her career and she's being with Kazuya? Because she literally verbatim says this. This chapter is literally all from Minnie's POV, an unreliable narrator, consistently. Chizuru's way to tell Minnie to calm down and leave it to Kazuya and to her to resolve. And it doesn't make sense for Chizuru to not text Kazuya, right? It doesn't add up. No, something's weird. It doesn't add up. No. This is going to be... The truth is that Chizuru has lied to Minnie. Wait, Chizuru's bag has something written on it. Yeah, Chizuru's bag right here has something written on it. Oh, that's why Chizuru is in hiding. She's straight up lying to Minnie the whole fucking time. It's all just a big red herring. Do you know why she lied to Minnie about this, Chupto? Because Kazuya already knows the truth. There's a chance she already talked to him, and he already knows the truth. That's why she would lie to Minnie again. Or she's lying to Minnie for some other reason. But it doesn't add up. It does not make sense. Kazuya should know. Even if Chizuru has not texted him, this doesn't make sense. Kazuya should know it doesn't make sense. This chapter is not meant to make sense. It's a lie. If July 11th is a fake out, then Reiji trolled us very hard. Yeah. Do you know why? And I think this is the biggest one that could highlight why it's a lie. This is the biggest thing that could highlight why this is all just a big fucking lie. Kazuya's birthday on June 1st. Chizuru would never miss that. Chizuru would literally never miss that. Ever. Rereading the chapter with the assumption that Chizuru and Kazuya already made up and got together, it all lines up perfectly. Yeah. And literally, chapter 387. Chapter 387. What does chapter 387 show us? Minnie is dressed as Oda Nobunaga, aka the Great Uniter. And the Great Uniter died before he ever saw the Japan actually unite. It doesn't add up. This chapter's a big fucking lie. He's literally straight up lying to us. It's on purpose. It's literally on purpose. Everything Minnie says here is wrong. Listen to it. Listen to Minnie. What are you doing, Chizuru-san? Chizuru initially freaks out. Because what if Kazuya told her and Chizuru found out Minnie was lying or something? Or Minnie find out Chizuru was lying to her. So what if this is what Chizuru thought Minnie was reacting to? In reality, it's something else. Don't tell me you don't know what I mean. Why haven't you messaged Master at all? The moment it shifts to Minnie about messaging and not lying, it's suddenly the tone is completely different. That's what it is. That's what it is. Holy shit, that's literally what it is. It's the fact that Chizuru initially freaked out about Minnie because she thought Minnie figured out they were lying. Then, when she says it's about messaging Kazuya, that's when the tone changes completely. That's what it was. That line right here is the giveaway. This right here highlights what Chizuru was actually freaked out about. That Minnie figured out they were lying. But when she didn't, the narrative completely shifts. And Chizuru is completely under control. She even gone to Kazuya's birthday with her grandma and was in the hospital. Why wouldn't she go now to his birthday? It's a lie. It doesn't add up. It's literally all a big fucking lie. Okay, what about the quick flashes of Ruka, Mami, and Sumi? That's on purpose. Because that's literally reflects Minnie's viewpoint. Listen to what she says carefully. It's also meant to freak you out. Understand, it's also meant to freak you out because, oh no, these things are going to come up. This is going to come up. This is going to come up. It's meant to scare you as the reader. It's by design. Each one aligns perfectly with each individual character that's depicted to align perfectly with that idea of freaking you out. D-mail equals messaging. Chapter starts with a lie about messaging. The chapter is a symbol of an alternate timeline. Problem solved. So let's read that again. D-mail equals messaging. Chapter starts with a lie about messaging. The chapter is a symbol of alternate timeline. Problem solved. This is an alternate timeline. This entire chapter is an alternate timeline. Oh my god. This is an alternate timeline. If they didn't text, this would have happened. Oh my god. It's right there. Oh my god. This is the alternate timeline. This is the alternate timeline. It was all a big fucking lie. Yo. If they had not texted in the past, this would be the timeline. Or if something different could have happened, this would be the timeline. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, it's right there. It's right there. This chapter's a big fucking lie. Oh my god. Kazuya, this is not FF7, what do you mean? Kazuya and Chizuru already talked. This problem is already resolved. However, in an alternate timeline when this problem was not resolved, this would have been a different scenario that could have theoretically existed. We are overthinking it like crazy, but it happens. I love that. No, I want this to be true. I want this mindfuckery to be true. Let this to be true. Let this be true. Let this be true. I'm convinced this chapter is a big fucking lie. I have lost it. I'm crazy. I want this chapter to be a big fucking lie. We did this last week, Johan. Hey, and I've been getting my shit right a few times. Nah, this is a reach law, but it's fun. Hey, man. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Literally, this chapter starts with messaging. Minnie has a D-mail thing. Johan, if you're wrong, then you want me to call help, lol. Hey, man, it's cool. It's cool. Look, the fact that nothing is lining up here is already indicative to me, and the fact that we already got a clue through Oda Nobunaga in the past, the fact that this doesn't match up with Kazuya's birthday, which is on June 1st. Do you see how, like, it doesn't make any sense? And then literally the entire thematic idea that I came to the conclusion to in chapter 385 was that now they would go through their problems together and not alone. Literally, the chapter ends with chapter 383 ends with Kazuya carrying Chizuru on his back and walking home. They're going to go through this alone. They're going to go through this together. I said alone like a stupid bitch. They're going to go through this together, not alone. Because all they've done for now, so far, is go through it alone. The D-mail is featured so much. It's no accident. It's a big text, and it's shown almost every key text box. Yeah, it's literally constantly there. This chapter is a lie. This is an alternate timeline. I don't even care that you hid it from me, but don't you have any idea what you're putting Master through right now? You think she doesn't know? Who was actually putting Kazuya through shit last chapter? Wasn't it Minnie? Is this going to be the analysis stream title? Yes, it's all a lie. It's all a lie. And that is so thematically fitting for the characters whose relationship started such a way. Before their relationship was a lie, now everyone else gets told a lie. Jesus Christ. Doc, put him down. If I am right, I need you all to shut the fuck up. If I am right, dude, if I'm right about this, oh man, I'll never let you have it. Literally what Chizuru's friend said to her right here, you're never letting that one go. I'll never let it go if I'm right. I'll literally never let it go. If I'm right about this, I will never let this go. Are you that confident, Johan? I'm getting more confident by the second. And the chapter of the time in Minnie's phone is 10:13. 2% of battery. Wait, what? She only had 2% battery? Oh my God, Minnie. You absolute buffoon. Not yet. Also, isn't it interesting how Minnie literally has exact images of the scene, even though she never saw it? Isn't that interesting? Chizuru is casting illusions and lying, and she's in the dark side of the moon phase when the shadows and Minnie is caught in the Tsukiyomi. Oh my God, that's such a cool one. That's so cool. Chizuru is casting illusions and lying, and she is in the dark side of the moon. The dark side of the moon phase when in shadows, and Minnie is caught in the Tsukiyomi. Lol. Bro, that makes so much sense. Yeah, Minnie has like a bajillion messages. Bro. I think that's going to be the plot twist. The simple problem that Chizuru and Chizuru's words aren't adding up with her actions, and we're going to see why. That's going to be the revelation soon. Chizuru's actions are not lining up with her words, and we're going to see why, because we're the outsiders. Yeah, that was weird for Reiji to use actual date paneling in a kiss message. Yeah, isn't that weird? Why does Minnie literally visualize their kiss? She never saw it. Isn't that weird? Isn't this weird? Why does Minnie remember exactly what the kiss looks like? She never saw it. Bro, what the hell? Minnie never saw their kiss. That never happened. Why does she have exact visuals of what it looked like? Twice. It's like she was there. She's acting like she's there. She never saw it. She doesn't know what it looks like. So why does she have exact visuals of it? It's almost like this doesn't make any sense. And this is an alternate timeline. And this chapter's a big fucking lie. And what was the theme for last chapter? Holy shit. What was the theme for last chapter? Time. What is the time?
Look at what time it is. It's almost 10:05. It's almost 10:05. What time did Minnie text Kazuya? Minnie texted Kazuya at 2:30 a.m. So there's a gap. There's a gap from 2:30 to 10:13. There's a gap. Something happened in between this gap that we don't know about. And literally the time aligns perfectly with what Minnie was doing in that chapter. Last chapter took place around 10 p.m. This chapter takes place at around 10 p.m. There's literally a 12-hour gap. And she texted Kazuya that night at around 2. There's a gap. We're missing something. We're missing... This chapter's a lie. Kazuya is drunk still, dreaming that he is confronting Minnie. That Minnie is confronting Chizuru at school. You think this is all just a dream? You think this is all just a big dream? You think it didn't actually happen? Like this chapter is all just a big illusion? This chapter's weird. This chapter's weird. This chapter is weird. The chapter's really fucking weird. And it doesn't make any sense. No, this manga's too good for it was just a dream chapter. That's lazy and bad. I agree. I think they actually already connected. Do you smoke weed when the camera was off, bro? Bro, you tell me why this chapter's not adding up. It's not a dream. I don't think it's a dream. I genuinely think Kazuya and Chizuru already texted. Images are way too detailed. Author may have faded out background images either. Done. Yeah. He would have given us clues it was a dream. It's not a dream. But no, I think Kazuya and Chizuru already got together and Minnie never saw it. And they're hiding it from her. And it's going to blow up in her face soon. Is an alternate timeline any better than a dream? But yeah, no, like literally we already got alternate timeline and all that stuff. No, oh my god. Are there any more clues on Minnie's phone? Let's look. 10:13 is when she texted him. He said, not yet. Anything from Chizuru-san? Not yet. What is Chizuru-san doing? It doesn't make sense. Alternate timeline is basically the same. She kissed him right after she rejected him in Odaiba. Her actions are so outlandish that I don't even know what to think. Chizuru's actions seem outlandish to an outsider. Okay. But I'm not wrong about what I said to Master. Chizuru-san of all people wouldn't kiss him for no reason, considering her personality. Are you sure you're not wrong? I mean, you're in the dark. You're literally in the dark. You're so convinced you're right, you don't even see the truth in front of you. No matter how I look at it, he's definitely won. She must have had some sort of change of heart. That's wrong, though. We know that. Chizuru didn't have a change of heart. She already knew. He didn't just win. And she is right, though, in that she didn't kiss him for no reason. Or maybe the kiss was for no reason. Right? You're already getting confused. Did he message you about anything else? Seriously, she could have just told me. Why didn't she tell Minnie? That question is already presented to us. Why didn't she tell Minnie? You're already getting presented the question, why didn't she tell Minnie? It's cute to think she was embarrassed, but why did she think she could hide it? Why did she think she could hide it? What did Chizuru do in this chapter? She hid it, and Minnie never knew. Bro.
Master and I were on totally different wavelengths because of that. Were you, or was it because of your own actions? It was Minnie's own actions that resulted in this. I mean, I guess I only asked her about the date, but that was never going to hold up. Huh, she's realizing what she did wrong. Still, I totally get how Master feels. If she had really made up her mind, then she should have contacted him right away. Maybe I just don't know about it again. Maybe I just don't know about it again. Huh. Is there a different reason, or did she have yet another change of heart? Everything she's saying is wrong. Every single thing Minnie is saying is wrong. But still, she kissed him. That's the answer to her research. She wouldn't do that without taking any responsibility, right? So doesn't Chizuru seem irresponsible in this chapter? Huh. It's like it doesn't make sense. He said that she tried to avoid stringing him on even during the date, according to Master. Chizuru-san definitely knows what a kiss means. Huh. Besides, it was obvious. She was ready to face it. If she regretted it, then she should have avoided seeing him, but going out or something. She went out of her way to ask me, and she was prepared to talk even if it was about the kiss. That's one way of looking at it. She's practically begging for someone to give her a push. Was almost like the dude she talked to gave her the push, like I predicted. Oh my shit, was my prediction right? What did I say on Twitter? Oh my god, was my prediction right? Holy free holies. Was my prediction right? Bro, if my prediction is right, if my prediction is freaking right, I will lose my goddamn mind. Oh my shit. Oh my god. Is it this one? Nope. Was my initial prediction right? Holy crap. Oh my god. Chizuru gets a call from a person called Omata-san. This person is shown in chapter 99, just before Chizuru is told she failed an audition for a film. These two scenes are the reverse of each other. In chapter 389, Chizuru might catch her big break. The story tells us it's about past 10 p.m. at night. There's no reason a manager would call her this late unless something big is going on. It's also not overseas. Chizuru still has school as well as her acting role we were told about in chapter 319. She already has an acting role. She already has an acting role. Chizuru already had a play. She lied to Minnie straight up. Because in chapter 319, she told Minnie she has a play. She already has a play she's rehearsing for. Minnie should know this. Chizuru is lying to her. In chapter 319, Chizuru already tells Minnie she has a play. She's lying to her. In 389, Chizuru is struggling to create an opportunity to talk to Kazuya. She wants to reach him and doesn't know what to say. Suddenly, she gets a call from a manager, an answer to her biggest worry. Finally, a breakthrough in her acting career. That's my assumption, but in reality, what the manager possibly did is create an opportunity for her to talk to him. Chizuru stopped wasting her time. What the fuck? What the fuck? This chapter is all a big lie. Holy shit. It doesn't, nothing in this chapter adds up. Not a single thing that's presented to you adds up. It's all a big lie. There's no more waiting. It already happened. Holy shit. Chizuru already has a play. So it doesn't make sense. It's literally a bullshit chapter. Am I moving slow? What's going on? Why am I moving slow? Camera. Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. But her eyes were wide open, so it wasn't the lie. Right? You're familiar with how Chizuru lies, right? You're familiar with how Chizuru lies, right? So you can detect truths, right? We can totally detect truths, right? Even though nothing was said in this chapter adds up. Not a single thing we were shown adds up. Reiji's cooking insanely hard. I cannot wait. If I'm right, and I pray to heaven that I'm right, bro, y'all gonna get cooked. Oh, y'all gonna get cooked. Right? Literally creating an opportunity. The day of reward. Right? The day Kazuya would be rewarded is chapter 300, is in July 7th. Or, sorry, July 11th. What was your theory? You keep telling me your theory about haters and doomers getting cooked. Reiji is probably actually fucking cooking us. Holy shit. Reiji's actually probably cooking us. Holy shit. I can't wait for people to be like, what the fuck? What the fuck? He's cooking us. There was never gonna be a fight. We were never gonna loop. None of this was ever gonna happen. It already changed. We're already literally in a different timeline. We just don't realize it. Right? Oh, that's the actual meaning of D-mail. That's the actual meaning of D-mail. Minnie thinks, oh, I understand now. Let me explain. I understand now. I get what it means now. Minnie thinks she's in a specific timeline. And hence why she wears the D-mail shirt, because she's convinced things are playing out, so she wants to change how things are happening right now. She wants to change the timeline. This happens in SteinsGate. In SteinsGate, the character doesn't realize what timeline he's in, and he keeps trying to go back and change the timeline constantly, but he literally can't. In reality, literally the timeline was changed through something that already happened they didn't know about. So basically with Minnie, what's going on is she's trying to change something that already changed, and she doesn't know. So she's already in the alternate timeline, and the shirt is literally an irony thing, where she's trying to change something that already changed. She doesn't know. Bro. What if Minnie asking, what are you doing, Chizuru? And Chizuru blushing was because maybe Chizuru rejected the offer for Kazuya and thought Minnie knew it? Honestly, I think Chizuru was just like freaking out because she thought, oh shit, did Minnie figure it out? If alternate D-mail reality could have been truth, but also not truth. Also, has Reiji done this sort of false flag chapters before? Not quite like this. He's done stuff similar to this, but not quite like this. But Reiji loves to innovate, so this is not out of his ballpark. The Chizuru and Kazuya already got together, and maybe since last chapter, and like Obonaka. Why are you spelling it like that? It's Oda Nobunaga. Why are you spelling it like that? I'm not fully into this theory, but it would be nice if this confirms it. Let's keep reading the chapter. Let's keep going and seeing how more stuff doesn't line up. Let's keep going and seeing how more stuff doesn't line up. I agree with Chizuru not wanting Minnie to meddle anymore, but I think the part about making Kazuya wait is focusing on the play is more likely true. I don't think so. Do you want to know why I don't think that's true? because she literally has handled that shit in the past. Here's a great example. Here's Chizuru in her play handling this shit. And Kazuya wonders, I hope I didn't bother her by asking her out. Clearly not. He's not a bother at all. Let's get into another chapter that perfectly highlights my point. Maybe the lie is that she won't do rental until this point. I don't know. I'm not gonna make too many crazy assumptions. Let's hold off for now. Let me go to the other chapter to prove my point. What does Chizuru say here? Being busy isn't a good excuse. Hardships makes the man. You need to put your best effort into both romance and your work. Does it seem like she's putting her best effort into both romance and work here? Huh. Does this statement seem accurate to what Chizuru is doing in this chapter? No. That contradicts Chizuru, which doesn't make sense. That is a contradiction to Chizuru. It doesn't make sense. Chizuru is a very responsible person. She would never put it off like that. But why hide this from Minnie? Because she doesn't want Minnie to meddle. It's their relationship. But maybe there's more. Maybe there's more. She wants this special secret to be just between them, and she's trying to shut Minnie out. And literally they're trying to keep it on the down low until that point, so Minnie will come back then. Because Minnie often intervenes in their relationship. So maybe they're literally cutting Minnie out. Chizuru's exaggerated reaction could suggest that she was just lying the rest of the chapter. If Chizuru isn't lying, she's a huge hypocrite, thus the online criticism. Yeah, I think she's lying. It doesn't add up. It would be very hypocritical. Like, thinking about it now, taking it in for a sec, it would be quite hypocritical to make him wait like that. But Minnie would totally buy this story because Minnie just ships them. Minnie doesn't care about anything else. So Minnie would totally buy this story. Would Kazuya be okay with that, though, keeping Minnie in the dark after all that she's done for him? But Minnie is the source of their misunderstandings. And the problem is like, yeah, that's cruel to Minnie, but Minnie won't back off. And she won't give them space to figure anything out. And literally, just like they lied to their families before, when it came to rental dating, they're trying to lie now to give themselves some space. That's to me what it feels like. That feels like the intention. It is a little unfair to Minnie, but Minnie is constantly in their business. She never leaves them the fuck alone, ever. They need breathing room, dude. And like, she wouldn't listen if they told her otherwise, because she would tell them what to feel, what to think. She would jump all over their business. Minnie is young and immature. She literally put herself in this situation. And then what does Minnie... Hell, here's a counterpoint. What does Minnie do in this chapter? She fucking stalks Chizuru. She literally fucking stalks Chizuru in this chapter. She beats herself up about it for doing it. Still, hide and lie to Minnie and put a deadline date in the 2 panel with a sad word Kazuya working. I don't know. Kazuya doesn't look sad. Kazuya just looks normal. I don't know. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. I literally think it doesn't make sense. Like, am I crazy for thinking what this chapter is showing us doesn't make any fucking sense? Chizuru doesn't actually want to wait for Kazuya, but I can see Chizuru choosing to wait if she believes that the only way to see him again. But that doesn't make sense. Why would she do that? It doesn't add up. Love. No, that's counter to love. Love is an active choice, not something you put aside for whatever fucking reason. I already said it. Yeah, the chapter doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. It's almost like Reishi's like, hey, look, this thing you're familiar with, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. I'm going to literally give you a chapter that doesn't make any fucking sense. Makes sense as to why Kazuya was drinking. Minnie thought he was celebrating over the kiss. He was actually celebrating over them becoming couple. Shit. No. No. I think this happened after Kazuya was drinking with Minnie. At some point during the night. It was literally hidden. But not before when he was drinking with Minnie. That's not when it happened. That's not when it happened. I think it happened after Minnie. She had to leave. There's no way she stayed over at his place. She left. She had to go home and change and get all that stuff done and whatever. Yeah, it was after drinking. Not before. That doesn't make sense. It's funny because life pushed them together. They happen to be neighbors, for example, but instead of being convenient, it adds too much pressure and gets in the way of their relationship. Yeah, Reiji uses that trope in an actually unique way. I really like that. Yes, you're crazy. This doesn't add up. You keep forgetting that she career-focused on her acting. Chizuru has never been just outright career-focused. Chizuru was doing acting specifically for the dream for her grandmother. That's it. Chizuru has never been shown to be absolutely career-focused with no care for anything else. That's never, ever been the case. Ever. Her dream, though. She sacrificed everything for her dream. And Kazuya is the new dream. It does not make sense. Chizuru is not solely career-focused. She never has been. That's never been her thing. It doesn't make sense. But the D-Mail SteinsGate reference showing the time and the cell phone. What about it? What about it? Johan, please clean due to timeline theory. People are assuming wrong. There are a lot of weird stuff in this chapter. This chapter is full of strange things. Minnie Senpai, don't cause trouble for people. Oh my god. Do your best to enjoy your time on Earth. Just don't cause trouble for people. How ironic. What has Minnie done this entire time? All Minnie has done for Kazuya and Chizuru is cause trouble. All Minnie has done for Kazuya and Chizuru in the past time has caused trouble. That's it. She's causing trouble right now and she knows it. She's being meddlesome right now and she knows it. It's right there. It's literally right there. There's no way I'm going to find out what she's thinking just by staring at her from afar. Plus, Master specifically told me not to do anything rash. Kazuya told her not to do anything. What is Minnie doing? Minnie's not behaving like Kazuya. She's being very, very immature. She's cornering Chizuru at school of all places. No, she's not. She's not behaving like Kazuya. She's overthinking to show you that Kazuya's overthinking is actually from Minnie, who causes this, who causes the trouble. But for Master's sake, something has to change. It already did. Right? Minnie, so I explained this on Twitter. What Minnie does comes out of a misguided sense of responsibility and love for Kazuya. Her admiration for Kazuya blinds her. She feels like she has some sort of responsibility to him when she does not. And that's the issue. Minnie and Kazuya have a codependent, unhealthy relationship. Minnie is the enabler to Kazuya's people pleaser. Okay? Minnie actively enables the worst things in Kazuya and makes it worse. And the chapters highlight this perfectly. She's so busy shipping them, she's not letting Kazuya do things. And Kazuya told her, don't do anything. She went and did something anyway. Out of a misguided sense of duty. She pulls Chizuru out of school. Minnie-chan, what are you doing, Chizuru-san? Chizuru freaks, but she's in shadows. Why is Chizuru freaking? Right? We think it's the kiss. Maybe it's something else. We think it's the not texting. It might be something else. Right? So let's read this. I wouldn't say this in front of Master because I have faith as well, but to have him come this far and still make him wait is something only a cruel woman would do. Okay? Innocent, cruel. Innocent, cruel. He believes in you with every fiber of his being even now, and he's taking everything you've said to heart. He has faith that one day he'll be rewarded. So Chizuru is just a reward? Is that all Chizuru is? Just a reward? That's not what Kazuya has faith in. Kazuya has faith in his love for Chizuru and who she is. It's not about some reward. Do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? Of course she does. We know she does. I don't know what kind of guy you like, but I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. Girl, I know. She knows. She already knows. Notice how when Chizuru says this, she's completely calm and in shadows. There's a play half a month from now I've always wanted to act for. I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in a replacement for a pretty good role. She's not necessarily lying about this. She probably did get this. She probably was requested from this. But did Chizuru ever actually agree? Let's pay attention to her dialogue. A month and a half from now, there's a big play. It's from a director that I've always wanted to act for. I received an urgent call yesterday asking to step in as a replacement for a pretty big role. Rehearsal starts this weekend, and I would like to have all my focus on it. I've decided that I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with it. She never said she accepted. She just said she's doing it. Huh. She's lying to her. Minnie sees Chizuru as the ultimate prize or reward. Minnie is referring to all the efforts Kazuya put in the relationship being rewarded. But that's not the point. Kazuya doesn't put in this effort to be rewarded. You don't put in your effort in love to be rewarded. It's not a transaction. That's not the point. You put in love because you want to support someone, because you care for them, because it means something. The problem is Minnie is labeling it and talking about it like it's a prize, a transaction. You're not doing this to get some sort of prize. Chizuru is not a prize. It's like a weird Tradcon incel way of seeing things where you have to sacrifice yourself for the woman who's simply a reward for your efforts. And how does Minnie, perfectly said, how does Minnie refer to Kazuya as her master and as her hero, the hero that she's cheering on so he gets his princess? And Chizuru in the date literally tells him, I don't mind if you treat me like a princess, but actually involve me. What does Kazuya do in the date that's kind of a mistake? Actively not involve Chizuru. But then at times he does. You literally have a contradiction of these feelings and emotions, where Kazuya is pretty much getting tugged by Minnie in one way and then tugged by Chizuru in another way. And in the date, that's actually the issue. That's why the rejection happens. Kazuya is not here, and he's stuck in this idea of winning by not actually being himself. And then his real self finally comes out in the very end of the date. That's the issue. Chizuru only wanted acceptance and to be seen. In reality, she was being viewed as a prize and a goddess. The reason that mentality kept existing? Minnie. Kazuya actually already broke this mentality. It was literally gone. That was already gone. That disappeared. That was never fucking there. But after Minnie started talking to him, she talks about walls. She talks about Chizuru being a goddess. She talks about how beautiful Chizuru is. She talks about how she's an S-tier beauty. She's constantly checking out her figure. Do you see what happened? Minnie represents the audience and how audiences tend to view women. Even a woman can do this too. Minnie is literally Minnie in chapter 387 gets Kazuya drunk. Sorry, 388 gets Kazuya drunk and has him spouting out horrible shit about women, and she doesn't bat an eye. Isn't that weird? That's literally what this is. Minnie is blinded by Kazuya winning. She literally says her partner is a 2D female character. Minnie is an anime fan. Minnie literally is a YouTuber and a cosplayer. She's so caught up in the bullshit that anime shows that she's literally turning their love life into some weird messed up anime where Chizuru is the end goal, the end prize. She was thrown off by how he keeps fluctuating between his real self and his mask. All the monologues Kazuya had every chapter, that was what he needed to push past. Yeah. Minnie has a waifu. Minnie is the audience. Yeah. She reflects back at the audience their own ignorance. Give me a moment. I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'll read you what I wrote. Not starting soon. Be back shortly. Yeah. Okay, so Chopta says, obviously you do things selflessly for the person you love, but from an outsider's perspective, you want this person to be rewarded because it's what he deserves. Okay, I think you're kind of misunderstanding my point. What I'm saying is, when you put in efforts for a relationship, the reward isn't to win a prize. The reward is to be seen, accepted, appreciated, to also be given things to it's a give and take, not I won this person over. That's why it feels transactional. That's the issue. The nature of give and take in a relationship is somewhat transactional, yes. But what Minnie is describing is a little unhealthy. That what Minnie is describing is literally a Chizuru being a literal prize for him, not Chizuru actually seeing his efforts and appreciating them, because she does. Not because Chizuru doesn't give anything back, she does. Chizuru and Kazuya's view of love is different from Minnie's, because to Minnie, the end goal is simply being with this person because she's never actually had a relationship. She doesn't see love the same way they do, because her way of getting it is you get the person, literally like you get a character in a gacha. Not that you get to be with this person, you get to share time with this person, you get to interact with this person, that you get to, your efforts for each other are rewarded in this person literally seeing and loving you, right? So like when you dress for a date, When you dress for a date, you want to be seen and appreciated. That's an effort you put in. Whether you're a man or a woman, it does not matter. The fact that they saw you and appreciated and saw what you did and told you looked good, you looked handsome, you looked beautiful, you looked cute, that is its own reward in love. Love is complicated because it's not so singular. The problem with Minnie's perspective is that it's so fundamentally singular to the fact that Kazuya gets Chizuru. That's it. That's where it ends. That's the problem. How Minnie is describing it is the problem. That Chizuru is a prize to be won. Kazuya's efforts can be rewarded. His efforts are actively being rewarded because he is trying. But what Minnie is talking about is not that kind of reward. What Minnie is talking about is something completely different. That's the issue. What Minnie is talking about is completely different. Because love is selfless and selfish. What Minnie's talking about is purely you possess this person, right? And I think it's because Minnie has never had a proper relationship herself. Minnie does not know the basic fundamentals of love. She doesn't because she's clearly never had a proper relationship. Like, you see that. She's never actually had a relationship. Kazuya should not have been turning to Minnie for advice because she doesn't know anything. Kazuya isn't biding his time. His time, he's not anime Ted Mosby. Doing things for her is the whole point. Expecting a reward would make everything he does disingenuous, even if that's how it plays out IRL. What Minnie says is what the audience feels. All the time, the relationship has been one-sided. You can be a healthy relationship if one gives suffers. But the relationship hasn't been one-sided. Go back through the cohabitation, go through the date. It has not been one-sided. You were under the illusion that it was. Because Minnie believes that. It's not one-sided. It never has been. It literally never was. The characters were just under the illusion that it was. And that was the point. It was never, ever one-sided. Even at the start of the series, it wasn't one-sided. It was mutually beneficial. At the very least, it was mutually beneficial. As it later continued, they both wanted to be around each other and cared for each other. It was never one-sided. That was never a thing. We just thought it was. We conditioned ourselves it was, out of fear, out of trauma, out of insecurity. But that was never, ever the case. You have the proof, right? First dream to then love. What? You have the... What? I'm confused. Kazuya shouldn't be taking advice from her in the first place. Agreed. Yeah. Minnie is younger, inexperienced, and she's never had a relationship from what we know. Her relationship is literally with 2D anime characters. Kazuya has actually had a relationship, has broken up with someone, has dated for so fucking long. Why is he listening to Minnie? So Minnie is a wannabe Cupid? Yeah. She doesn't know anything. She's a jackass. Minnie's a girl failure. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about, dude. And interestingly, we actually saw Chizuru do this to Minnie before. Even way before. Do you want to know how far back we can go? We saw this as early. Minnie has actually been doing this the whole fucking time. I kid you not. She actually always got into Chizuru's head, even in the movie arc. Even in the movie arc, she was doing this. I'm not kidding you. When she told Chizuru that Kazuya loves her as a man, it actually made her doubt her own feelings. It left Chizuru confused. And that would feel weird. Why did that leave Chizuru confused? But that is highlighted when Umi asked her if she loves Kazuya, and she doubted her feelings. When she specifically thought of two things in her head. She thought of Kazuya, and she thought of Minnie. Minnie wants Kazuya to achieve a max level confidant with Chizuru. I mean, you can't take Minnie seriously. It's funny you say that. I verbatim said this in one of my posts on Twitter. Verbatim. Straight up. The exact same thing. But here, let me pull up what I'm talking about. Chapter 165. Right after the cheer update. Kazuya is sitting in his room. Minnie just walks in through the door. Sits right next to him. It's funny, but girl, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing here? The door was open. What? No way. She can just walk in just because the door's open. She doesn't knock or say anything. She just walks into his house. I'm such a bonehead. I was so torn up over this, I didn't even hear the intercom. So, what's the deal? You were all moony-eyed looking towards Mizuhara-san's place. What? No, I wasn't. So what ended up happening with Mizuhara-san? I haven't been able to sleep at night thinking about it. Even then, she's being an intrusive fan. Well, I did ask her on advice. Oh, I see. So you used a rental date to treat her. Listen to what Minnie says here. Shows you know your place, right? Good call. Thanks. So where do you go? What did you eat? We went to a movie and had crab. There's no way I can tell her about that. I'm sure Mizuhara doesn't want to talk about it either. What does Kazuya start to do later? He starts telling Minnie everything. Now, something interesting is going to happen in the chapter after this one, but let's keep going for now. So, did you cheer her up? Well, maybe she seemed like she enjoyed the date. Oh, that's major progress, right? You probably scored a mad renowned pendants. Points. Where did the point system come from again? Where did the point system come from again? A girl in turmoil over losing her family, a guy rushing to her side. She's making fun of it. Time for a commemorative photo. You're on the assertive side. You're on the assertive boyfriend route. It's a picture perfect. You're an assertive boyfriend. You're taking the right route. You're achieving the right goals. Did I even help her, though? In the end, I have no idea. Well, you know what comes next, right? No. A real date. It's time to ask her out. What's the chapter? That's what chapter we're on. Now, later, Kazuya does end up asking her out, but it's not because of Minnie. No. Huh? You like her, don't you? No, I mean, I wouldn't put it like that. Look, in the end, I'm just a client and she's just a rental. I'm only in a position to pay her to date me. And you didn't say it was, and didn't you say it was the right call? Sure, if you want to maintain the status quo, got to take up the next step. Your relationship is way beyond the terms and conditions already. Anybody can see that. Unless a guy's being like super pushy about inviting you, no girl is going to be creeped out over someone asking them to dinner. In fact, I think you're overthinking it. Minnie's advice here isn't necessarily bad. But it does start invasive, where she comes into his place. I'm telling you, Master, there's no way your stock didn't shoot up after this. This is the perfect chance to get a full feel for what she's thinking of you. Strike while the iron's hot. Remember, she says this exact phrase from last chapter, but she says it wrong. She tells him to stock while the iron's hot, but she tells him his stock went up. But after what happened, if I suddenly tried getting personal with her, she'd probably think I was taking advantage, right? No, I just can't. What? No, why's the problem? You're the one who's flirting with a perilous romance. Stop struggling. Don't call it perilous. I'm right, though. Kazuya runs off. I'm going to get lunch. Oh, wait. Sheesh. So helpless. He's my hero. But something was off about him. Did something happen? Something he didn't tell me, something like? Chizuru shows up. When we see this portion, we think to ourselves, oh shit, Minnie's gonna do some stuff. She's gonna get some answers from Chizuru. That's the main girl for you. Perfect timing. Let's go to the next chapter. Something interesting is gonna happen. Kazuya goes to meet Harumi, his mom. Minnie's on the cover. Schoolgirl stream today. The only thing higher than my donos is my interest in Master's love life. Donos are respectful. Like, it's when you say son or kun. You're looking as lovely as ever, Mizuhara-san. Going somewhere? Okay, where'd that come from? Just over popping to the station. I'll find out if something happened on their date right from the horse's mouth. I want to know where exactly their relationship stands. She needs to know. Would that be rude? Notice how she never considers that anymore, but she does the same thing in this chapter. What is this all actually about? Minnie just needs to know about their relationship. That's what this is all actually about. Minnie just wants to know about their relationship. She's super invested. She's obsessed. Okay. And she does the same thing right here. Her grandma did just die. Being all buddy-buddy about things would be very delicate. Hey, sorry, I need to go. Wait, next time, Kay. She seems anxious to leave. Maybe something did happen. Oh, master, she's being pretty guarded with me, too. Is she being guarded with Kazuya? Or was she just being guarded with Minnie? Because she runs into Kazuya and she talks to him. And Chizuru acts normal. And Kazuya is freaked out. Why is she being normal? In reality, Chizuru wasn't being normal. Notice how she walls Minnie, even back then, the fuck out, but then talks to Kazuya. The reason she's acting normal in this chapter is because she is normal. She is okay. She's fine. She feels better. That's all. That's why she's being normal here. She actually does feel fine. And she's just showing him, I'm fine. I'm okay. What did you want? So she walls Minnie out, Len. Even all the way back to that point, she walls Minnie out. It was happening even back then. She was even then walling Minnie out. Because Minnie is intrusive. Minnie was doing it from the very start of the series. It's just back then, she didn't have all the information. She wasn't super obsessed. So she could give some partially decent advice that was helpful. Here, it all gets jumbled up. You don't know what's helpful and what's not and what's in the way and what's fucking annoying. And it's all over the place. It's completely nonsensical. You don't know what's what anymore with Minnie. But you could literally see back then. What was the point of that? Johan, what happens if Chizuru lying to Minnie is wrong? What happens if Chizuru lying to Minnie is wrong? Oh, you mean if I'm wrong? Okay. Weird direction that doesn't really make too much sense, to be honest. Like, because this chapter doesn't add up. The more you look at it, the more it doesn't make sense. Like, seriously, just read it through it with me. It doesn't make sense. Like, the more we read it, the more I'm like, okay, this doesn't add up, this doesn't add up, this doesn't add up. Literally, the chapter feels disconnected from everything we've seen up until this point, and that feels like it's on purpose because that's what Minnie does. Minnie is literally disconnected from the characters and their relationship. All she cares about is the end game. She doesn't actually care about what the characters are literally going through, and that reflects the audience who literally straight up do this exact thing. They don't care about their feelings, their emotions, what they're going through, what they're feeling, how they've progressed as characters, or how they've changed. All they care about is get together. That's all they care about. Get together. That's it. They don't care about anything else. They don't care about the emotional turmoil, the struggles. They just gotta have them get together. And that's why that's why I genuinely believe that's what's happening here. Chizuru is straight up lying to Minnie. Johan, do you think it can be the case that Chizuru realizes that resolving with Kazuya is a way for her to not overthink about it, to have the right mindset to play the resolve with Kazuya? I don't know what you mean. She wants to rush stuff like cuff the audience. Yeah, she wants to rush stuff just like the audience. Chizuru is stubborn as a bull, but she has to learn it the hard way. Let her have her month of honeymoon acting like, say, how long she can endure things without Kazuya. Chupto, are you okay? Genuinely. Are you okay? Who hurt you? Fate, are you angry? I'm okay. I'm good. Wonderful. If you take it at face value, it's a bad. If you take it at face value, it's a bad chapter. There has to be something else behind the scenes, and Reiji knows it. Oh, so Hermes, you probably just got here. This entire chapter is a lie. I think this entire chapter is a big fucking lie. I'm gonna edit the video right after this to show my point, but this chapter is all a big lie. And in reality, Chizuru is lying to Minnie. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I think Chizuru is lying to Minnie. Though I wouldn't rule out the possibility of bad writing. To be honest, Reiji has not shown himself to be a bad writer. Every single thing he's ever shown has been consistent in every single chapter he's ever shown. I'm not even remotely kidding. There are some hiccups, like some tiny hiccups, but usually, for the most part, it's very, very consistent, especially character writing. His character writing is on another level. He's insanely consistent, and I'm not going to just suddenly use bad writing as an excuse when he has consistently shown me it's not badly written. So I refuse to just suddenly say, oh, bad writing just for convenience sake, when I have not been shown that ever. Oh, the ghosting is brilliant. I actually talked about that. The ghosting, so let's delve into that for a second. The ghosting happened partially, so Chizuru ghosted Kazuya initially, right? The reason it lasted 3 months, that's Kazuya's fault. No whats or ifs about it. It's literally Kazuya's fault. Do you want to know how I can prove that without a shadow of a doubt? Minnie showed up and resolved it in a single day. Why did it take Kazuya 3 months? He lives next to her. He goes to the same school. He could literally wait at her door if he wanted to. He never did this. Why? It's almost like Kazuya was avoiding her. The 3 months was not poorly written. It was intentional. That was the point. The reason it lasted 3 months, it was Kazuya's fault. He let it last 3 months. He was too afraid to push. He got too scared. He even admits it. He literally even admits it and finds literally multiple signs that he was doing this to himself. For instance, he wonders to himself, wait, why did she never block me? If she wanted to ghost him, why did she never block him? If she hated him, why did she never do anything bad to him or anything like that? Almost doesn't make any fucking sense. The 3 month time skip is not poorly written. It is literally omitting information from you specifically because you're getting it from Kazuya's POV, who never even considers what he did wrong. That the 3 months lasted as long as they did was because of him. He created a scenario that made them last so long. The fist right here that people keep talking about, this is Minnie. This is not Chizuru. This is not Chizuru, this is Minnie. You can see the skirt right there. How come they never run into each other? Because Kazuya actively made a choice to avoid her. Actively, on purpose. I talked to Reiji on Twitter, or not Twitter, back when he was doing Fanbox streams, I talked to Reiji. And I asked him, how did the 3 month time skip happen? How is that possible? They literally live right next to each other. And he literally said, if you want to avoid someone, you'll find a way. I'm not kidding. This was his answer to me. I didn't know what it meant at the time, and now it makes perfect fucking sense. He was avoiding her consistently on purpose. He didn't want to see her. He was scared. And do you know why he was so scared? In Japanese, I had a Japanese friend literally translate it for me. He said it in Japanese, and a Japanese friend translated it for me. No, Kazuya was avoiding her. That was the point. That's why they never met. It doesn't make any fucking sense, does it? Your immediate question to yourself is simply this. They live next to each other. They're literally a wall apart. How could they not meet? It makes no sense. And your immediate assumption is bad writing. But then think about it for a fucking second. Wait, Kazuya's words don't line up. He texted her once onto our false text. He knocked her door only twice. And then he seemingly turned to rental and never did anything else again. Minnie walks out of her house, literally runs into Chizuru, grabs her, and says, let's talk. Yet somehow, in 3 months, Kazuya couldn't do that? It's almost like he intentionally avoided her. It's almost like he literally followed a pattern and looked for her and avoided her for a very, very, very simple reason. He was afraid of rejection. Because he got rejected, what if it happens again? Chizuru ghosted him. Yes, it lasted for 3 months because of Kazuya's actions. He made it last 3 months. He never did. Kazuya ever ask her, "Hey, why aren't you responding? Hey, are you okay? Hey, what's wrong? Can we talk? Anything?" Did Kazuya ever say that? No.
He was ghosting her too. He avoided her too. It was not poorly written. It literally looked that way on purpose because your own perception blinds you. You think you understand what you're seeing, you're lying to yourself. Kazuya is literally lying to himself. And the chapters are full of this. For instance, here's an amazing instance of this. Kazuya goes to Chizuru's home. He sees, literally recognizes front, face, and center. Chizuru does care. She just looks like she doesn't care. She's actually very emotional. She cares about her parents and her mom being gone. She cares about all of this stuff. So, what happens? Right after this, upon he realizing how much Chizuru actually cares, Minnie tells him, she looks nonchalant. She looks like she's stone-faced and cold and doesn't care. And then they go out drinking, and what does Kazuya say to Chizuru upon seeing that she cares earlier? Why do you look like you're not sad at all? And look at Chizuru's reaction. Doesn't it make you sad or something? Like she's not sad she lost their homes. Look at Chizuru's reaction. She's in shadows. She doesn't feel seen. She showed him who she is, and he doesn't see her. All this effort was meaningless. She put her best foot out there so he could see her. She let him into her private home, and somehow he doesn't see her. And then Minnie, I'm just a bystander. I didn't fuel Kazuya's insecurity or anything. Kazuya was always afraid of rejection, and he looked for signs to see rejection. He looked for things to be afraid. And Minnie fueled that fear. In the cohabitation arc, what's happening is very, very simple. On one hand, Kazuya sees patterns that scare him and he's very familiar with. Minnie fuels these patterns. Oh, it could be this, it could be that, it could be that, blah, blah, blah. She talks about reality and fiction, and she talks about all this stupid crap because she's an inexperienced idiot. And then Kazuya drifts away. He literally feels further away. And then Chizuru literally tells him, I'm right here. And she grounds him. She brings him back. I'm here. I never left. I was never gone. You see this perfectly in the chapter where they take a bath. A seemingly silly and stupid chapter highlights my point perfectly. When Kazuya is in the bath, it's like she's a goddess. I don't remember anything. Kazuya walks out, Chizuru's right there. Minnie shows up. Minnie asks him, Master, did you enjoy the bath? Chizuru says, this is my home, you know. Yeah, I did. I see. That's great. Chizuru should have been the one who asked this. Notice what Kazuya says here. I've been thinking that using the same bath is something you do once you start dating. I've been thinking of it like a fairy tale, a pipe dream. But Mizuhara is the same Mizuhara. Even if we use the same bath, it doesn't mean anything has changed. She feels distant. I'm right here. She gives him a cup. I'm right here. And suddenly she doesn't feel far away anymore. This becomes a repeating pattern, especially early on in the cohabitation where Kazuya kept feeling she was far away. And she has to constantly bring him back. I'm here. I'm here. I'm not far away. Don't feel like I'm not here. He literally conditioned himself she would leave. He's afraid of rejection. He keeps putting her further and further away, raising her too high, pushing her further away. That's the point. You see this again in chapter 277. Sorry, 278. Chapter 277, Chizuru invites Kazuya out to go shopping with them. And Kazuya realizes he's not here for any particular purpose. Kazuya realizes he's not here for any particular purpose. She told him we need a man's help to carry the TV home. And here is Kazuya realizing I
I'm not here for any reason. I'm not going to be carrying the TV. I don't serve a purpose. They're talking about the girls' room, so there isn't much scope for conversation. Here I resolve to acting like the luggage carrier. I've totally turned into one, a guy tagging along in a girl's shopping adventure. My existence no longer has meaning. Minnie runs off, and Chizuru sees Kazuya off somewhere else. What are you doing over there? Huh? Come on, let's go. She brings him back. He's far away, and she drags him closer. It's not self-esteem issues, it's trauma. This is trauma. They both have trauma. Chizuru's trauma is that she feels worthless and a terrible person. Kazuya feels like his existence is meaningless and he has no power to make any change. And they actively both help each other fix those things. They fill in these holes. Kazuya helps Chizuru not feel meaningless and not feel like a bad person. Chizuru, in turn, constantly shows Kazuya he's not powerless and he can do things. That's the point. They actively help each other feel like overcome their own respective traumas. And Kazuya, the problem is he has someone on his corner actively fueling his trauma. So Kazuya literally overcomes his trauma. That's the problem. Kazuya literally does overcome his trauma, but Minnie constantly refuels it, so he constantly feels trauma too. And he had to actually just straight up get fucking rejected and face that trauma straight up in order to realize where he is and what he's losing. We're so conditioned. Chizuru, literally Minnie's words verbatim, right here. Do you really not care if someone snatches him away? Right? Kazuya is so focused on rejection, he's not seeing that someone else may come there and he might lose her. Don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. Right? Kazuya doesn't realize he might not find someone who loves him as much as she does. She loves him like fucking death, dude. And he's so focused on rejection, he doesn't see her for a lot of this. And he needed to just get fucking rejected so he can snap out of it and start seeing her. And that's what that scene happened. And then he hangs out with Minnie, who fuels these insecurities again, intentionally so. But there's a real chance Kazuya and her did talk. Kazuya and Chizuru did talk, did resolve some of this, did clear some of this shit up. So that's my point, is that that's always been what the cohabitation has been. That it's literally bringing Kazuya back and Kazuya helping Chizuru feel like she matters. And that's what they do for each other. That Kazuya isn't powerless and his existence has value. In contrast, Chizuru isn't a bad person and she's not worthless. I think you're right. We're missing context from these 12 hours because I thought we were going to see Chizuru's conversation with her manager and maybe hoping Kazuya would send a text. Yeah, we never saw that, did we? We never see the context between the conversation with Chizuru and her manager. We never get any context for that. It's completely behind doors. We don't see Chizuru talk to Kazuya or anything. You think she would mention this to him. Why would she not mention this to him? How could she not tell him? It makes no fucking sense. Chizuru would never act on blind faith like that. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. I was shocked by that chapter that Kazuya's dad punches him as an anime first fan. Okay. What does that have to do with anything? That's the thing though, is like Kazuya's self-esteem issues are not like, they weren't something that like hindered him before like this. This is just trauma. Kazuya overcame a lot of this, but the trauma that he got from Hawaiians was much, much worse. And people love to blame it solely on Chizuru. In reality, it's the exact line I just read to you earlier. My existence does not matter. That line, he says that line in particular after the confrontation he has with his family. That's when he says that line in particular. I wish I didn't exist. I wish I could just disappear. Kazuya's whole trauma started with 218 and escalated in when he had the confrontation with his family, where he really felt like he's literally traumatized, straight up PTSD level shit with his family, where he felt like he had no value. So Priest Pega, you just came in, I'm assuming. This chapter is a big lie. This chapter is very inconsistent on purpose, and Chizuru is lying to Minnie. Chizuru is lying to Minnie. There's a very real chance she already talked to Kazuya, and Kazuya is lying to Minnie too. I'm not kidding. There's a very real chance that actually happened. Chizuru is lying to Minnie. There's a lot of information that's not adding up. That's all I'll say for now. If you're interested, go rewatch the rest of my stream where I come to this realization. If I do trim this stream down, I'll probably cut out the part where I'm just like, oh, she just believes in him and all that shit. Don't listen to me. I was fucking stupid. So yeah, we have this portion where Minnie says, I don't know what kind of guy you like, but I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. Oh, Chizuru's like, oh, I know. July 11th. A month and a half from now, there's a big play. It's a play from a director that I've always wanted to act for. There's a projector. Is Chizuru acting to Minnie right now? Is Chizuru acting to Minnie right now? It's almost like Chizuru is acting out an actual play for Minnie right now. Most people will take everything as bad writing because the first part of the story was basically a completely different manga, and it conditioned them to take everything at face value. That's the thing, though, is like I feel like a part of the reason people tend to lean towards bad writing is in part because of the anime. Because the anime trims out a lot, it changes a lot, it presents the characters very differently. It's not necessarily bad, but it can give you a little bit of more of that, I'm going to call it evidence to say bad writing, because it shows things that are very familiar to things that align with bad writing. But in reality, I think the manga has always been good, even if Reiji never fully appreciated his own skills at the time. I think Reiji really became confident as a writer around the Hawaiians arc. In the movie arc, he was getting there, I think, in the movie arc. But in Hawaiians is like when he really just like, yep, this is the kind of writing I want to do. This is what I want to do. I don't care what people fucking think. This is what I'm gonna do. And I think that's when Reiji like really kind of got his stride. But I think if you actually read the beginning of the series and you actually actually engage with the proper text, not like stupid text where it's like some of the text in the fan translations isn't great. Some of the text in the official translations is fucking terrible. If you actually engage with the proper text, it's actually always been well written, and it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that Rent a Girlfriend's always been well written. Maybe at the early parts it wasn't like as peak. It wasn't as crazy peak in the early parts, but it's actually well written from the start, in my opinion. That's the reason I connected to Kazuya so much at the very start of the series, because I felt just like him. The mistakes he made, how he acted, what he did, it felt so familiar. And I had never felt so seen by someone. I'm just like, holy shit. I don't think anyone ever saw me like this. I literally felt like I was seeing myself. And then as they continue, I'm like, okay, I'm not totally like Kazuya. In fact, I have like traits of Chizuru and shit. But that stuff genuinely felt so familiar to me, and I had never vibed so much. So yeah, to TLDR, this chapter's a big lie, and the chapter ending with Minnie being in shadows is highlighting that. Chizuru dragged Minnie into the shadows. Chizuru did not give Minnie real answers. She didn't say anything about what she's going to do after or any of that. The greatest arc ever. Yeah, and now Minnie got dragged into the shadows. She's as blind with her eyes open. She is literally blind with her eyes open. It's like Minnie is getting her love. Does this shot look familiar? I hope this shot looks familiar, because I'm going to show you something that looks really, really similar to this shot. Oh man, Minnie got fucking played. It's literally the reverse of the shot with Kazuya. Verbatim, the reverse of the shot with Kazuya. Kazuya is in light, the background is black. Minnie is in shadow, the background is white. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Minnie is literally blind. Kazuya's eyes are wide open. Bro.
Wow. Reiji is playing the fucking conniest of con games. Oh my god. This dude is about to con the shit out of us. All of us. Yes, I agree. Because of the projector, like a camera, Chizuru is acting just like a theater. Correct. Minnie has almighty eyes. She can see future, past, and present. Or does she? Is she actually more blind than anyone else here? We'll see, Bacon. I'm becoming your antithesis. Dude, this chapter is butt-unkers. It's shit like this that really makes you appreciate these chapters. For instance, I think one of the coolest things I noticed recently is that we discussed how Chizuru is trying not to show it's trying to make Kazuya comfortable when they first started lifting together because she felt like he didn't like physical intimacy. And one chapter that really highlights this, and it's like, oh shit, I can't believe I never thought of that kind of moment, is this one, chapter 260, when Kazuya and Chizuru are brushing their teeth together. Kazuya walks in. What is the first thing you see? Chizuru's boobs. What is the first thing you see? Chizuru's boobs. Chizuru looks at him, and she says, I was just going to brush my teeth. She looks at him. She says, okay, come in. He comes in. Look at what Chizuru does. She zips up her shirt. Why? She's in a closed space with him, but she zips up her shirt and she closes her eyes. Before, we thought she was doing it because she felt uncomfortable around him. Why does she feel uncomfortable around him? In reality, flip the meaning. He's uncomfortable around her. That's why. She zips up her shirt so he doesn't feel uncomfortable because he doesn't like physical intimacy. Suddenly, this chapter has a whole lot more meaning. And then if you break the chapter down and actually get into it when you understand, just Jesus Christ. Reiji is on another level of cooking. As much as I want to believe in your idea, I've got to be a hater. Disagree to agree. Are you talking about bacon or me? I don't know who you're referring to, but yeah, do what you want, dude. I'm not here to tell you. I'm just saying that doesn't add up. Let me finish Faircause' thing. The role is certainly important to her. She feels like she couldn't give Kazi the attention he would deserve if he accepted a relationship with him. If he still wants to take on the role, with current mindset, it's not acceptable. Kazi wouldn't get anything out of the relationship if she's busy. But at some point, you can certainly question when it becomes just an excuse. If the role leads to an even bigger and better role, she'll increasingly more busy. Ooh, so this is the interesting part. Let's add on to this. At some point, you are certainly questioned when it becomes just an excuse. If the role leads to an even bigger and better role, she will be increasingly more busy, and she will have even less and less time for her boyfriend. There isn't a good moment to get a boyfriend. It's almost like it's a lie. Still, Kazuya doesn't even expect constant affection from her. He knows about her job. He knows she will be busy. He would love to just support her, but just accepting support isn't love to Chizuru. She thinks she would just use him again. She doesn't realize that the worst she can do right now is not even give him acknowledgement. Just talk to him. Don't let Minnie control the Hill situation again. It's almost like Chizuru is actually in control. Oh, my theory is so coming true, bro. I can understand Minnie's frustration. I get the feeling that Minnie would love to teach her a lesson. She already threatened that someone might take Kazuya away from her if she keeps him waiting. Right now, Minnie is not in a bad position to actually step up to a rival if she wanted. Not that she has a chance with Kazuya, but making Chizuru rage with jealousy would probably be enough for her. And let's be honest here, doesn't Minnie's talk remind you of Chizuru's own words to Mommy in chapter 49? Why won't you let Kazuya love you? Yeah, I thought of the same exact thing. Minnie's words here, right? I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. What does Chizuru say to Mommy in the earliest chapter in the series? And yet, despite that, Chizuru says what she says. Almost like she knows. Chizuru knows. Look at her face. She knows. But yeah, what does Chizuru say to Mommy? Did it ever cross your mind that this may be the person who can make you truly happy? Chizuru knows. Chizuru knows. You mind your own business and we will mind ours. Huh. Does this seem familiar? Huh. Does this seem familiar? And what did Mommy do afterwards? What did Mommy do afterwards? She went to meet Kazuya in secret. Huh. Huh. Well, no. Mommy is Chizuru's dark reflection. Mommy is Chizuru's dark reflection. She's not Chizuru. But Chizuru is lying to Minnie, just as Mommy lied to Chizuru then. Or we don't even know if Mommy lied to Chizuru then, actually. Mommy actually just said fuck off. Mommy just told Chizuru to fuck off. In reality, that's not what happened. But what happens right after this scene? And where does this scene happen, mind you? In secret. In the night. Speaking of which, this proves my point perfectly. Look at where Kazuya is waiting. Literally in front of Chizuru's house. In front of her apartment at night. He could have done this in the 3 months. He never did. Huh. Why does Chizuru respond to Minnie saying that? Respond to what? Chizuru's more gentle than Mommy. Yeah, Chizuru lied to Minnie. But gave her the idea, oh, July 11th, after that, we'll get together. Right? So she's literally created about a month and a half's time of just her and Kazuya, seemingly. Wait, what? What's wrong? I find it crazy that Mommy is the only girl whose face you don't see in this chapter. True. Mommy is intentionally hidden. How what? How what? What are you talking about? Why are you freaking out in the chat, bro? What are you talking about? How does Chizuru respond to Minnie saying that? Respond to what? I also find it interesting because Kazuya doesn't react to Ruka at all. Yeah, he doesn't overreact to Ruka at all. She's just present. There's going to be a twist in the next few chapters, and it's going to be weird. It's going to be weird. I can feel it. Literally in 2 weeks, there's going to be a big twist, and it's going to be like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I genuinely hope I'm right. I genuinely... That you'll never find someone who loves you as much as he does. Chizuru knows. What's your point, Geo? What's your point, Geo? Minnie, Chizuru intentionally tells her July 11th. Okay. And Mommy tells Chizuru, you mind your business and we mind ours. If anything, it could be Chizuru telling Mommy to, or not Mommy, Minnie to, hey, mind your own business, please. Next chapter will be set up, that's for sure. I agree. I think next chapter will definitely be set up. I think the July 11th is a misdirect. She's going to go back to him after the rehearsal, meaning in a few days based on the phrasing of the sentence. No, I think she's already talked to him. I have a feeling she's already talked to him. And Kazuya is just not telling Minnie because Chizuru told him not to tell Minnie. It's funny because Minnie said these types of words twice to Chizuru, reminding herself of what she said to Mommy. Yeah. And whenever Minnie says these words to Chizuru, it actually gets in her head. Like when Minnie talks to Chizuru in
when Minnie talks to Chizuru at her home about Kazuya, it kind of gets into Chizuru's head and it makes her doubt herself a little bit because Minnie sets expectations. That's the problem. What Minnie's doing isn't necessarily wrong. At least early in the what is it? What am I talking about? In the movie arc, when Minnie says what she says to Chizuru and Kazuya, what she's saying isn't necessarily bad, but she sets expectations, and those expectations scare them because suddenly they have to live up to a certain level of expectation. That's the problem. That's essentially the problem. It's like Minnie tells Chizuru, oh, he likes you, but Kazuya doesn't show it, so Minnie sets this expectation that Chizuru constantly doubts and doesn't know how she feels about. Because part of her has feelings for Kazuya, part of her doubts if he actually has feelings for her. So she doesn't know her answer. At least that was early on in that time, where Chizuru doesn't know her answer. And then you continue on, and you have Chizuru, when she meets him in the date to the, the Sayazara date, the one that was adapted in episode 1 of season 4 of the anime. When she meets him, literally this flashes in Chizuru's head. Hey, does he actually like me? He seems to want to hang out with me. He seems to care for me. So Chizuru asks him, do you love me? Literally matching what Minnie was saying in her head. Kazuya asks Chizuru out because he remembers how Minnie told him, like, oh, it's not bad if you ask someone out. And then he gets freaked out when Chizuru doesn't immediately say yes. And he tries to walk away out of fear, right? The expectation that Minnie sets when she tells them these things scares them because when they do the thing and it doesn't work out immediately as they imagined, they get scared. And that happens regularly with Minnie. She sets these expectations that are good in concept, but when you execute it, suddenly it becomes a whole lot scarier. That's what Minnie does. And here, this is just taking that and extrapolating it into the fucking stratosphere. And that's pretty much what Minnie does. So that's why Chizuru is just walling Minnie out. With each new chapter, even when she is not present, Mami-chan keeps growing in my eyes as the most honest character. Mommy? Mommy! You think Mommy is the most honest character in this story? Mommy, the person who literally started a whole goddamn vendetta in Hawaiians out of her, literally because she was lying to herself. Mommy, you're kidding. Bro. Literally the character that lies the most to herself out of everybody is the most honest character to you. That's hilarious. Started a whole ass vendetta because she was secretly jealous and couldn't fucking accept it in herself and just had to call her ass out for her bullshit. Like, bro, were we reading the same fucking manga? Literally straight up did this whole ass bullshit just to validate her own stupidity and jealousy. And Chizuru is the one who has to call her out. You're being weird. Have you considered how fucking obsessed you are? Are you lying to yourself here? Don't you think that being this obsessed with Kazuya-san is weird? Hey, mommy. Does that seem familiar to you? Don't you think being this obsessed with Kazuya-san is weird, Minnie? Mommy is so good at gaslighting, she gaslit the readers in Hawaiians. It's actually insane. People actually sided with Mommy because she sounded logical. What Mommy does is make an argument that sounds reasonable from a societal perspective, and it works, even though that argument is like actually fucking flawed. But it sounds so reasonable from a societal perspective that you can't help but think, oh, she makes a good point, even though what she's saying is total nonsense and is actually very black and white in its perception. And that matches society, and people love that. We want either right, wrong, black, white, whatever. And when Mommy does that kind of shit, hell yeah, brother. Chupto, you're doing it. Dude, you're getting timed out for that. You're getting timed out for that. Get the fuck out, bro. Put yours on timeout. Another 30 minutes for your stupidity. Literally, I explain what Chizuru's doing, and for some stupid reason, Chupto thinks, yeah, she's the Shinra Power Company. The Shinra Power Company. Can you recap your thoughts on the chapter? I just returned and missed it. So 3D model TLDR. I think this chapter is a massive fucking lie. Because there are so many inconsistencies that it doesn't add up. And I actually think Chizuru just straight up lied to Minnie. And there's a chance she actually already talked to Kazuya. And the reason Kazuya is telling Minnie she hasn't texted me yet is because Chizuru told him to. Or Chizuru is going to do something. But Chizuru is lying to Minnie, period. Chizuru is straight up lying to Minnie, period. I can feel it in my gut. What she's saying doesn't add up. It contradicts earlier things we've seen in the chapters. It doesn't make any sense. And that, to me, tells me that Chizuru is lying to Minnie. And that maybe she didn't even take this job. Or if she did, she could handle it because we've seen before that she can handle working her job and being with him. That's not a problem. She did it with Sayuri in the past. It was never a problem. Okay, Prestige, you're getting banned too, or timed out, because people are saying stupid shit and it's getting old. Fucking hell. Surrounded by idiots. Can't even talk about something without some jackass coming into the chat and saying bad writing or preaching characters are terrible. Like, dude, just let people enjoy this manga. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. I literally answer all this stuff constantly, and it's getting really old. Yeah, so I have a theory based on what we've seen. My theory is that in the next two chapters, next chapter is going to be set up. The chapter after that is going to be the revelation. And I think the revelation is that it's going to be talking about how Chizuru's words and actions don't align. And it's finally all going to click together. Where the big revelation is going to be that Chizuru has already maybe talked to Kazuya, and she's already sorted this out. And in reality, Minnie is the one being kept in the dark. Literally, she is in the dark. She is in shadows. She thinks she understands. In reality, she just got fucking played. And the next few chapters are gonna like subvert that hard. We'll have to see. I think this is already a big revelation, but we'll have to see. Yeah, part of my theory is that Kazuya and Chizuru are already together. Part of my theory is that Kazuya and Chizuru are already together, but they're hiding it. In BTTF, Back to the Future, Doc and Marty arrive in a seemingly normal 1985, but soon find out they are in an alternate timeline. 1985 sounds like this chapter. Holy shit, yeah, and that's what we were saying. Minnie is wearing the D-mail shirt. Minnie's literally wearing a D-mail shirt, and she doesn't realize she's already in an alternate timeline while trying to change the timeline. She's texting Kazuya to make Kazuya change, right? But in reality, she doesn't realize she's already in an alternate timeline, which also matches specifically with the reference to Oda Nobunaga. Where in Oda Nobunaga, what happened, right? He's the great uniter of Japan, but he never saw it actually unite. If you put it that way, it's also a fateful day because no one knows what's behind it. How much of stream did I miss? I thought the theory was that they met up together between chapters. The theory is a little deeper than that, but yes, the theory is simply that Kazuya and Chizuru already texted and possibly met up before Minnie. And literally, Chizuru reacts like she does. Chizuru reacts like she does when Minnie shows up right here because she thought, oh shit, did Minnie figure out that I was lying to her? In reality, Minnie didn't. She didn't figure anything out. And Chizuru, what does she do? Triples down on the lie. Her eyes are not here. She's lying. She's hidden in shadow because she's lying, even though her eyes are open. And then Minnie gets shucked into the shadows too. She's literally in shadow. She's literally in the darkness. She doesn't know. Like they're talking through and are keeping this secret. Yes. And it makes too much sense when you consider Kazuya's birthday, which is said in the date, what everything's been presented. It makes too much sense. They're already seeing each other. It makes too much sense. This chapter is a red herring. This chapter is just a massive red herring. It makes too much sense that like Kazuya and Chizuru are already talking. If Chizuru already took this play, she would have told him. Chizuru would never do this. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like literally, Chizuru's actions here make no fucking sense. And it's completely antithetical to her character. So when you think about it and you break it down, holy shit, it suddenly starts to all align. And you're like, what the fuck? Oh, she's straight up lying to Minnie. Oh, I understand now. At maximum, I think Chizuru has already told Kazuya about the play and they both talked about the kiss. Yeah. At the very least, I think that happened. I think after Chizuru talked to what is it? After Chizuru talked to her person, the dude from the agency, her manager. After she talked to her manager, I think he created an opportunity and gave her the push she needed to talk to Kazuya. Minnie thought she needed to do that. That manager did it already. And that gave Chizuru the courage to talk to Kazuya, and she did at night after Minnie left. And Minnie didn't, and Minnie never saw it happen. And now Minnie is being walled out by Chizuru because Minnie is too invasive in their relationship and it is getting fucking old. And literally, all she does is mess everything up and get in the way and confuse them and put expectations. Almost the entire date is partially Minnie's fault because she put so much goddamn expectations on them. She's doing it out of a misguided sense of admiration, love, and responsibility for these characters when they don't need it. She's younger than them. They are older than her. They have this shit together. She doesn't. They're about to graduate college. She's only in her second year. Minnie is literally like way too far behind. Well, they never show Kazuya's POV. Yeah, we never saw it in this chapter, did we? We never see Kazuya's POV. We never actually hear at all what he's thinking. We never hear what Chizuru's thinking either. Isn't that interesting? The only thoughts we hear in this chapter are Minnie's. And I don't think we've had a chapter just solely fixated on Minnie like this. And you see how jumbled up her thoughts are. You see how her thoughts don't make any sense. You see how they're literally disconnected from everything else. She's literally living in her own alternate reality. Minnie's literally already in her own alternate timeline and she doesn't even know. She literally made her own alternate timeline through the information that she was given, and she doesn't even know she's doing this. She doesn't even know she's already existing in the world she seemingly wants. Literally like SteinsGate, where the main character literally has to come back to the world that he was already existing in and create the reality he actually wanted because the one he was in was actually the real one, and he never realized it. That's actually the end of SteinsGate. Spoilers. The end of SteinsGate, he comes back to the original reality he was in because that reality was the true one. That was actually the resolution. In reality, it's all a big loop. The entirety of SteinsGate is a massive loop where basically it plays with him time traveling. He time travels and he sees certain things at the very beginning of the series to which he comes back and then those things are completely recontextualized. The meaning of what you were shown at the very beginning of the series is completely recontextualized when he comes full circle at the very end of the series. And you're like, what the fuck? So you were already in the correct timeline. Literally, in SteinsGate, you were already in the correct timeline. Minnie thinks she needs to change the timeline, not realizing she's already in the correct timeline. And that's literally the whole point of that reference. Now I get it. Now I remembered SteinsGate. I haven't watched SteinsGate in forever, but that was literally how it ends. How it ends is that it comes full circle, and the main dude has to make a hard choice to essentially choose love and choose a hard choice at sacrifice. And that's what ultimately results in him making a full loop and realizing he was always in the correct timeline, which is, I believe, what Kazuya possibly did. The Kazuya possibly already contacted Chizuru, and it came full circle. And now it makes a whole lot of sense that Minnie is already in the correct timeline. She just thinks she's not. Damn. Reishi's crazy. What the fuck? Reishi's actually kind of insane. What the hell? Chris Bryant, Chizuru was never angry at Kazuya for not texting her. She knows that sometimes his mode of operation. I think she wasn't mad at Kazuya. She was afraid, and she was afraid because he wasn't texting her that maybe he didn't like her after all. Maybe he's scared of her. But now, but after she talked to the manager, I bet she felt motivated because her efforts were rewarded, and in seeing that reward, she went for it. I genuinely think that's what it was. Remember, I said this on Twitter too. That like Kazuya's efforts reached Chizuru. The preview for the next chapter is the day of reward. The reward is the one we didn't actually see, right? Minnie is looking to some sort of reward. The reward already happened, and she never even saw it, right? Chizuru already not only rewarded Kazuya's efforts, but he was rewarded himself, and they were both rewarded, and they both winning, and then we don't realize that. If you remember what Chizuru said in chapter 382, this makes sense. It's her efforts and time being rewarded. She worked hard and earned this, and it's probably all because of the movie her and Kazuya made together. Not necessarily, but it could be, right? So yeah, that's my stance, and I bet people will be very surprised by this. Yeah, but she felt something because she wanted to finish what the kiss started. So this would be the Reiji isolating both Kazuya and Chizuru to give them time to figure it out. More like they're gonna figure it out together, but not everyone needs to know about it, right? It's just them. Basically, they're now choosing to live together without Minnie. They don't need Minnie because they thought they needed Minnie. Minnie created roles for them that they felt they had to play. She's essentially the illusion of the wall of trust. Minnie is the illusion of the wall of trust. You thought you needed a wall. You thought you needed this wall. You've already trust each other. They already trust each other. In fact, you saw that in Hawaiians. Hawaiians was literally that. It was literally their trust already being formed. But they're just afraid to face each other. That's it. They already trust each other. They already have a great relationship. But Minnie conditioned them that there was some sort of wall that needed to be broken, that they needed to play some particular role. She set expectations, she set ideas that they needed to achieve when it was all a big fucking lie. None of that was true. It was all just a big lie, and Minnie created the illusion that some sort of arbitrary wall of trust was existing when that was always gone. And you see that in the date. Kazuya literally says, "I've never thought of you as anything other than a perfect match for me." He says these words verbatim. And it's because these are his actual feelings that he thought he needed to hide because of a role Minnie placed on him. The roles they're playing was because of what Minnie did. Minnie doesn't see that she's secretly the bad guy in her attempt to be so helpful. And that's literally the readers. In our attempt to tell the author what to do, in our attempt to guide the characters, in us saying they should do this, they should do that, all we've done is place expectations, raise their hopes up, and left them confused and misaligned. And now I think they've aligned in secret so we don't see and find out, to tell us, hey, look, this is what they can do when you're not constantly telling them what to do. This is what they can do when you're not looking. Literally that. And I think that kind of plot twist is actually genius from a writing perspective. If that's genuinely what it ends up being, genius. She shouldn't be mad at him for that because she didn't text him either, so she probably gets to know how he feels. They're almost at the same page now. They are already on the same page. So, yeah. Fuck. I gotta grab something to eat. Just give me a sec. I'm hungry. I gotta grab something to eat. I'll be right back. Just ruminate in the chat for me, please. Thank you. I think we still have to watch the anime. I don't know if we should keep reading Reddit, but we'll hold off for now. I'll be right back.
No lemon, thank you. I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to step away. I also remembered in SteinsGate there was I remember there was like a part where he kind of had to take like a leap of faith. I don't remember the details of it, but he like talks to like his older version. He was like all depressed and sad and shit. And it's like from SteinsGate 0. But then he had to take some sort of leap of faith and like trust something. And I don't remember what that was, and I think that aligns perfectly with what I was talking about. So, yeah, cool stuff, huh? Damn, I didn't realize how hungry I was until I started eating. Had to make myself some burritos. Burritos. Huh. Yeah, my mom got me like a Lion King cup. I'm like, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Sorry. All right, so damn, chat went quiet. We can so I'll watch the anime while I eat. I think that's a good choice for now. Let's just watch the anime while I eat. Um I wonder if like Twitter's like, look at this idiot. Look at this idiot. Look at this dum dum. He's so stupid. You're so stupid. I'm sorry. I can't help but laugh at people these days. It's like, what's going on with fellas, dude? Everyone's so pissed and mad and sad, and there's like no fucking joy. It's genuinely like sad to watch people be so depressed. Yeah, I know. We're gonna watch it. The audio's already off. Yep. I heard the animation for this episode was actually good. So I'm excited. Oh, this okay, so this is the Ruka chapter, and it starts with the narrator talking about Ruka. I remember this. Bosom swing in the glistening water surface. Smiles abound and stiffs inbound. They said Sarish Naruka was grinding it out, but what it actually says is Ruka was doing her best. Not grinding it out. It just says she was doing her best. Oh no, I'm just having fun here. I remember this. Okay, this is kind of cute. This is kind of cute, actually. I'm sorry. That got me, dude. That's so fucking funny. Just like literally, I gotta show you this. We gotta watch this together. It's so stupid. Fucking girl failure. I love her. Fucking girl failure. I love her. Behold, the girl succumbing to how fun the slide is. That's so good. I love it. It's so much
それだけじゃ
fun.
ない。この旅行が始まってからというもの、想定外のことが多すぎる。まず始まりから。なんであの人が、そりゃ友達だし自然だけど。
Oh shit. My bad. The audio was on. Oh yeah, she's talk. Huh.
This shot looks kind of funny. Ruka looks kind of goofy in this shot. Let's compare it to the manga. So this is 199. So this is the cover page. Adorable. Realizes she's being a failure. Dum dummy dummy dummy. It's so cute. Goes down the water slide. Damn it! It's so fun. Thinks about mommy. Freaks out about her. Yeah, they try to mirror it. Goes down the water slide again. Damn it! I don't get what she's doing right now. She seemed friendly with his grandma too. But grandma didn't seem to know about their history. Okay. What's more, I think she knows that Chizuru's son's a rental girlfriend. Then what the heck? What the heck? She's a ticking time bomb. Oh, that looks so cute. Look at this. Oh, that smile is precious. That smile is precious. Are you shitting me, dude? That smile is precious. Oh, we don't see it? Okay, the anime got its a plus on that one. In the manga, we don't see that precious smile. We see this. But that smile was goddamn precious. Bah! Bah! Damn it, I did it again. Settle down. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to do a proper analysis of this opening. It's really good. This is I genuinely think this is either my favorite opening or it's Centimeter. But I think the visuals of this does something way better than Centimeter in my opinion. I think Umitsuki, I think Centimeter's song is brilliant, but the visuals are okay. Whereas Umitsuki, the visuals are absolutely out of this goddamn world. There's so much storytelling happening here, and it's and the song is good. I don't. It's not that like Centimeter's bad or anything. I think Centimeter's opening is good, but they do some like some goofy shit where it's like, oh, let's have the girls do TikTok dances. It's the thing that like popularized the dances, I think, from what I recall. The Rent-A-Girlfriend dances. It's the thing that popularized it. And then every opening after Centimeter just tried to literally copy it in like ways that just kind of felt disappointing. Where it's like, oh, look, we're going to do the same thing, but kind of change it up a little bit. We're going to do the same thing, but kind of change it up a little bit. Even what is it? Even season 4's opening, season 3's opening, which was okay. It was just kind of just like it did too much of that copy pasta of what is it? Of Centimeter in terms of visual storytelling, and I was just kind of getting really tired of that. So this just feels genuinely refreshing with how much their character depths and study there is for the cast and the crew, and it's just like, yes, so good. And I think my favorite thing about this opening is the finale, that it's all just a big dream. It's all just a dream, and it challenges you to ask the question, if it's just a dream and it's gonna fade, are you gonna still believe in it? Thug for life, if you're just gonna like be stupid in the chat for some reason, I'll just time you out, dude. I don't really care. You feel free to watch what I said earlier about the chapter. I said it was all just a big lie. But, believe what you want. But if you're just going to be here to, garner attention by saying mark my words over and over again, and then, when people ask you to elaborate, you don't, but then you're welcome to just kind of get the fuck out. Just telling it right now, dude. Present time. Looks weird. Yeah. There's like characters saying stuff and shit here, but then they just show it and it's just, yep, still image. It's literally just a still image for no fucking reason. What if the opening has to do with Chizuru's new role? I literally have no idea. Could be. Could be. That makes some sense. The opening has to do with Chizuru's new role. That could make some sense. But it doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like it. Feels like Chizuru intentionally lied to Minnie. And that doesn't really make sense. I don't know, man. We'll have to see. Oh my god, what did they do to poor... Look at Kazuya's face. Why are his eyes widening? His eyes are literally widening. So goofy. Springtown is a hot spring pool. He's gorgeous! Look at him, he's gorgeous. Oh my god, I love him. Oh, they just mirrored this shot. It's so cute. Looks like Chizuru became less weary of mommy. Damn. Damn. I see it, Kazuya. I'm horny too now. Damn, this is really cute actually. I love the way they're doing this. Oh, Ruka. Oh, Ruka. Oh, Ruka. Bah! You lied to me! Well, this was off the amazing trip. Have we gotten time alone at all? Oh my god! Oh wow! Oh wow!
もあるし、
ここなら平気でしょ。
二人でいなくなってたら変に思うでしょ。
鍵探してもらってたって言うもん。
Damn! Wow! Wow! That was very horny. It's similar in the manga, but not nearly as explicit. GIF it, ship it. GIF it and ship it. Like, yeah, it's similar in the anime, but not as bad. Yeah, and then Kazuya makes a mistake here. He actually holds Ruka. Never sets proper boundaries. Damn, bro. Holy shit! Oh my god! Goodness gracious me! Holy crap! Look at this!
やばっ、とっさに隠れちまった。
goodness gracious. Holy God. They went out of this world for that. They went kind of insane with that. They really like Ruka. Holy God, they like Ruka. Considering this is on Ruka's birthday, she kind of gets a pass. Considering it's on Ruka's birthday, she kind of gets a pass. It's fine, man. It's cool. Okay, I'm sorry. What the fuck is this? Why does he run like that? Why do they have him run like that? He trips, sure. When he's running away, he trips. But why is he running away like that? This looks goofy. And yes, boobies. Yes, I'm aware. Boobies. This doesn't look as good actually. Yeah, I like how it's presented in the manga a little better. She's in shadows because of the heart thing. But it's weird. Water slides, pools. I never knew I could have this much fun. I knew it. It's because I'm with Kazuya-kun, right? It must be the reason. But most of it is literally on her own, which contradicts that reasoning. He looks so goofy here. Kazuya's art style in the anime is so inconsistent. It's so inconsistent. He doesn't look the same ever. He always looks like a different dude. It's so funny. It's genuinely so funny how he always looks like a different dude. Why'd I have to fall for a guy like him? I guess he's kind of handsome. She's plenty weird herself. Cue mommy. Here comes the devil. Here comes the devil. Oh, wow. The animation there was really good, too. What the hell? There was actually, like, a smooth sense of motion there. What the fuck? I bet Jaws was having a great time looking at that. I bet Jaws was having a great time looking at that. Okay. Oh, the creepy weird music that's like, what is it? The disco weird fucking music. Brum, brum. Dun, 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 brum, brum. It's so funny. So let's see how it's presented in the manga. It's a little different. Oh, it looks cuter here. I love the way this is drawn. Yeah, mommy feels more in control. Oh, that may be. It does seem very complicated. I love how she's hidden in shadow. Hey. Okay, now we go to chapter 200. Starts with this. Interesting. She looks kind of cute here. I don't know. Thought about I'd ask. Was just curious whether he wanted to be his real girlfriend. It's literally the devil tempting you. I love it. It's literally like she's the devil tempting you. And considering Hawaiians literally has an actual Christian church, and literally the first chapter of actual Hawaiians literally has this cover. This is the cover of the beginning of Hawaiians. And considering that theme of like the consistent theme of Christianity being loomed, it's literally like mommy is the devil tempting her. That's actually what it feels like. It's the devil tempting the maiden with the thing that she wants. These feelings I have for you can't be cleansed. Go ahead and crucify me, string me up on the cross of love. Even as a priest, I cannot stop these worldly desires. Isn't that interesting? And then again, where does the rejection happen? The rejection happens at the church. You claim that you're dating all you want, but you clearly haven't been able to get between these two. What do you make of this whole situation? The two of us are going out. The girlfriend is a picture-perfect beauty. This shot of mommy looks a little weird. Let's see what it looks like in the manga. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's completely different. She's terrifying here. She's terrifying here. This is a completely different character. She's just like, yeah. She looks like a ditz here, right? She kind of looks like a ditz in the anime. In the manga, oh my god. This isn't right, is it? Her eyes are like black as death. Jesus. Even Ruko's like, what the fuck? Even Ruko's like, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. The she says shigaudishu, which means that isn't right, is it? And her delivery's perfect. Her delivery is perfect. The visuals just don't complement it. Okay, listen to this music with me, please.
彼女はレンタル彼女で、彼
Interesting choice of music. It's not particularly bad, it's just interesting. Personally, I find it weird. I'm sure Kazukun's strong-arming her playing a part into it. But she's seriously going for a rental girlfriend. Huh. This doesn't seem right. This looks like a completely different person. This looks like a completely different person. She looks pouty here. here in the manga, she actually looks kind of sad. There's an emptiness to Mommy that I think the anime is just not capturing. She just seems more pouty and cute. They always draw her cute. Oh my god, what do they do to him? My poor Kazuya, what do they do to him? This is supposed to be the same shot. Right? He looks goofy here, but he doesn't... What the hell? Bro, what the hell? What are they doing to my poor boy? They act like the lies they told their friends and family never happened. They just turn around and tell you GG. How'd that make you feel? God. See, she's up. This is the interesting part. Mommy is saying they just get together and then pretend like nothing ever happened. Except Kazuya says, literally, he straight up says, when we get together, I'll tell them the whole truth. She's operating under the assumption they will just get together and not say anything and pretend like the lie never happened. But that in itself is wrong. She's operating under the assumption that they won't say anything. That's false. They already said they would tell them. But Mommy never asks. She doesn't want to. She needs to be validated in her beliefs. I heard that Chizuru's son had even introduced him to her late grandmother. Thinking about how that must have acted in her final moments terrifies me. Literally, all assumptions. Thinking about how that must have acted in her final moments terrifies me. All under the assumption that Chizuru lied this whole time. Right? And it's genuine. There's like literally, these are actually Mommy's genuine feelings. But it literally operates under the assumption Chizuru would lie to her grandmother on her deathbed, when Chizuru literally didn't want to, and she was trying to tell her the truth the whole time. Like, literally, all of this is assumption. It's purely assumption. But it sounds reasonable out of context. You're watching all this so down. I just wanted to know how you felt. Okay. This shot doesn't look too great. Let's compare it to the manga real quick. Oh, she looks adorable here. She's trying. She's scared, but she's trying. Right? And she's, look at her. She's being confrontational. She's ready to protect. This is why I love Ruka. Because, like, she's actually willing to protect. She can be very destructive, and she gets caught up in her jealousy and vanity, but she's actually willing to protect when it fucking matters. And then look at Mommy. Look at Mommy. Oh, you're gonna oh, you want to tango with the devil? Okay, bud. Try. This shot kind of peaked, though. Oh, Mommy looks kind of cool as fuck here. I wish they shadowed her. It would have made her 10 times scarier, but this shot's actually really good. Oh, you gotta listen to her voice. You gotta listen to her voice. You listen to it with me, fellas.
どうだろう。まだなんとも。千鶴さん。
I'll just wait and see how it plays out for now.
Okay. The music choice isn't too great, but it's okay. Let's see how it looks in the... Oh, Jesus. Jesus. If I did, what would you do?
She literally looks, Ruka's like, holy fuck. Oh my god. She genuinely looks scary. She genuinely looks terrifying. Actual death. Literal death in her eyes. God damn. And then she just goes away. I'm good to go. Yay, let's go have fun. Literal death. Jesus. It doesn't look nearly as scary in the anime. I also don't like the music choice. The music choice kind of robs the scene of its feeling. Okay. I think there's an interesting symbolism in Kazuya tying a very complicated knot for Chizuru on her back to, keep her safe. But Chizuru needs Ruka to help her untie the knot. She can't do it herself. And I think that's super fitting it's a nice metaphor because literally Chizuru is struggling to figure things out on her own and she needs someone else to help her. She can't just do it on her own. And that is reflected in the chapter following this one where Chizuru and Ruka are at the hot baths or hot springs and Nagomi kind of talks to her and helps her out a little bit. Chizuru just literally just needs some guidance. That's it. She's just struggling to untie these things that Kazuya ties, and she just needs a little help. That's all. I like the music. Hmm. Ah, more boobs. I don't want it. Oh, Chizuru was actually doing that on purpose. Oh. Chizuru's lying. When Chizuru does this, it's stupid, but she's doing it on purpose. It's meaningful, isn't it, to remember our first time? And you went and wrote that on the marker. It's supposed to be a very special day for a girl, right? Wouldn't you want that tucked away somewhere at home? Instead, Chizuru gave it to her. Or sorry, Aruka gave it to her. Chizuru's being smart. It's hardly unbelievable. You're a very cute girl. If you two are dating, it's perfectly natural outcome. Isn't that interesting? By the way, do you have any experience, Chizuru-san? What? I figured that with how cute you are, you must have had dozens and dozens of boyfriends. No, I haven't. But you're an adult now. If you've got serious, how could you have any guy you wanted? You're telling me you've never fooled around with an actor, you've never made a move on you. I've heard that all grown women have nights where they're in the mood. What? Everybody's different. I hate to break it to you, but I never
What kind of topic is this? Why should I even tell you? Huh, I see. The Iron Lady Act. I'll just tell Kazuya it's a maybe. It's not your place to say it. This seems familiar to our current predicaments in the manga. Not your place to say it. Interesting. And then Kazuya comes back. This shit's gonna be so funny when Kazuya shows up. Okay, this shot is great. I love her stupid face. A beaming smile. What? Oh, she's not. She's just playing you. There's nothing strange about it. You're a very pretty girl, and it makes sense that you do it when you're dating. What's gone into you? The freak out face is actually really cute. Okay, they did the freak out face pretty good. That's kind of cute. What? As pretty as you are, probably have dozens of boyfriends. Yeah, no. You're an adult now. You could seduce any man you want if you felt like it. Back to sleeping around, I'm sure you've had your share of shooters. Rather that grown men, women get in the mood some nights. It's probably business. Here it comes. Busted. I love her reaction. Busted. Dipshit. Literally shot herself in the foot. Kazuya looks weird in this shot. Yeah, he looks so normal here. Look at him. He looks so normal here. And then in the anime, he kind of looks he looks weird. Made him look weird in the anime. Aquatic plants. I guess that's the same. uh, it's still one of the funniest gags in the series. Like, what even? Just, what do you even think about that? What the fuck? Poor Kazuya, dude. Do I No! Oh, Chizuru's getting tired. Oh, there's a cute shot of Kazuya here. He looks adorable. He looks adorable. I love this. He looks so cute. He looks unbelievably cute here. I love him. Oh yeah, this scene was so cute in the manga. Chizuru and Nagomi drinking sake. That was so cute. Wait, this shot looks weird. So let's see how the manga. Yeah, they make it look weird. He looks like so defeated. Why does he look so defeated? He doesn't look that defeated. He's just, yeah. I don't know. It's over exaggerated a little. Oh, one of the cutest scenes in the manga. I love this scene in the manga so much. Oh, it's so stupid. Levels cute. So stupid. Levels cute. Oh. The music choice isn't great, but visually, well done. Ah, ah. I like it a little better in the manga. I love that it's not as exaggerated. In the manga, he just shakes his head lightly. Just no. In the anime, it's over exaggerated and stuff. And God, I love. She's so in love, dude. Oh. Oh. Oh, I guess it's going to end in chapter 202. Oh. It just kind of that transition felt unnatural. Another big chance, more clearer than anything. Yeah. Missed a big moment there. Could have had something nice. Well, it was nice. Who are we kidding? Aw. Okay, look at Ruga here. This is cute. Look at Ruga here. This is cute. That's kind of cute. Okay, they made Kazuya look weird again. They couldn't help themselves. It was only inevitable. It was only inevitable. Oh, they skipped the part where Kazuya looks at Chizuru's ass because he's so drunk. Yep. And Kazuya has to slap himself. Yep, they skipped this entire portion. But they did keep this. That's really nice. Here you go. Yeah, he looks so much more normal. Why does he look so weird here? He just looks normal. Wait, Kibei's drunk here. This is weird. Kibei's supposed to be drunk here. Yeah, no, like Kibei's supposed to be mad drunk here. And saying like kind of terrible stuff. Yeah. Kibei's supposed to be really drunk here. He doesn't look drunk. He looks normal. Yeah, that's the problem here. They don't show Kibei looking drunk. He's supposed to be drunk. Oh god. Yeah, Kibei says some terrible shit here in public in front of Kazuya's grandmother. Like literally everybody's just like, Kibei, please. And literally it all just looks like a dysfunctional family. No, Nagomi, please, no. Wait, this is an actual dance. What the hell? This is actually what? Wait, what the fuck? The composition looks really good here. This actually looks incredible. What? Why does she look so good? What? This looks amazing. Okay, I'm just gonna rewatch this from the start because the fuck, that was amazing. fuck? That was amazing. The hell was that? That was amazing. What the fuck was that? That was actually good. What? What? That was actually really good. Oh my god. I don't think I was prepared for that. Okay. Sorry, I'm a little, what's the word? Flabbergasted? It was actually kind of amazing. Oh, and there's gonna show this later probably, but wow. I actually felt something. Yep, there it is. Oh my god. He looks gorgeous. Yep, there it is. Mommy Doom Eyes. Let's go. Oh, does she actually do that? That was actually quite surprising. That was actually very surprising. They handled that scene to perfection. That final scene, well done. Well done. They handled that really well. They actually handled that really well. Wow. Damn. Show it again? What do you want me to show? Show the scene again. What, this? I don't want to, get copyrights. Bullshit, so give it a sec. Continue the scene. Damn, that was really good. Damn. That was actually really good. Holy shit. Well animated, well presented. Even the music is not bad. Actually kind of made me feel somewhat emotional. I actually felt something. Genuinely felt something reading or watching that. I haven't had that feeling from the anime in a while, quite a while. Definitely leaves you anxious considering the current chapter, but it also the words Sayuri tells her aligns perfectly with the current stuff. That Chizuru would not do this bullshit that she's telling Minnie. Just saying, the stuff Sayuri told her does not align with the current stuff Chizuru is saying, and that should highlight something kind of important. Just telling you fellas, that should be a fucking sign. That should be a goddamn sign. Three episodes left until Core 2, whenever that releases. Any parallels with the manga and anime right now? Well, there's the element of familial expectations. There's mommy saying this isn't right, so it needs to change, right? Literally just like Minnie in this chapter is literally saying, this isn't right, this needs to change. And then finally, you have Sayuri's iconic words, which are literally like, surround yourself with people who fill you with joy. And literally, that aligns perfectly with what Minnie's trying to tell Chizuru, but what Chizuru is actually already doing. And you think it's not happening, but it is. Just as Minnie and Mommy both have their own perceptions of events that are based on their own false perceptions that aren't true. So yeah, there are things that do parallel already, you know. How many episodes did the chapter actually include? It was chapter 199, 200, 201, 202. 4 chapters in total, which is not bad. They skipped a little bit. They skipped Kazuya checking out Chizuru's ass when he's like drunk. But you know, I don't mind that too much. It's not like a huge deal to skip that in particular. I think if they're gonna skip that and give me that kind of level of peak at the very end, fair. I'm not gonna complain. It ends at 202. Next chapter seems like it's gonna adapt all the way to 206. And then it'll probably end at like the beginning of 207. The episode was plenty of levels of horny. True. I ain't like complaining. So yeah, this chapter is a lie. This means theoretically there will be 12 more chapters. There's 3 episodes, so yeah, about 12, correct. And if we're going by that logic, it should end at 215. No, wait, I'm miscounting. 214. It should end at 2. Oh my god, we predicted it. The core is literally going to end just before Mommy's backstory. It's literally going to end here. If we go with that consistent amount we've been getting, 4 episodes per chapter, it's going to end here. And that makes a lot of sense for it to end right here. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. So let me check here. We ended at 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209, 11, 7. So it seems like this is where in 2 weeks this is where we would be. And in 3 weeks we will have the rejection scene. So what if we come full circle to that rejection scene? What if we come full circle to that? Where we come back to Kazuya's trauma of rejection. Full circle. We come all the way back to that in the chapter that releases at that time. So it seems like we're going to come back to that some way. I don't think so. I feel like Mommy's backstory works better as a story rather than like some abridged thing. If they do it, I can see it, but I think it would be a little disappointing if they do end up doing it. But it could work. Damn. Been streaming for 6 hours. I was wondering why I started to feel tired. It's the anime. We don't know. They didn't for Chizuru's backstory. They didn't give a what is it? An anime ending thingamajig. No, Core 1. I think 218 is either going to be episode 1 or episode 2 of Core 2. I don't. It's not going to be in Core 1. I don't think I don't think that would work. I think Core 1 ending just before Mommy's backstory is perfect. Actually perfect. It ending right there just before Mommy's backstory is the perfect spot to stop. They did it for Ruka, but Ruka was the only one they ever did it for. The only character they ever did that for, and it's because Ruka's backstory is like actually doable in that way. Ruka's backstory could be trimmed down in such a way. I feel like Mommy's backstory, like feeling it, is a little different. Because Mommy's backstory is like actually like you literally something being stripped away from you. Yeah, first episode of Core 2 is Mommy's chapter. Yeah. And if we go by the count, it'd be 215, 216, 217, 218. It would end with 218. Would suck if 218 got the anime canceled. How would it get it canceled? It would already need approval to be aired. It would literally need approval to be aired. And I wouldn't be surprised if they censor it. Like, there's going to be some level of censoring. There's going to be some level of censoring. But honestly, I'm just glad they actually like adapted 202 really well. 202 is one of the better chapters in the series. I'm just glad they adapted it well. I don't know. I've lost count of how many times the anime has done something like this to save time. But understand, they have 24 episodes. They have more time than they've ever had before. And they've been handling time really well recently. And I don't think they would do like the one trick pony bullshit like with that. Instead, they would like actually do something meaningful. So I don't know. I'm just gonna not assume the worst and think they're gonna do that, you know. So I'm debating if I should stop now. Is there anything else we want to talk about? I'm a little tired. Is there anything else we want to talk about? I've been streaming for like 6.5 hours. It'll be rough to see Kazuya's thoughts animated. It really depends on how they animate them. It really does depend on how they animate them. Like, depending on how they want to approach it, it really depends. What about Core 2? When can we expect it? I don't know. It could be back-to-back cores. It could be like another it could be like another season later. We have no idea. Maybe just like Blue Box, where they have a short break in between. Her backstory did kind of get brought up, but didn't leave as much of an impact I thought it would. As far as I can remember, it was always 2 seasons. It's not 2 seasons, it's 2 cores for 1 season. Okay. Just trying to see if there's anything on Twitter, if there's some interesting stuff that's being said. Not seeing anything too crazy. And if there's nothing else, I might just take a break, take it easy a little bit. Yeah, I'll explain the Minnie lying thing on Twitter. Just need a small break first. Thanks. Thoughts on Psychono? I don't know what that is. How to raise a boring girlfriend? That doesn't sound weird at all. Not even a little bit weird. Nope. Not even a little bit weird. Okay. I think I'll call it for now. I'm feeling kind of beat. I need a break. I think I've burned myself out a little bit. I might need like a small nap or something. So I'll just call it for now. So if you guys enjoyed this video, please subscribe, like button, to the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow, 12 or something. 12 at noon Pacific Standard Time. And then I will talk more about the chapter as well. Probably share some more theories, some more analysis. I'll be writing a Twitter thread in like an hour or so. I need like a small break. I'm kind of tired. Extract a lot of this chapter. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot to break down about this chapter. This chapter is really interesting, and I feel like it's intentionally fooling you. I really feel like we're actually getting played here, and it's on purpose. I genuinely think Reiji's fucking playing us, and it's like you gotta pay attention to what Chizuru's saying versus what you're actually seeing. And I feel like Chizuru did act, and or she either did act or is already going to act. And we're already in the correct timeline. There's no need for anything crazy or weird. It already probably happened, and she already probably either reached out to him or she's going to reach out to him. So yeah, we'll have to see. I don't know. But yeah, the chapter's hella screwing with us, and I'm excited to talk about it some more on Twitter and tomorrow. So yeah, subscribe, like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. Check out the Discord. Consider also joining, or consider also supporting me on Patreon. It would mean a lot. And yeah, that's it. That's it for now. I'm gonna call it. I'll see you guys later, and remember, let's mosey. Oh, I need a nap. I need a nap. Take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow.